love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see I need love. I need love. I think I need to confess. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see I need love. I need love. I didn't know I was a casualty, but when you're gone, can't find no remedy. I need your therapy, therapy, therapy. I need your therapy, therapy, therapy. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my heart and you made me see I need love. I need love. I need love.
Hello, and welcome back to the $7,000 Bandits on Wheel Fall Showdown. This is day number 3, and this is, of course, sponsored by Psyonix. We have a lot of Rocket League action today. Me and Visionary One are going to run through that action for you guys. But first, Viz, how are you, man? You're looking spazzy today. I like it.
Thank you, sir. So are you, by the way. Love the sweater, brother. Love the sweater, but
thank you. This is my achieves look. I was trying to achieve the achieves look. I think I nailed that one.
Yeah. Oh, he gets the full screen too. That's beautiful. By the way, I think our glasses match a little bit too. So I'm kind of digging the cohesiveness on the desk today. Oh,
there you go. You get your 5 minutes of fame as well. That's Visionary One, everybody.
Yeah. What's up, guys?
Yeah, we had an awesome day yesterday. Me and Viz brought you guys that action yesterday as well. We're gonna take a quick look at the bracket to get you guys caught up to speed. Of course, top left-hand corner, Group A, just sheer domination domination. Hey Bro 3-0 over Lux Esports, and of course moving on to the second match for them as well. They 3-0'd 1901, and 1901 making mincemeat out of Boulevard as well, winning that matchup 3-1. But down in the lower part of the group stages, we have Group B, NRG. Everybody has their eyes on them. We were lucky enough to cast that NRG versus Kickflip match, but they won that first matchup as well versus First Class 3-2. And then NRG went back to another game number 5 against Kickflip, and it was a sheer nail biter in overtime. NRG wins that matchup as well to advance to this championship Sunday. Down in the lower half of that one as well, First Class advancing 2 as they beat Kickflip 3-2 as well. A very, very impressive Kickflip team as well, Visionary. You can kind of remember what happened on that cast yesterday.
Oh, I think their mental got boomed a little bit after that own goal to finish everything out. They were super impressive yesterday, and I'm looking forward to kind of seeing what they can do in the third tournament, of course. We're going to go ahead and grow up to Group C. Intensity really gave, of course, Shopify a run for their money in game number 1, but they kind of tightened things up and went 3-0 against Old Heads. And then the boys actually getting revenge, dropped to Old Heads in the first match 3-2, come back and win 3-1 versus them in the rematch after beating Intensity that got dropped down. Of course, Frosty's Minions actually losing to Sapartic yesterday. So, I mean, pretty solid squad with Zanil on it, but I think everybody was kind of expecting Frosty's Minions to come out on top with Com and Noli being on that team, but they were able to beat the Schnauzenheisers 3-1 in that lower side of the bracket. So whoops. I mean, we kind of talked about this in the green room. Obviously, we're going to show some tweets out as well, by the way. So if you actually, put that hashtag Bandits on Wheels or Tactical Banditry in there, we'll be able to go ahead and peep that out. And you might be featured on cast for your takes running out through this day 3.
Yeah, I mean, the tweets in particular that we want to kind of talk about, Pranav tweeting out that Hey Bro took only 50 minutes to steamroll through day 2 yesterday, and they're the only team to not drop a single game so far. So shout out to Hey Bro in that Group A staging. They literally came, saw, and conquered, and they are, on top of that, the defending champions. They won the Bandits on Wheels Fall Showdown number 1, and now they have so much confidence heading into today, and they're going to have that confidence as well because they have some tough opponents today. They're taking on Suck Parktick as well. So Suck Parktick, that Kinsey, Lion Blaze, and Neil team, everybody knows and loves, all 3 members of that Suck Parktick team. But, Hey Bro, Creams Hockey, and Wavy, those guys have been absolutely on fire. I think Wavy actually tweeting out yesterday as well, or maybe it was Neil, one of the two, that he's not afraid to lose anymore. So pretty much that monkey is off of his back. But taking a look at another tweet, speaking of Zanil, he qualified for Tactical Banditry playoffs through the uppers 3-1, and when they beat Com, Nolly, and Frosty, and then they 3-1 Schnauzenheisers as well. They're not afraid to lose anymore. That's exactly what he said.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the thing is once you finally get that monkey off your back and you're able to beat teams that are in this fall showdown with the quality of players that we're seeing and pro players that have been there forever, you're able to take that win, your confidence just shoots through the roof. And then all of a sudden you start playing to win instead of playing not to lose. Exactly. And when you get young, hungry players that are playing that kind of way, it's terrifying because they're all mechanical. Like, that's the whole point of this team is, hey, we have 2 really solid players with Zanil, and I just totally blanked on the other one. But then you add Wavy to that roster, and it's just insane. It's absolutely crazy. You add a 1's god. We've seen it be successful so many different times, whoops, as we kind of take a gander at the bracket for day number 3. We're going to be starting off today, of course, for NRG and Shopify Rebellion in that upper bracket. We're going to get Hey Bro and Sapartic going to be playing alongside of it. So we're going to go ahead and update you as the series goes on. And then at the lower bracket, we talked about it yesterday. I'm really looking forward to Frosty's Minions making a run today. I think they're going to be the strongest lower bracket team, but the boys have a case too.
Yeah, the boys definitely have a case against them as well. We definitely have to keep our eyes on that first class matchup because they're starting to click on all cylinders too. Of course, if you guys don't know who that is, that's Deck, 5up, and Buffy. Then, of course, they're going to be taking on Percy, Drees, and Gyro. Or Gyro, my apologies. That's like Gyro. I'm hungry. My apologies. But no, it's definitely going to be a good matchup down there in the lower brackets. 1901 taking on Frosty's Minions. We, of course, got to highlight Frosty's Minions yesterday as well. Frosty, young player, 15 years young, new to the scene. seen, only a couple months playing competitive, but, consistently finishing in the top 10 in twos. I got a chance to, like I said, do a little mini interview with him and ask him a couple of questions. And, like I said beforehand, just top 10 in twos, been in SSL for quite some time. And he's, pretty much trying to take Rocket League a little bit more serious now. And he's only been in the scene for about 3 to 4 months. So, shout out to Frosty, Nolly, and Com over there on Frosty's Minions. So that's going to be a tough matchup for 1901, even though they have a solid team. There's so many good teams that we're seeing. 1901, Ajax, Fifi, and T. Corral, some notable names here in the Rocket League scene. So that's going to be a heck of a matchup too down there. But I'm more interested in the upper bracket, who's going to lose that matchup and who is going to be facing each other in that lower round too.
Yeah, that's always going to be interesting, right? And I think that with the way Shopify played yesterday, they're probably slightly favored here versus the kind of new look NRG that we've seen with Mist and Eris on the roster alongside Garrett G. It's going to be very interesting. So, I mean, if I'm looking at it, I think the boys and Frosties are going to move on just due to their experience. And then, probably Sapartic just because, hey, bro, you can't bet against them right now.
Yeah, it's definitely tough to bet against them, especially, like I said, so hot, so confident. Wavy tweeting that out. And then, of course, you got Hockey and Creams on there who absolutely been popping off. Like we talked about beforehand, man, just 50 minutes is just absolutely an insane stat. You go in, you get the job done, you 3-0 everybody in the day number 2, and now you find yourselves in good positions and win a couple of games. Now you're back-to-back winners of Bandits on Wheels. So we'll keep your eye on that one. But like we talked about beforehand, the first matchup, the highlight of today, NRG versus Shopify Rebellion. And for those of you who don't know, this is not your traditional NRG team. We talked about it just yesterday. It's essentially going to be Garrett G playing with Eris and Mist. Mist, of course, from the former FaZe team, and Eris, the former Hey Bro member himself, currently playing for St. Clair College. And on top of that, I know him personally from the Scuzz roster, making his notable performance yesterday, as well as some couple of day 3 runs with Scuzz Esports. But he was so impressive yesterday, playing at such a fast pace, actually being probably one of the front runners besides Garrett G on that NRG roster.
Yeah, he was doing a really great job in the midfield, and I think that's kind of be the battle here in between Shopify and NRG. If you win the midfield, I feel like you're going to win the series. I mean, we're talking about Chicago, 2Piece, and Parth on the side of Shopify right now, and I mean, adding Chicago to 2Piece and Parth just kind of gives them a veteran presence, but it also gives them the opportunity to have somebody else do all the first man work, do all the setting up, and then let those 2 mechanical monsters get space after what Chicago does. I feel like it's a very solid setup for this roster, and they looked darn good yesterday.
Yeah, they definitely did. And like you talked about, Chicago playing for that Shopify Rebellion team, not set in stone just yet. Don't get excited. A lot of people are kind of talking about, is he officially on Shopify? Is this the official NRG roster and stuff like that as well? Where's Justin? A lot of questions around this NRG team, a lot of questions around the Shopify Rebellion team because they've been so successful RLCS lately. But nothing's set in stone. A lot of people just trying out new rosters, trying new combinations, seeing that they find some success. And they're not the only roster as well. You got a couple of people, like I said beforehand, the boys with Percy, former X-Set member as well. And on top of that, M80, more notably for him. And, of course, you got Drees, who's on that team, used to play for Optic, used to play for Dictantos as well. So a lot of teams just kind of, trying to come together, mix it up a little bit. I love it, though, because you get to see some of the wheels churning. The cog wheels are all in place. They're all starting to kind of mix and mingle together. And on top of that, they're not afraid to take those risks and, add some people to the roster.
I think the best part about this extended offseason that we're having is of course, the Psyonix investment that's come into it. So we can have a ton of offseason tournaments in this kind of 3-month lapse in RLCS with it starting earlier next year versus starting in the fall like it always does. But B, it gives all these rosters a ton of time to try to solidify, to try out a whole bunch of different players. And we're going to see even more of this kind of mix and match. And that just gives the opportunity, A, for everybody just to be prepared and ready. But B, it gives them actual tournament time to understand what their best foot forward is for next season. So, I mean, all of this, in my opinion, just leads up to the hype of what we're going to get to see at the beginning of next year with RLCS.
Yeah, very, very excited for the new RLCS season. Whenever that comes back, we're going to be still, of course, doing all these Bandits on Wheels Showdown. So hit that follow button for us, please. If you guys want to stay up to date with all the action, join the Discord, of course. A lot of other, a lot of other things kind of happening behind the scenes. So you guys want to be a part of that as well. But nonetheless, like we talked about beforehand, the biggest matchup for us today, the Shopify versus NRG matchup. We got to get into the nitty gritty of this one, Visionary. We've been stalling for enough time as it is, but who do you think has the edge in this matchup?
I think just by form yesterday, I would say that Shopify does have the edge. However, how do you bet against Garrett G ever? Like, that's my biggest thing. So if I'm going to make a prediction, I'm going to say it's going to be Shopify probably in 5, but I'm okay to be wrong.
I mean, Shopify has been an absolute terror, like I said beforehand, and they have a lot of room to improve on, especially with, like you talked about, Chicago on the team. But 5 minutes on the clock, game number 1 officially underway. Shopify versus NRG.
Eris with a nice bump to clear out some space to start us off here. Chicago, of course, going to be able to get this off of their own back wall. 2-3 touches. A little bit awkward in the midfield, but Park's going to be able to scoop that one up as we get away in this game number 1 of the 5-game series. Shot going to be there by Chicago. 2-piece going to be last one back. Going to lose this challenge. This might be massive. Parth on the dive back, able to get the save right off the rip. Chicago with a quick counterattack to turn us around. A lot of heat coming in this first 30 seconds, Whoops.
Yeah, a lot of heat. On top of that, the pace of play, just phenomenal. Miss trying to go with a double off the backboard, maybe trying to set something up. A 2-piece just takes that opportunity away. Now we have Garrett G, a huge demo from Mist. Gonna lead to the opening goal here for NRG.
Love this play right here. Chicago's not able to make the read, and you just see Mist, and you typically don't see Mist this far pushed up. Gets the demo. 2-piece has no boost to speak of. They're able to wrap that up with a bow, get a 1-goal lead to start off with. And this is something I want everybody to kind of watch throughout the series, Whoops. Chicago has traditionally been that first in rotation for G2, as that's a great pass going in. 2-piece with a shot, and that's somehow going to find its way in. We're evened up. But I want everybody to just look at Chicago's boost totals. If Chicago has more than 30 boosts for the predominance of this game, I feel like Shopify is going to win.
A huge putback right here from 2-piece to tie it right back up. Didn't let this one bother him whatsoever. And we already have ourselves 2 goals within the first 45 seconds of this matchup. Miss now off the kickoff, trying to catch Chicago off guard. Doesn't really find success with that one. Pays the price with his life. And Garrett G was, get that nice demolition to relieve some of that pressure towards that midfield line. But Chicago right back in the action.
Chicago right now, shooting accuracy seems to be on point, which is always something that you talk about with him. As 2-piece going to knock this one down. It's going to be Mist. Now it's a 3v1 opportunity if they can go ahead and push the pace, but Mist going to slow it down and take possession instead. 50-50 going to go in the direction. 2-piece just stopping this one out entirely as Garrett gets a challenge there. Here's Eris. Big whiff over on the side, but it just clears out a ton of space. You see Parth going for the pre-jump in the midfield. Just leaves 2-piece to it as Chicago going to get the demo. The take, the shot, going to be saved out by Eris once again. NRG staying alive, but it's a lot of offense right now for Shopify.
Still lots of time left. A lot of people left and right and in between. 2-piece trying to set everything up. Parth just a little bit too slow to that pass attempt towards midfield. Chicago, nice clear. Garrett G there, though, as the second touch. Eris finds himself with this roster fitting in really, really well. Look at him showing off some of his mechanical ability. And I'm telling you right now, I was so impressed with him yesterday. He was playing at such a different level. And every single time we see him, I swear he just gets better and better.
It's one of those things when once these young kids get tournament time, they just continue to improve at an exponential rate. It's that, oh my, the triple commit, the flip reset. Is this a shot for Garrett? The answer is going to be no, unfortunately, as Garrett's still on this. Huge pinch coming off the other side. Parth's going to have to burn a lot of boost to get there. Goes for the flip reset. Actually going to win that challenge as well, but Garrett going to be here. And I'm loving this right now, Whoops. We're seeing the continuance of space just back and forth as Garrett not able to land that double. Very close. Missed shot on target. Going to get some help from the post. And NRG is going to go up 2-1.
I love this putback right here for Mist. Of course, Eris with the setup as well. Garrett G almost having that double would have been just another classic Garrett G move, but Mist extending this one to the far post. It's exactly what he needed to do in that situation, because if he put it anywhere else, I believe that one was saved away by Shopify Rebellion. But so far, impressive. Both teams. NRG just has the lead by a tad. Eris putting another shot towards the net. Parth is going to save that one away.
Great 50 in the midfield, but it's going to go towards 2-piece. Mist chasing this one down, able to get one touch, able to beat out another. Eris already up on this double tap opportunity. Is he going to find the angle? The answer is yes. Eris coming from the skies, able to get one down, and NRG takes a 2-goal lead.
That was insane from Eris. That angle. Chicago's so close, but nonetheless, it's going to be added to like a poster essentially in that situation, because Eris just found the angle just in time. Absolutely ridiculous shot. We were talking about him earlier, how much he has improved. NRG's up by 2. A little bit worrisome right now, but 2-piece. Oh my goodness, puts it right back, takes some of that momentum away.
Oh my, two-piece right here. Garrett hits the pre-flip, gets the ball taken over the top of him, and two-piece just with the flip reset, able to get enough height to beat out Eris. Also, you know, they're just gonna add a bump in there, add a little insult to injury on goal number 2 for Shopify Rebellion. You're gonna be able to pull it through in 3-2. This is going to be a series if it stays this way. A little Spanish kickoff coming in as well. Garrett gonna get that side boost and control the ball. Flip on the side.
Oh.
Another double commit on defense, so from Shopify. They have to stop this panic defense if they want to stop NRG from scoring.
Yeah, I think it's not necessarily panic defense. It's just a lot of respect for this offense here for NRG. You have 3 people who can score at any given time. Eris proved that. Garrett G, he could put one in as well. And then Mist already finds himself with a couple of goals too. So, I mean, you just have to, you'll respect a lot of the touches, a lot of the challenges that kind of come out for the offense. And if you're Shopify Rebellion, you're 100% right. You cannot put that much, not that much respect onto NRG, but at the same time, you have to kind of gather yourself and slow things down. Garrett G now with a shot that's going to be popped away for Chicago.
Great clear right there by Chicago, being able to use that, you know, that kind of crossbar just to get the extra pinch. Nice little carry over the top, but another double commit coming off the side. Now from NRG, this is going to be cut off by Garrett. That is massive, and this is a free goal. Doesn't get much easier than that right there. Garrett, massive dive on the third in rotation. Chicago gets the win and gets the goal.
Yeah, Garrett's second goal here, easy, just traditional Rocket League. Didn't panic. Those are the hardest ones to score, though, Biz. I know me and you, we know about that one. Everybody else that plays Rocket League, too, you just kind of get that beat. It feels so good, but then you have the open net, and you start to kind of panic a little bit. But Garrett, the veteran here in the scene, going for a Cuxier pinch, doesn't come up with it, though. Two-piece has just been an absolute menace on the defensive side for Shopify.
Oh, two-piece over to the side. Shooting lane going to be cut off by Mist, but no boost to their name as Garrett's able to get one here. And now it's a 1v1. Eris going to play this over to the side. Are they going to be able to beat out two-piece? The answer is no, as Mist keeps this one in the blue half as we go on. 37 seconds left. All the time in the world. Is Park's going to come under? Do you have the shot? No, the open net not converted by Chicago. He gets post. And that's something that we've always talked about when it comes to Chicago's gameplay is the shooting accuracy on today. The pre-jump, Chicago the pinch, Parth with the shot. Oh my, the aerial acrobatics. Whoops, we're seeing everything get brought out, and it's only game 1.
Yeah, that was such a good pass right there. Chicago in two-piece, almost connecting. Parth, right place, right time. And I want to talk about that save, though, that NRG had. I was going to say they escaped with one, but Shopify still had it and put it back. Basically, Garrett G guessed wrong. Chicago had him beat on that play, and on top of that, just went low. But nonetheless, only 15 seconds. Garrett answers, has himself a hat trick. NRG's up by 2 now with only 14 seconds left.
Oh, Chicago just loses that 50 hard, and there is nobody there to be able to read that one. Parth almost gets enough of it to get it out of the net, but it's not going to happen in 2 goals in 14 seconds. I don't want to say this is game 1 on wraps, but I've seen crazier things. I don't think it's going to happen here. Oh, my. Oh, my. Okay, Garrett's able to get that one away. Like, did I curse it that hard to start off with?
I was going to say, this earlier to start the caster curses.
Oh, what a save from Eris.
Eris now a couple of seconds off, and there it is. All zeros on the clock. NRG take game 1, 5-3 to open up this Bandits on Wheels tournament. This is Championship Sunday. The bar is set so high right now, Viz.
I mean, you couldn't start off with a better game, number 1. You see Shopify, I mean, possession split by 2 points, field domination only split by 5%. Like, these teams are very even. The big thing for me is look at the difference in the boost consumption. And it still actually ends up being NRG winning this game 5-3. That just tells me that they're taking advantage of their opportunities a bit more. Also clearing up more space with more demos that game as well. So definitely love seeing that from NRG. They look like they're hitting on all cylinders today, where they were kind of on the struggle bus versus teams like Kickflip yesterday.
I mean, it all comes down to Garrett G. You know, he's been the person, the front runner right now. We were talking about Eris, we're talking about Mist, but Garrett G in this first game, 3 goals, 2 saves. I mean, he was just everywhere, all over the pitch. Now he has to do the same thing here in game number 2, because Shopify Rebellion, like I said beforehand, they have the absolute, potential to just, kind of walk away with this series. Two-piece, he's been setting some things up. We saw like just the missed opportunity right there. The two-piece of Chicago try to connect with as well. But yeah, nonetheless, Shopify Rebellion definitely have it in their tank to take this one away.
They certainly do. Missed. Oh, that is a volatile 50-50 and two-piece. How do you make that read, son? That is crazy right there. Good save as well. Downfield to Parth. Going to be able to get around one. Going to be able to get the boost steal as well. This is going to be pinched back the opposite way over the top of Chicago, who is last in rotation. Somehow avoids a demo right there from Mist. As Eris going to be able to shoot this one over the top. And it's picking up right where it left off. I'm not even gonna lie to you, Whoops. This is just the same exact pace that we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, exactly. No one is letting up. They all know what's at stake here. $7,000. You know, taking home the victory as well, more important. But Garrett G has a lot to prove. He has a lot left in his tank, and you know, everybody keeps on asking, how much more can Garrett G do for the American scene? Nice shot right there from two-piece. Eris gonna pop that one away. Art now on the ball, trying to maybe set something up. Lack of boost is gonna go ahead and restrict him from doing that. Chicago, a little bit of a mistake. He does gather that one back up, does get the boost as well, so he should have a pretty decent clear towards mid.
I'm pretty decent. Actually going to go through Eris. Mist is going to be here to challenge this. Wins out 1, make it 2 as Eris going to sweep through. Actually beat out Parth. This one's going to be dangerous as well. Chicago going to be on that front box rotation. Not able to get much as Garrett G going to be read immediately by Parth. A lot of space given up here in the midfield as well. Mist with the pre-jump. Just going to get denied. Flick through Garrett, but it's going to be crossbarring down, and Eris is going to be there to get the clear. And a dangerous opportunity. Going to come up with nothing for Shopify.
Yeah, those ones hurt though, and he had to force that flick right there, that close to the net, and you knew it was going to be a little bit too high, but you were just hoping that somebody from Shopify would probably put that one back. But nonetheless, a missed opportunity for Shopify Rebellion. Let's hope they can kind of gather their composure here and reload, but miss other plans. Maybe double off the backboard. He does get bumped off of it. Two-piece should pick this one up. Nice 50-50 challenge right there from Eris. It's going to fall backwards. 1v1 situation. Garrett G up in the air, going for a flip reset, but that one's taken away.
Oh, Parth does a great job of just backpassing that to his team member that's on the backboard, and I love seeing this a lot. Good fake there from Chicago as well. A lot of boost, pass to the midfield, over to two-piece. Garrett, a little bit awkward here, but going to be able to get it out to the side as Eris. Going to take this one over, go back with the dribble again, get a flick through one, but Chicago's going to be there in the midfield, and that's where the majority of this game has been fought. We already had 3 goals on the board halfway through the last one, Whoops. We have none right now.
Yeah, both these teams trying to figure each other out here. Best of 5 series, so it has to come quick. The adjustments in game, you know, between the series, they have to talk about what's going on out here. Energy obviously favoring that first game. Shopify Rebellion doing a very, very good job defensively, stopping a majority of their attacks, and there was a lot of mistakes for them in that first game, but none here so far. Good shot by Chicago, saved away by Mist. Two-piece trying to have to redirect off the sidewall. Had he made contact, that one could have been deadly.
Yeah, it was very close. Is Chicago going to shoot this one across the pitch? Two-piece dropping it down for Parth. Going to take to the skies. Garrett here going to have to play this one low. Parth gets the dunk under. Demo attempt not going to be found. Now Eris has a 1v1, but not a lot of boost to work with. There's the double jump. It is not undefeated this time as Two-piece is able to get the save. Yeah, huge save right there in that 1v1 situation. Still in danger. Chicago does clear that one over to the sidewall. Garrett G, not enough boost to catch up with it. Here comes Two-piece now. Going to fire that shot. That one's just a little bit off target, but still, nonetheless, you have to respect it if you are the defense. A mistake coming out from Eris. Garrett G should maybe cover this one up, but Eris, first man to attack. Two-piece, centered pass, missed shot. Chicago saved to the corner. I was gonna say Parth maybe could get some sort of contact on that one, but it looks like Energy's loaded up for something big. Oh, the drop down pass over to Garrett. They are looking for it, but they're not going to find it. Once again, Two-piece gets credited with the save as Garrett just kind of being a menace to society, chasing this one out. Look at Eris going for the boost steal here. Going to get in the way of Chicago. Not going to be able to find much, though, as this transitions the other way. Garrett just absolutely removing Two-piece away from play as well as Parth takes the low 50-50. Yes, that man plays ones as this comes over to the side. Mist going to lose out the challenge to Two-piece. So we continue on. 43 seconds remaining as Eris cleans this into his own corner. Yeah, can we see the 0-second heroics? Who's going to be the hero here? Garrett G off the backboard, has to play this one very, very carefully. Two-piece there for the interception. Mist now extends this play over towards the blue half of the field. Parth, air dribble. Nobody up for the challenge just yet. Off the ceiling, Eris is there for the challenge. Garrett G now far clear. Mist redirect. Can he get this one in? Too high. Heartbreak central right now for NRG. Certainly is, but Garrett getting removed here might be an opportunity. Everybody's smoke screened, and it's going to be offense, but it's not going to be an immediate shot as Chicago gets it taken from them. They got to start back from square one to be able to get this away. Parth going to get a 50 all the way down the pitch. This is not going to drop. Miss is going to keep this one up. Chicago with the read, going to send us to overtime in game number 2. Notched in zeros. Absolutely ridiculous right now. Anyone's ball game. Nice pop right here from Eris. Garrett G was setting up for maybe a pass over to Mist. You saw him lurking upfield just a tad bit, trying to cherry pick. But any little advantage you can find, any little gap you can lead to a goal. Parth now with the far clear. Two-piece off the backboard. Can he have the double? The hero! Two-piece drills it! Shopify Rebellion tie up the series. This double commit right here too is killer. Eris just dives at that one with Garrett in the midfield. I don't know if that's a miscommunication or are they just worried about Garrett getting beat over the top, but you leave the net wide open for anybody at this level, much less two-piece. You're gonna get it dunked on like that in double tap fashion. So we saw everything kind of going back and forth. This time, possession favoring Shopify, but the field domination is a little bit closer than it was in game number 1. This seemed a lot more ping-pongy, I'm going to be honest with you. It was a lot more back and forth, a lot more midfield challenges, and not a lot of possession to be had. You can see it, shot totals are there, but I kind of felt like they were just pot shots at the net to test the defense for the most part.
Yeah, I think for the most part as well, there was a lot of pressure from both sides. Neither one really had an advantageous position, in my personal opinion. There was a couple of flare-ups here and there for both sides, but even more missed opportunities for both sides as well. But, you know, being the hero two-piece, drilling that one and just had the go-ahead goal in a 1v1 situation. Garrett G was back. I mean, you always have to kind of like, you know, worry because he's known for a lot of defense. You know what I mean? That's what he was doing for NRG for such a long time. But, you know, two-piece just had the beat, had enough boost to catch up to it. And then he just had that one just red from the moment he touched the ball. So hats off to Shopify Rebellion, tying up this series now. Now we head to game number 3. Can they replicate the success, or is NRG going to start to figure out some things and go to match point?
I think this is going to be a higher scoring game than we saw in game number 2. I can tell you that for sure. As these offenses kind of want to get something going, you don't want to have another 0-0 overtime moment. Because Rocket League is volatile. I mean, anybody can win, anybody can score. It just comes down to that one mistake that we saw Eris make right there. Smith does a good job of keeping this one away, but a great boost steal by Shopify in the corner to start this one off. Shot going to be on target, but sent away almost immediately as Garrett chases this one down. Nice little 50-50 as well. Mist already up on this one early. Going to get into the mid. Is anybody going to be there? Eris just a beat late, and you kind of worry about the offensive rotation because those are definitely options that you have to take advantage of.
I know a lot of people are putting the blame on Eris on that one, but at the same time, I mean, he's a young player. You know, the mistakes are going to be there, but it's a matter of him correcting those mistakes later on, and on top of that, not getting in his own head. This is one of the biggest games of probably his life right now, you know, playing against the Shopify Rebellion team. Look at Eris. Oh, trying to set something up for Garrett G. He had the air dribble, had Eris get that bump. It would have been something missed. Gonna lay this one up, and somehow it goes in the face of 2 defenders for Shopify.
I just want to see kind of what happened here and the reasoning behind this. Mist gets bumped off of that, and yeah, I guess Chicago and two-piece just thought each other had it. They were both in position to make that save. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen, and NRG gets a lead off of probably one that shouldn't have gone in. Whoops.
Yeah, first goal going to be conceded. Oh my, second goal going to be conceded as well. And I was going to say, Mist walks away with this one. Let's watch this one back. Parth just laying this one up for Garrett G, who cheats up. Two-piece, I thought had that one. Thought he had the angle for it, but just couldn't catch up to it. Garrett did a good job at extending that one to the far post.
This is probably just my Grand Champ mind at work, and I'm probably overthinking everything, but I hate seeing heavy cheat-ups like that combined with the person turning upfield after they grab the corner boost in their own corner on kickoff. Like, if he turns back around, that's the easiest save you could possibly think of, as Eris almost gets a massive dunk there. It's like one of my pet peeves. It's like just taking advantage of the opportunities that are given to you, but you don't want to give anybody at this level a kickoff goal that's that easy.
Yeah, I mean, especially at this skill set, you expect, like you said, just a little bit more, I guess, cohesiveness on the kickoff, because there's just so many goals that just happen, I guess, on the kickoff, and so many teams just kind of prep for that as well. But this is Rocket League, anything can kind of happen. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left. Don't panic just yet if you're Shopify, because you still have a lot of time left on the clock, only down by 2. There's another shot fired away. Two-piece gets a nick at it, and it's going to ultimately end in Mist going to pick up his second.
NRG's just on fire today, but unfortunately, it's just kind of those positioning errors, right? Like, two-piece is the only one back. You have Parth just a little bit up, looking for that boost, has to challenge that, and just gets a pinch on the touch from Garrett, shoots it off to the backboard. Mist is able to scoop up something that is right in front of the net. They're not going to miss from there. Like, they're not me, so...
A little bit of an update happening at the upper bracket, the other game that's happening, the boys versus First Class. The boys are now up 2-0 in their first series against First Class. Currently, right now, the only series that's kind of happening right now, not being streamed. So stick with us here, watching this NRG Shopify Rebellion game. It's quickly getting out of control, though. And so far, your prediction has been true. It's 3-0 now in favor of NRG.
I mean, we have 3 times the goals that we had in the last game. So, I mean, I do like being right as Eris has a beautiful flip reset. Chicago getting a nice glancing blow on this one just to kind of make a reset happen. But boost very low right now for Shopify Rebellion. So they're not able to get to that one either. Miss going to take this one low and slow. Going to go ahead and grab that boost as well as Chicago gets it away from 1. Are you going to be able to get this all the way through? Chicago, great job right there. 2-piece with the shot. Eris going to deny once again. And that's kind of what we're seeing. I feel like NRG is defensively rotating much better than they were previously.
Yeah, on top of that, that's a heads-up play right there from Eris, recognizing the threatening shot. Chicago trying to get a second touch on this one. Arth's going to pop this one into the corner, trying to center something. Chicago trying to get something going here on the offensive end for Shopify. It's kind of weird seeing them at the zero at the score line so far, especially how well they played that last game. But for the most part, I think NRG had been doing such a good job figuring out the offense and preventing Shopify Rebellion from even coming over to the orange half.
It's been possession domination so far for NRG. They've really been able to assert their will as Eris. Oh my, if he had 5 more boosts, that might have been the shot of the day. Very close right there. 2-piece over to Chicago in the midfield. Gonna go high, waterfall straight down. Garrett has the read. Puts a little bit too much of a heavy touch on it. Missed. Actually looking for the pass is Eris, and that is not what they were looking for, my man.
That is something that happens in my ranked gameplay over there. That's just crazy. I thought Miss was actually going to try to go for a lead there. Eris was going to set him up perfectly. He had the pop, but nonetheless, Miss just kind of had that one. Now look at Garrett G going up the back wall. Good challenge right there from Parth as well. They need to do something quickly, though. 60 seconds quickly approaching. Eris fires a shot. Going to be denied by Chicago. They bring this one up towards mid. A little bit of trickery trying to come out. Chicago trying to play some mind games.
Yeah, I love the 360 no-scope action right there on the dribble as Eris going to be able to get at least a touch here as Chicago demos him for his effort. Here's Mish just going for the boost steal. You're up 3 goals with, basically 40 seconds to go as Garrett.
4 goals.
Oh my, make it 4. But not only this, look at the patience and the delay on this shot. Obviously, you think this one's just going to be bopped right in the net. He actually just plays it slow and 2-piece just gets caught out completely.
I think the biggest problem with that one was that Parth had absolutely no boost as he had that one on the sidewall, but he knew he needed to go for it or something bad was going to happen. Nonetheless, something bad still happened, and it was a goal conceded by Shopify Rebellion. Garrett G just absolutely having some fun out here. On top of that, why not? You're up 4-0, 30 seconds left. You might as well get a little bit, a little bit crazy, maybe go for some highlight reel clips here, but still, you have to put some respect on Shopify heading into the next game.
Yeah, you absolutely do. Eris, aggressive back pass here over to Garrett G, who's going to get read out by Parth. Chicago doesn't have the read as 2-piece up on this. Not going to be able to make a touch once again. As Miss going to fire this one. Garrett G with the pre-jump off the ceiling. It's going to be read by Chicago to at least get that one away. And yeah, we could pretty much call this game wraps. 4 goals. I mean, this one might find the back of the net. No, it's going to be Garrett shutting it down, and there we go. The ball drops. Not a lot of extracurricular activity in this one. It's NRG going to have an easy win, 4-0. Only 3 total shots for Shopify that game. That is wild to think about.
Yeah, it's Heartbreak Central right there for your Shopify Rebellion fan. There's a lot of those ones floating around as well. You gotta love Shopify for how much they have found success as of late, like I said, in RLCS. But these stats right here, you cannot have these stats against a very, very solid NRG team, especially with what happened last game as well. You cannot afford to set up just have all these missed opportunities essentially on the offensive end. You have to find something that works for you. Go back to the drawing board and maybe talk about what's going on there. Chicago trying to go ahead and maybe reset his car as well as he left the lobby, trying to get something going. Sometimes superstition is a thing, right?
Yeah, I'm not superstitious. I'm just a little bit stitious, as Michael Scott would say. But I mean, yeah, go do a new preset and see if you can get that speed back. Shopify lost on every single metric that game. They lost on boost control, they lost on field possession, they lost on actual field domination, as it's so kindly put in our graphic at the end of the game as well. And when you're seeing things like that happen, as 2-piece actually has a great opportunity here and missed, that's why you're known for defense, brother. It is a very dangerous opportunity, and somehow, some way, Miss is able to find it away. And we have to see Shopify continue this offense, continue this possession, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be happening in the first 15 seconds here.
It's do or die time right now for Shopify Rebellion. This is game number 4. Of course, NRG officially on a match point. And they're doing everything they possibly can to try to push past and get this opening goal. So crucial is this setup. Garrett G, low boost, missed now, up to Eris. Eris gonna go ahead and turn off, looking for that midfield boost. trying to maybe set something up. He knew where Parth was going to do. That's just the smarts, the game sense right there from Eris. Knew exactly where Parth was going to put that ball, and he went for the attack instead of going for the ball.
Yeah, I love seeing that kind of patience, especially from a young player. As 2Piece has a great read right here, but Eris going to be the first one to this. Going to stay on it as well to take a 50. Actually, no, just going to win it out outright. Not a lot of boost to work with. The fake jump, the control, bumps one. Can Garrett get around this? The answer is no, but I love seeing that offense as Mist is there, but Eris gets caught up a little bit in transition. Going to leave Garrett alone on the backside. Is he going to be able to hold this close enough and long enough to be able to get through the Shopify offense?
3:45. This one's going to be a tight-knit game. I can tell already how all these players are playing out here. Could come down to 1 goal differential. Well, let's Shopify. Gets this offense activated. 2Piece definitely needs to get things involved. Chicago as well. We saw like the passing plays coming out early from them, but so far we haven't seen them go back to that strategy just yet. On top of that, we've seen just, I would say, lack of shot attempts as 2Piece puts another one through. And as I say that, I caster bless the Shopify team. Parth opens up with a beautiful goal.
I mean, great flick by 2Piece, but what we're really seeing right here is Garrett getting isolated a lot on the defensive end as third in rotation. We've seen it happen a couple times. He's been able to make some hero plays and get the ball away. When a flick is that good, though, you're going to have to keep it in front of the box, unfortunately. And, I mean, NRG gets punished for not really getting back on defense quick enough.
Eris up in the air now, going for a double touch off the backboard. Garrett G with the putback. Just a very, very solid position right there from Garrett G. On top of that, look at Eris with this setup. 2Piece on the back wall, even trying to drive in reverse to get himself involved on the defensive end. Just a little bit too late and difficult as well, I might say, to try to reverse on the back wall. A little bit more of an update. The boys sweep first class 3-0 in the lower brackets. So unfortunate for first class, but I believe that their run ends here. 2Piece fired a shot. Eris denies him. Nice touch by Mist to get this one over into the corner.
Yeah, good job by Eris, too, just getting that away from the offense. Is Garrett going to take to the skies on this one? Looking for that ceiling pinch, going to lose it out to 2Piece. It's going to be down in front. Mist is isolated alone. Yeah. Top corner, not going to be found. Here's Parth over both defenders. Shopify going to go up 2-1.
Yeah, what happens here is that Eris rotates all the way back to the blue half of the field. He was trying to go for the 100 boost and start the boost starvation process. Garrett G initially had the open lane to pass that one upfield to Eris, but he got challenged early, and that opportunity got taken away, left Mist in a compromising position right there. So unfortunate for NRG. They do concede another goal. Shopify Rebellion take the lead.
It's a good job, honestly, just by them being able to get away from basically that offense right there. Shopify's doing a great job of challenging in the midfield early and just kind of going over the top as 2Piece going to get bumped off of this one. Garrett's going to be alone again, going to get demoed for their effort as well. Parth, flip reset here, going to get it up high. Is anybody going to be there? Yes, it's going to be Mist to get it away. There's still a ton of time left in this game right now, but Shopify's offense has been a lot more cohesive this game.
Yeah, on top of that, we were talking about 2Piece, being the front runner for this offense for them. And speaking of which, he tried to set something up. That was Parth. Chicago with the putback as well, going to be a little bit too wide. But so far, it's been Parth who has been taking to the skies as he goes for another one. He has himself 2 goals already for Shopify. Under 2 minutes to go now. This one getting a little bit more tight the more we progress, and you start to see Shopify Rebellion mount so much pressure onto NRG. They have to be very, very patient and very crucial with some of these lanes that they're starting to take back on the defensive end.
I mean, they're taking the lanes, but look how low the boost is. Finally, NRG with that clear is able to get some semblance of boost on their side as Mist doesn't have anything to work with here. Not going to be able to win that challenge as 2Piece going to come over to the side. Garrett off of Mist to pop this one up. Here's Parth going for the shot, going for the double. Not going to be able to find it as Mist. Going to be able to get this over to Garrett. Shot on target, going to be saved by Chicago.
Garrett G had like 30 boosts there, but that was such a good setup by Mist. The cohesiveness between them two have been something great to watch. Eris going for the bump play now onto the defense. Open that opportunity for Shopify. No one really trying to challenge that ball. Garrett's just going to go ahead and take this one very slow. Go for the boost at midfield, but that's a good challenge from Chicago to try to negate some of this offense from NRG.
Yeah, I mean, Chicago's been doing a great job of, again, just kind of shutting down that offense. He's been a little bit more back in the offense. Oh, as that dunk is going to come through, but Parth actually going to clear that off of the post. That is very disappointing to see the crossbar. Another opportunity for Shopify going to be shut down as Chicago going to leave this one in the mid. Here's Mist to the skies, has the boost, going to be able to win the challenge as well, but Chicago going to get a big clear. NRG has to start from square one with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, Chicago's such a smart player, recognizing that Garrett G had a nice setup, and regardless if he had scored that one himself, it was going to be a maybe a pass off the backboard or something like that. Nice save right here from Garrett G. Two-piece. The great shot. Parth being very patient, trying to play some mind games. Two-piece with a go-ahead goal. Mist going to deny him. Eris trying to get the advancement upfield as well. Last-ditch effort here from NRG. Can they get something going with the last 10 seconds? Back towards midfield. Parth with the takeaway. Garrett G maybe trying to set Mist up. Chicago just bring this one over to the side. All zeros on the clock. Can we see a goal from Chicago? Not going to be happening, but Garrett G on the goal line for NRG. Denied him ultimately, but still, Shopify Rebellion will take this one 2-1.
I mean, just look at the shot disparity. I think that's the biggest thing right there. I mean, you're looking at 6 total compared to just 6 for Parth and Chicago. And oh, by the way, Two-Piece has 8. So Two-Piece outshot everybody. Doesn't get a goal off of it, but a lot of good offensive pressure. And this has been like an entirety of a chess match right here. And it's just lovely to see, right? This is just punches and counter punches. We're continuing to see kind of the switch ups in style. It hasn't been too crazy, but Shopify really focusing on getting that boost away from NRG because that's what led them to the game 3 win. NRG had no boost right there. You mentioned in that very last touch, you're like, Garrett trying to set up somebody? No, he just didn't have any boost. So he had to just loft it to the midfield and hope something good happened. And they essentially got starved out for the last 2 minutes of the game. So NRG, get yourself some boost. We're going to game number 5. Shopify has the momentum after winning game 4. We're going to see how it ends up.
Yeah, I mean, towards the tail end of that game as well, Shopify really impressed me. They started to pick up the pace a little bit. They started to actually control the ball, be a little bit more methodical with some of their touches, and try to set some, something up. Regardless of if it was a goal or not, they definitely started to adjust their gameplay just a tad bit. But nonetheless, game number 5 is on our hands. 5 minutes on the clock. Who is going to win this one, NRG or Shopify Rebellion?
The good news is, Whoops, that regardless of who loses, they still have another life because they were able to win their groups yesterday. So neither of these teams we're going to say goodbye to. The big thing here, though, is making sure you can get yourself to the winter final. And Air 404, defense not found. Parth finds Two-Piece, and it's going to be 1-0 early here. I want to see what happened. Garrett gets beat. Eris is just last there, and nobody's there. And a nice little turn there by Two-Piece to be able to push the offense into a goal.
Yeah, I want to say Eris challenged a tad bit early. I'm not too sure if that was the case or not, but nonetheless, it results in the goal. Shopify Rebellion definitely starting things off on the right foot. I think this might be... No, I think they scored a goal early on. I was going to say this might be the first time, but nonetheless, maybe 2 goals for them. A little bit too hard for Chicago right there to put that one in. 2 goals in the first 30 seconds of this game would have been detrimental to the mentality so far of NRG.
Again, Garrett with no boost here actually wins that flick. Okay, can you get it past Chicago? No, but it's still going to stay up. Eris taking this one slow, going to go for the flip reset, not going to be able to find it as missed his last back here. Has to avoid the demo. Two-piece rocket of a shot. Actually going to go bar and down. You said it's going to be detrimental. There it is. We're not even a minute in, and Shopify is taking a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, that's unfortunate right there. Mist was just in no man's land, just had to put something, slow the ball down just a tad bit. Unfortunately, he just set up Two-Piece perfectly. Garrett G was back as well. I thought he might have had a crack at that one, but didn't work out in their favor. This one's popped up in the air now. Chicago gonna try to center this one, maybe get something going. That one's off the sidewall as well. Good challenge from Mist. Garrett G now brings this one up towards midfield. Another shot coming through for Two-Piece. That one's denied though by Mist.
Might be denied, but a boost steal in the corner again going to allow Shopify to have more offense here as Mist not able to get a strong touch on that. Chicago over the top looking for the midfield, going to have another touch. Pass through, going to get a 50 on Eris here as well, who's going to finally be able to take this one out. Takes it low, wins one challenge. Kind of awkward here, not a lot of boost to work with. This Parth is going to get a skied clear right here just to relieve some of that pressure. Whoops.
3:25, no panic just yet. Garrett G now towards mid. Mist going for the 50-50. Sets up Garrett G. Garrett with a far shot. Oh my goodness, almost had the double. I was going to say he was trying to mix things up. Parth had a go-ahead goal for him as well, but the hustle back on defense is so impressive. Eris, flip reset, doesn't use it. Trying to maybe bait Chicago into challenging early. Garrett G now going to pop that one towards mid. Parth, shot. Chicago with the redirect. Almost finds Pater.
Just wide though, and it looks like NRG has an opportunity here. Missed, good shot. Two-piece with the clear, but another boost steal coming in for NRG. They're starting to get that down, but Two-piece is going to secure a demo to get rid of that boost. Shot from Garrett, however. Wow. How did Chicago save that? What is that angle?
Chicago hit one of those angles yesterday. Check out the Twitter for Tactical Banditry to see that shot, and it was absolutely disgusting, the double touch that he had. But now he digs this one out. Garrett G is denied. NRG is denied as well, and you have to start to feel that frustration If you're on the offensive side, Chicago with a nice setup as well. Garrett G going to deny him. Hard with the putback. Two-piece lurking at midfield, waiting for this ball. Garrett G down to Eris. Two-piece now, trying to set something up. Off the backboard we go, and this is the pressure we started to see in Game 4 from Shopify Rebellion.
They're doing a great job right now, just kind of applying that lockdown pressure. This ball is not leaving the midfield whatsoever. Misty are a little bit awkward, gonna have to jump up, gonna get the 50 on it. Chicago gets credited with a shot. Garrett's gonna be able to get this one away. Eris is able to secure 100 boost as Garrett just kind of dumps this one downfield, hoping to go ahead and get that clear, and a great touch here by Two-Piece gonna potentially lead to offense. The answer is gonna be no, but missed last back. This should be a free goal, and it is.
Yeah, that's just everybody pretty much on NRG trying to just, go forward and trying to score a goal, essentially. I'm not really too mad at them for that, to try to overextend themselves just a tad bit, but at the same time, maybe not necessary right now in this situation, because they're only down by 2 with 1 minute and 42 left. You're trying to overextend on the offensive side, and you pay the price for it by conceding a goal. So Shopify Rebellion up by 3 so far. Definitely pulling off this comeback in this series. NRG was on match point, and Shopify Rebellion just pulled this one back in their favor.
Yeah, and it's going to be the boost steals in the corner coming up from Shopify once again, as Parth might have a dunk here. This is going to be down in front. Chicago committing here. Going to get the shot just high. Mist is able to force this one through, and this might be the opportunity that NRG needs to get on the board. Chicago diving back. Mist going to beat out 1. Does he have 2? The answer is no. Two-piece going to come over the top and get the demo, so Mist is going to be alone. Solo dolo play. Not going to find much, as Parth going to be there to dribble this one out. Garrett G cuts it off, but gets demoed for their effort. And once again, the rundown. Parth playing lead block, but he's going to get bumped by Garrett into the ball, and this is kind of just a cluster mess right now with NRG not having a lot of boost.
On top of that, I think that's the second or third time that Eris has challenged a little bit too early, in my personal opinion. This is going to be put back easily by Chicago. Nice little waterfall pass down from Two-Piece. I think he has himself 2 goals. It might have himself 2 assists as well. Nope, just only 1 assist, but 3 saves for Two-Piece as well. But Eris, the overcommitment right now towards that midfield line, being the third man back, I think has been some of the the focal point of this game. He's conceded a couple of goals here, but at the same time, I really feel like NRG really hasn't been pushing the envelope on defense.
They haven't been able to push any envelopes because they haven't had any boost. Whoops, like they're just getting murdered on the boost battle right now by Shopify Rebellion. And I mean, you can look at the shot total and it just tells the entire story right there, as Mist has no boost either, so has to loft it up to Eris. Shot not going to be found. There's Garrett with 1 on the board. Right now, I mean, I like it too, but 14-7 right now is shot totals. And I'm sorry, NRG can be a counterattacking team, and they have had success doing it against teams like G2 in the past. But I'm sorry, you're not going to beat Shopify if you're getting outshot by double your current shots.
Yeah, some people still believe that there's hope in this game, and there could be. This is Rocket League, of course, and there was a couple of fast goals, but obviously maybe not enough time. 20 seconds left. Garrett G, maybe a pass down over to Mist. Two-Piece says, no thank you. We're going to deny that one before it even sets itself up. So it's looking like Shopify Rebellion is going to hang on to this 3-goal lead and move on in the upper bracket to face either Heybro or Partic. Two-Piece denies that shot as well. Missed. Gonna pop this one up in the air. Chicago now off the right-hand side. All zeros on the clock. As soon as this one hits the ground, it should be all said and done. And Garrett G trying maybe to get some momentum over into the next game. But regardless of the fact, Shopify Rebellion hangs on and stays in the upper bracket.
They are going to probably be facing Heybro. I'm just going to throw it out there. If Partic gets that upset, that's great for them. But Heybro has been just skyrunning through just about everything. So it is what it is. Also, whoops, I don't want to toot my own horn too hard here, but Shopify in 5. I don't want to say I called it, but I called it.
Hey, I'll give you credit where credit's due. You did call it, and on top of that, you had some really, really good takes as well, as far as the breakdown of what team was, what they were doing on the field and stuff like that too. So hats off to you, Visionary, for calling it right, and a couple other people as well. Get your channel points if you bet on Shopify Rebellion. But nonetheless, it was still a great series between these two teams. I know it kind of got a little out of control in that game number 5 in favor of Shopify Rebellion, but this NRG team still pretty impressive. They were on match point. To kind of do that against a very, very good Shopify Rebellion team has to show some sort of step in the right direction for NRG.
Oh, it's absolutely a step in the right direction. They got taken to 5 games by both teams yesterday, and it seems like they're continuing that curse. So we'll see if they go to game 5 in the lower round. Until then, though, I think we need a little breather here. That was a long series. It was a hard-fought series, and Shopify going to be moving on. And also, we need to be able to provide those bracket updates, right? And I don't think we get that unless we take a break.
Yeah, I think we are going to take a quick break real quick. I know for a fact that the boys did beat First Class. Just a little bit of update if you guys are just joining us. They swept First Class 3-0 in the lower part of the bracket, but we will get that bracket updated and shown to you guys after this break. We do have some more Rocket League action, so don't go anywhere. Hello, and welcome back to the $7,000 Bandits on Wheels Fall Showdown number 2. This is day 3, and it's Championship Sunday. Thank you very much for being here with us. Whoops You Visionary on the desk, and you guys just missed an absolute banger of a best of 5 matchup. That was NRG taking on Shopify Rebellion, and Shopify Rebellion advancing in the upper brackets. Speaking of the bracket, let's take a look at that one real quick. Upper bracket, Hey Bro 3-1 over Suck Parktick. So they're going to be taking on Hey Bro versus Shopify Rebellion in the upper finals. Lower bracket over 1901 with the 1-3 loss against Frosty's Minions. First class, of course, we talked about that beforehand in the lower round, 3-0 against the boys. Now we find ourselves with NRG versus Frosty's Minions. That's what's going to be streamed right here on the channel. And then Suck Parktick versus the boys is going to be streamed, or not streamed, I'm sorry, off stream. But this is going to be a banger matchup as well. We have a lot of big names in this game. Speaking of which, a couple of people that you guys might remember, Com, of course, on this roster. What do you think about this matchup here?
I think this matchup is pretty much the same as the last one. As far as how it's going to be played, it's going to be quick. I think Frosty is really the X factor here, and I want to see Frosty versus Eris and kind of that duel, because Eris didn't have the best positioning in the last series. If he can clean that up and play a little bit more solid in that rotation, I think this is going to be, another 5-game series for the most part. But I did say yesterday that Frosty's was probably the most likely one to make a lower bracket run. I think it's going to be really up, of course, to Frosty and Noli, just to see kind of what they're going to end up doing here today. And, NRG, you played 5, you have to go right back at it, which is always rough.
Yeah, but at the same time, a little bit more warmed up. You took out a very, very solid team in your first round. So, now you have a little bit of intermission here to kind of talk about what happened, maybe go back to the drawing board and adjust, and it's going to have to happen. Frosty's Minions, a very, very tough team. Starting roster for them is going to be, of course, Frosty, the young phenom, 15 years old. Noli and Com is the starting roster for them. And of course, we just seen NRG on the last previous game. So Frosty, a little bit of insight. This is the only information I have of him because he doesn't really have too much information. He's just new to the scene, about 2 to 3 months, SSL top 10 and 2s for the last couple of seasons. So it's a good thing for him to kind of be here in the scene. And on top of that, pairing with somebody like Noli, pairing with Com, just getting that sense down, it's going to really help with his career further on.
It certainly is, and I'm really excited to see it, obviously. I think the other big kind of storyline that we didn't say is Hey Bro actually dropped the game. So,
wow, yeah.
Surprising enough, they lost their first game of the entire tournament, but I am ready. I think I'm ready. I think the players are chomping at the bit right now, Whoops, to go ahead and get in this game. So I have to ask you, since you asked me last time, who do you got? What's your prediction?
Oh man, it's gonna be tough. I mean, if we see NRG come out and play like how they did, I think it's gonna be definitely a tough series for them. Frosty's Minions, on the other hand, I didn't really get to see that first game with them, so I'm anxious to kind of see who it's gonna be. But if I have to pick a side, I think I'm gonna go ahead and go with NRG. I think Eris definitely has a lot of room to improve here. I think Garrett G and Mist, these guys are gonna synergize, but it's gonna be tough for them as we start this game number 1.
Well, remember that they are fighting for their lives now. NRG now dropped to lowers. Is Garrett going to win an initial challenge? Get a touch to the midfield, but Com going to be able to cut that one out as we start off game number 1 in this best of 5 series. Is Eris going to win another challenge? Nolly here going to get bumped off of that one. That's just rude. That man has a family, but he's still going to somehow get to the ball in time. So we start out with the first offensive possession right here for Frosty's Minions. It's going to be a save by Garrett G.
Here comes Eris. He's trying to set something up, but that opportunity was taken away by Noli. Com now has this one dead to rights. Speaking of dead, Eris says, no thank you. We're not going to even risk that one happening. We know what you can do on the offensive end. We've seen it yesterday when we were covering, this Frosty's Minions squad. Com popped off on the offensive end, and we were talking about how defensive-minded he is. So if he gets the offense activated once again, it's going to be a long day for NRG.
Oh my God, double demo is going to leave this wide open. Does Garrett have enough boost to get back to it? Flip reset. Oh my, Garrett, but it's going to be off the crossbar, off the post and out. That was a gorgeous play. And just Rocket League physics yoinked it from him.
Yeah, my jaw is still on the ground. I thought Garrett was going to pull that one out and NRG was going to go up by 1, but nonetheless, still a struggle for NRG on the offensive end. Good 50 right here from Com. Overpass to Noli. Noli sizes it up, but missed. Is going to deny him. Eris with a far clear. They got to reset this one on the offensive end. Frosty now 1v1 versus Garrett. A good challenge and pressure right there from Garrett G.
Big demos, just kind of back and forth. Both teams throwing haymakers here in the midfield.
Would you expect anything less, though? Seriously, with Com on the field, would you expect anything less?
I wouldn't, but I don't think Calm has gotten that demo yet. Like this has been Nolly doing a lot of work. This has been Frosty getting a few demos here and there. Good touch by Mist to make awkwardness abound, but what a read by Noli to get that one away as Eris gonna catch this one, take it low and slow, get the flick over one. Gonna take possession again, good read right there. Frosty's gonna cut him out. Calm back to Frosty with a full tank of boost right now. Gonna take to the skies, tries to get it over one, gets bumped off the play as Mist is gonna come through here. Calm there in the midfield once again, and this is kind of what we've been seeing and what we saw in the Shopify series as well. NRG is losing those midfield challenges and not really able to convert that into any offense as Frosty able to tap this over to Calm to at least keep the danger away for now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's a good little design right there. It's a heads-up play from Frosty, clearing it over to Calm, and Noli was there as well to pick up the slack, and so far it's been a 50-50 towards that midfield line. Noli up to Frosty, Garrett G up in the air. Frosty with the beat though, can he get the second touch? He does use the flip, but he gets bumped away by Mist.
Great job by Mist, just securing boost there as well. I think that's kind of underrated, but that's really where they struggled in their losses versus Shopify, was being able to secure your own corner boost. So definitely love seeing that as Calm going to take this one low, going to leave it for Noli, going to be able to pass it one. However, Eris going to be able to get that away. Mist on the transition right now, going to beat out Frosty, but nobody is going to be there. The turnaround and the demo right there. So the shot comes in, going to be denied once again, and we are just back and forth, and it just looks like counter punches basically the whole entire time. It's just instant transitions as Frosty has an opportunity here. Do you have the double? Yes, you do. Frosty able to get the minions the 1-goal lead.
Such a good play right here from Frosty. Like we talked about beforehand, young player, awesome game sense, sets up the double. He knew he had to extend out to the far goal post, using all that boost to achieve that. 1-0 in favor of Frosty's minions. This is going to be a back and forth bout between both of these teams. I'm telling you that right now. I think both, for the most part, I really want to say both of these teams are pretty much defensive minded with a little bit of offense. And I want to say the favor is a little bit in favor of Frosty's minions, I would say.
Right now it is. I think the big thing right there is we kind of mentioned Eris's positioning, and he got dusted. He was in the same exact spot Garrett G was, and they double committed on that goal. So those errors still haven't been completely cleared yet, as that's a good save by Eris. Is Calm trying to get a shot on, going to get it off to the side. Here's Garrett lofting that one up, but going to be cut off at the midfield again. Noli does have a second touch here. It's going to be up to Mist. He's going to be able to cut off the shot as Calm going to be able to keep this in the orange half, and it's happening again. Not a lot of boost for NRG. They're losing challenges, and opportunities are abound right now as Garrett's finally able to get that one away.
Yeah, Mist trying to set something up. 60 seconds on the clock. Noli, always dangerous in the air. It's a good job by Eris right here, lurking this one at midfield. Soft touch from Garrett. Eris with the shot. Eris with the putback off the woodwork. Not going to find its mark. NRG still struggling on the offensive end. Eris going right back to work. Garrett G now, I was going to say, has to come up on this one. Has to be a little bit more aggressive. Still, NRG trying to find this first goal. Another shot being fired away by Eris. The pressure's definitely being felt now on Frosty's minions. Nice center from Garrett G. Missed now. And might have a crack at this one. Eris, once again, open, finds the net, drills it home. We have ourselves a tie ball game.
That is a phenomenal job here by Mist, recognizing that Frosty's just coming off the spawn. He's going to be sitting on the back post. What do? We don't solo. We pass this through all three members. Eris finds the gap, and Frosty's minions not able to defend that one, and we're tied up with 23 seconds to go. While I will say, this does feel a lot more measured, a lot more slow paced than that series versus Shopify Rebellion for NRG.
Yeah, it's a little bit more methodical for sure. 15 seconds. Eris extends this one. Missed. Almost with the redirect. Garrett G comes from nowhere. NRG take the lead late.
That's a massive clear by Eris there, and Mist somehow gets this dunk perfectly, and Garrett, right spot, right time. Captain America always finds a way to get the goal.
10 seconds left, and Frosty's minions pull off a miracle right now. There's the setup. Noli Missed with a takeaway. Calm pops it up for Frosty. Eris with a good challenge. That one should take off the clock, but can we have some 0-second heroics? Noli pops it over to the corner. Calm, corner as well, or to the sidewall, my apologies. That one's gonna be picked up as well. Eris takes this one back. Frosty has to keep it up. He does just that. Has to be very smart where he puts this one. Garrett G is up. He tries to drill it down, and he does. NRG hang on, and they win this matchup 2-1.
Phenomenal job by NRG, just really never giving up there. They didn't have a ton of offense on either side. A lot of ping pong. You can see the possession basically even. Ball spent a little bit more time, of course, in NRG's half, but that time they didn't push forward. They didn't get antsy. They just played what was given to them, and it happened to be at 32 seconds. Frosty's minions finally broke down. They're able to get a goal, and then after that, the floodgates open. Here's a huge dunk by Mist, who got both assists in that game. They're able to swing it through and take game one, but I mean, it doesn't really mean much when they took game one in the last series as well.
I mean, they were also on match point for quite a bit of time as well, but I mean, if they get this offense clicking, they're definitely gonna be a little bit dangerous, and we haven't really seen Eris pop off just too much, so I think he really needs to get involved a lot more on the offensive end if NRG is gonna find some success, and he set something up. I mean, they set up a lot of plays there in game number one. He walked away with a goal, but he just has to be smarter with some of his approaches. On top of that, I want to see NRG be a little bit more aggressive. See a close shot right here from Com that's gonna be saved away, but I want to see NRG be a little bit more aggressive. I feel like there's a lot of chances for them for the second touches. Speaking of which, two people get this job done. Garrett's gonna get credited with the goal, but watch this bump right here from Mist to solidify this goal.
Hey, why don't you go ahead and get a little bit more power on that, Garrett? We're just gonna, the power of friendship, as you said yesterday, right? With our powers combined, call him Captain Planet now, I guess? Like, we can go ahead and roll it out all day. It's a great job right there by Mist. Garrett gonna have to defend against this double tap, though. It's a fake. It's gonna be played low by Nolly, and it's right back. You know, all it takes is a kickoff. And again, we see somebody out of position because they turn upfield, and Garrett just has to go ahead and challenge ASAP. And you turn back, maybe you have an opportunity to clear that off the backboard instead. I don't know if I'm wrong, but I continue to see that happen with heavy cheats, and it causes goals on the other side.
I mean, you have to respect the double in that situation. That's what it comes down to. That's what Garrett did, in my personal opinion. Mist was there as well for some support, but at the same time, there was just a great job, great placement as well to kind of put that one right back in their faces. Nonetheless, we have ourselves a tie ball game. Cross shot coming from Eris. Going to be denied by Noli. Eris with a demolition onto Com. Mist trying to set something up. Maybe the opportunity taken away. Garrett G drills it home. That's his second. NRG up by one again.
I want you to just go ahead and focus on Eris here. He gets the demo, and then he just bullies Nolly out of the net. Just like, absolutely like, hey, brother, there's no chance you're defending this. You can go bye-bye now, and we're going to get this goal. Great job by Mist of getting a controlled pass. Better job by Eris of just wrecking everything that Frosty's minions had going for them in that. That pinch is extremely volatile and dangerous.
Oh, there's Frosty trying to go for a demolition play. Nolly had that one. Here comes Com now, going to fire a shot off the backboard. Nolly, he was there, trying to put that one in, have themselves the equalizer. Only a minute off the clock right now, Visionary. I can't believe I'm saying that. There has been so much action here in the opening segment of game number two.
And there certainly has been. Is Frosty going to lose that challenge out? The Com is going to be there, keep it close to the vest. Is Noli going to be able to look for a clear here? Gets it through the midfield. Good 50-50, going to shoot it off to the side. It's going to be Frosty getting one read on the backboard. Not going to be able to get much here as this is just lobbed up. Here's Com looking for Noli. Quick counterattack opportunity. Frosty cherry picking this. Not going to be able to find the touch as Noli still keeps it in the orange half as Eris gets it clear.
Here comes Com off the backboard. Good job extending this play. Frosty try to fire that one to set something up, maybe get possession. Garrett G does take the opportunity away. A little bit of a risky save right there from Com, but he definitely needed to respect that shot that was on. Eris gets a nice bump on the Com. It's gonna be a 2v3 situation or 2v2 situation. Molly off the backboard, Garrett G with the dunk. So dangerous, almost put that one in. NRG went up by 2 in that situation, would have been really surprising. They still have a chance to do it. Eris backflip. Trying to throw off the defense just a tad bit, but the pressure's starting to be mounted so far for NRG.
And they are certainly mounting the pressure, but Nolly going to get a good beat right there. Frosty, do you have this read? The answer is no. Mist is able to get a touch, and Com's actually going to get bumped out of the way, so they have to rush over to this ball. 3v1 opportunity. Nobody's back. Air 404. Defense not found. Mist is going to find an easy goal from the midfield.
I love that. Error 404. Defense not found. Mist slots this one in. Easy gimme goal. Right towards midfield. Bounce shot, undefeated, some might say. About halfway in this game, up by 2 now is NRG. This is going to be huge for them too. They're going to move on to match point if they actually hold this lead. Garrett G off the backboard. Here comes Mist. This pressure has just been so detrimental to Frosty's minions. Haven't even had a chance to activate their offense just yet. Got to see Frosty pop off early. Com has just been a nuisance on the offensive end. This is off the backboard. Noli with a good job, kind of keeping that one over into the corner. Frosty extends this one towards the end. Has to be respected by Mist as well. Good 50-50, open net opportunity. Can Com hustle back for this one? He does put it off the top crossbar. Is there a putback right here for NRG? Eris off the backboard once again. That's going to be good 50-51 by Frosty's minions.
Good job by Com just to get that one away and out of danger for a minute, but no boost. He's going to have to fake this. Nolly going to be there, luckily enough, is Mist able to get a touch in the midfield. And something that I've noticed out of both these teams that we didn't really see a ton of in game number one is the defensive passing that leads to counterattacks. We have not seen that out of NRG, and that's a wrinkle that they've added to their game here in the second series that I am really enjoying.
Minute and 22 seconds left. And they tack one on to maybe be down by one. Here comes Frosty off of the ceiling. Eris, good challenge early. Com brings this one right back. Mist is going to challenge that one outside the box. Just for the most part, it's been a good job by NRG taking away some of these shooting lanes, taking away some of these passing lanes early on to pretty much keep Frosty's minions in check. Under 60 seconds to go now. Frosty up in the air, flip reset, trying to extend this play over towards the opposite end. He does do just that, but 50 seconds left. Frosty's minions need to make something out of this possession, and Com tries to stretch out. He had no boost though.
Just try on boost, great opportunity, just not able to find that finishing touch, and that's really what it feels like for Frosty's minions so far. They've had great offense, they just haven't been able to get that final dagger in the coffin, essentially, to get themselves back within this game, as Nolly's going to be able to get that away, but not going to be able to find anything off of it. Garrett going to have a ton of time, and when you do that, it doesn't really matter. You're burning time off the clock. In those situations right now, it's extremely difficult with only 20 seconds to get two. You basically have to get one right now to get yourself set up, and Frosty has to go back for boost, as Nolly's going to win that challenge, but nobody's going to be close enough to actually get anything here, as Eris has a magnificent challenge to put this through and run more time off the clock. Garrett pass to the midfield, not going to be there. A little bit of a triple commit, and that is going to burn time off the clock. NRG is going to be on match point.
Such a fantastic job by NRG. Frosty hanging out in the net over on the opposite end and just waiting for that one to kind of hit the ground. So, like you said, NRG on match point. We saw this before, though, with Shopify Rebellion. So they have to actually get this one done, and it would be an impressive performance nonetheless if they get this one done in 3 and sweep Frosty's minions with a star-studded cast how they have.
Certainly is, and I think what we're really not seeing out of them is like Frosty hasn't been extremely dynamic like he was yesterday. And I think that's the real difference in this series so far, is Eris has really stepped up. Obviously, it doesn't look like he did a lot that game, but he filled gaps. He was in rotation. He didn't make those critical mistakes that we saw in the previous series and in game number 1 with that double commit that led to the Frosty's minions goal. He's not hurting them actively right now, and Frosty isn't doing enough to overcome everything else.
I 100% agree with you on that one. Eris has stepped up big time in this series so far. I know last time he kind of struggled just a tad bit, but at the same time, it doesn't really look like it on the scoreboard side of the thing, but there's a lot more that goes into Rocket League than just touches on the ball. That's where you get the majority of your points, shots as well as that. But I mean, I think as far as his positioning goes, look at him back off the ball right here as Mist tries to size something up. But yeah, nonetheless, I think the more that they play, the better that it's going to be here for NRG.
I certainly agree with you. That's a great shot on target. Mist is going to fill rotation perfectly. Another drop down in front. Noli going to be there. Going to get one over the top. Is anybody in net? The answer is no. And there's Frosty. He heard us talking about him, man, and he's going to go ahead and give the minions a 1-goal lead.
Oh, this hurts right here on the goal line. Just lingers. Frosty, though, right place, right time, strikes, and that's what you need to do if you're Frosty's minions, because you're done in the series. You're fighting to stay alive. This is a lower bracket. It's do or die time. How can I stress this enough?
You can't, honestly. I mean, it's gonna be down to NRG to kind of get that offense going once again. Defensive pass might go awry, but Frosty's not able to make the read. That was very errant. Luckily enough, it wasn't able to come through, as Nolly gonna do a good job. Be able to get that one away. Is Com going to get a technical save on that one. Missed a little bit awkward here. Going to play it slow. Frosty going to get it through one. Get the bump on another. Garrett has to dive off the backboard, but not able to get this good center ball. Going to be cut off by Eris once again. Is Com going to have possession in a 1v1 opportunity. Going to find Nolly, but it's not going to be there. Once again, shot not on target as this pressure continues again for the minions.
A good cross right there for Mist to kind of get this one upfield. Give a chance for the offense to kind of score. NRG's met by pretty much 2 defenders right there from Frosty's minions. Couldn't really get anything going. So right now, Frosty's minions have all the pressure all the time in the world as well to kind of play keep away at this point in time. But I still want to see them be activated a lot more on the offensive end. I really feel like 1 goal is not going to be enough to kind of push past NRG. As I say that, Garrett G is going to rattle the cages. Eris with the putback as well. This now just waiting patiently, being that third man back. Frosty, great job extending his play. On top of that, utilizing his boost.
Yeah, and a good just like little shadow there by Calm as well to buy some time to allow Nolly to come in, get that boost, and get it away as Frosty's going to be there. Here's the defensive pass. No, going to leave it for the solo. Garrett's going to be able to pop that one up. I really like what I'm seeing right now. And the big thing is NRG is not rushing. I think that's the big thing we need to look at right now. So we kind of saw them get antsy when they were down earlier. This is going to be a touch over the top. Is anybody going to be there? It's going to be missed to save this. They're doing a good job of staying in rotation right now as there's a pass over to Garrett G. Over the top, but it's going to be Frosty on the backboard. Calm, little double commit, going to leave this one awkward in front. And somehow, some way, it's going to get cleared all the way to the opposite side. That was a dangerous touch. And Calm finally joining the demo party. I don't think he's had one just yet, but he finally gets on the board with it.
About the midway point in this game, NRG has to start pushing the pace just a little bit more. Good job by Calm right there with the fake. Noli was low. He did put a shot on. One was just saved away. Now it's time for NRG to kind of set something up. Double commitment right there from Frosty's minions. Noli, always dangerous in the air. Garrett G with the takeaway though. Good job with the setup right there from Garrett. You know, he got right in the face of Noli, and he also took away that shooting lane as well. Frosty now gonna set this one up for Noli. Noli hunting. Oh, Calm not there. I want to see him be a little bit more aggressive on the offensive end and maybe push up just a tad bit. But you know, you're up by one in this situation. Maybe he just didn't want to push up too far as he was that third man in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, you want to, but no one goal lead is ever safe in Rocket League. Is Garrett going to get that one over to the side? Calm's going to get credited with the save as we come over the top. A minute 43 left. Mist is not able to make connection there. Here's the opportunity. 2v1 right now. Frosty playing lead blocker, but just doesn't find the flip reset. Not only going to be there, Eris. Great rotation to be able to get that one away as Calm looking to continue this offense. Double tap going to be fouled, but Mist with the goal line save again.
Huge stop right there from Mist. Off the backboard now, Noli gonna advance that one over towards the right-hand side. Still keeping the pressure on. Garrett G at midfield. Saving a little bit of this boost. Nice flip reset to extend this play. Frosty, though, open net. Miss has to hustle back. He does do just that. Almost 60 seconds remaining. So far, the lack of offense from NRG. Can't even really get set on the offensive side so far has been the storyline in this game number 3. But Frosty's minions have been doing such a good job taking away a lot of opportunities, jumping some of these planes. This might be a chance right here from Mist, going for the bump. Maybe he does get the demolition on the Noli. But still, 45 seconds left. What do you want to see here, Viz?
I just want to see some kind of cohesive offense from them. They have to get set. They have to get some boost, and it's going to be stolen out once again. There's Eris with an opportunity. Frosty here, going to be a little bit awkward, but you see Nolly going to go ahead and play in front. NRG just needs to get something going. I don't know what that is right now and what that looks like, but they need boost and they need to stop this defensive passing that is just shooting gaps right now for Frosty's minions, just burning all the time in the world.
15 seconds left. Frosty at midfield happily takes a lot more seconds off that clock. He's going to get that midfield boost too and get the control. Last chance right here. Missed. Has to worry about Calm behind him. Set it up. Garrett G! The hero, Captain America himself, pushes this one in. And we're looking at potential overtime here in game 3.
What a shot. Crossbar down, upper 90, directly to the far post. You were not getting there. I'm sorry, with the pace that ball was hitting at, Garrett just absolutely slots one and gets an opportunity here for NRG to close out this series. And we're going to see Frosty kind of take it over the top. Extracurricular activity happening with 0 seconds. Frosty has a ton of boost. Actually going to push this down the pitch. Garrett's going to get the save, but this is dangerous. Calm going to be denied by Garrett again. How did he hang there? How does he do it?
I don't know.
Garrett G continues to bail out NRG.
I do not know how he had enough boost or momentum or whatever you want to call it, magical, mystical powers to stop that one from going in, but he did. And we have ourselves in overtime. Do or die situation right now for Frosty's minions as that one rattles the backboard as well. Miss going to be at midfield. Eris, nice backwards flick right there over towards Garrett G. It's going to unfortunately be found in the hands of Frosty. Here comes Noli now. Good win, 50-50. Low, Eris challenges that one. Frosty off the sidewall, maybe towards midfield. Mist has to respect it. Over back towards midfield. We find ourselves at this midfield line control. Who's going to win it to advance themselves pretty much with the little bit of advantageous position?
Right now, it's just back and forth. We're playing ping pong. Everything has been in the midfield. Every single challenge, every single ball just gets sent right on back. And we kind of see the pace of play slowing down a bit as we get into this overtime. Garrett looking for the pass back to Mist, not going to be able to find it through Calm. Has another opportunity. Garrett's just going to kind of be a nuisance here. Really hasn't left that rotation at all. Just kind of keeps circling the drain there in the corners. This one is going to be pushed out. Great job by Calm there. A lot of people aren't going to recognize this. He literally pinched that just so that ball could get away and get a little bit more pace on it so it wasn't as dangerous.
I do love this touch right here from Eris as well. Didn't really have the boost to kind of follow up with that touch, but still keeps the possession, keeps the pressure on, and with energy, keeps this pressure. They should find themselves with a goal here pretty soon. Shot coming through from Mist. Garachi, 100 boosts in the tank. And he get the job done himself once again, going for an early challenge, though. I believe that one was Noli. Noli does get a demolition onto Mist as well. That was Frosty, I think. Still, NRG find themselves in a position to score. Mist up in the air. Calm with the takeaway. Eris put back over towards the corner. Noli with the interception. Garrett G trying to keep this over on the blue half of the field. He does succeed.
Oh, this is going to be a great challenge right here, too. NRG going to continue to put this pressure on. We have not seen the ball enter the orange half in a hot minute as Mist is going to be able to take that one away. And Nolly going for a little pinch there himself. Eris drop down. Garrett G not going to be found. Cut off by Frosty. As we hit 2 minutes in this overtime, it doesn't seem like it's going to be slowing down anytime soon. Back and forth we go.
This is so nerve-wracking. If your heart is not racing right now, then you are not watching the right broadcast. Because I tell you what, this is do or die time. Frosty's minions definitely want to force this game number 4. And they definitely have the skill set to do so as well. NRG want to get this one done 3-0. They had a tough time closing out earlier in the upper brackets. Now they find themselves here in the lower bracket, facing against a very, very good team. An impressive performance for them so far.
It's been a great performance. They've really cleaned up a lot of their mistakes. Eris continues to be solid in rotation. Little miscommunication, but Mist is going to get that over the top. Does Frosty have the boost? He does. Eris, do you have the read? The answer is no. You can't find it. As soon as I compliment the man, he goes and he's not able to find the back of the net, and the transition opportunity is here right now for Frosty's minions. Can they convert? The answer is no. They are denied once again as Mist going to fake that out, take it low, gets a little bounce off the edge. Calm's going to be able to slow it down. Are you going to be able to break out of the half, though? The answer is no.
That was such a good setup, though, from Mist. I love the patience. I love the mind games. He was trying to go back and approach this one a little bit differently, as well as this one. Calm guessing early, trying to guess off the sidewall. Mist, trying to set something up. He almost had that one himself. Garrett G was there lurking. Eris, the pitch! Garrett G saves it once again. I thought Noli had that one off the top crossbar. Now Calm first person there for Frosty's minions. Frosty trying to make his name for himself. Does he have the clutch gene? Does he have the ice in his vein like this man Garrett G does to tie this ball game up to even send it into overtime? Off the backboard, no attempt right there for NRG.
I can't say I blame them. You're going to play a little bit more passive here. Calm, what a pre-flip read. Frosty with the opportunity over the top, but it's going to be Mist, able to get back to this one. Just not enough pace to really make it dangerous. As Calm looking to continue the offense right now for Frosty's minions. They have the possession. They have a lot more, and the boost is going to get stolen as well as Garrett takes an awkward 50 to go. It's going to be up to Eris just to burn some time for the rest of the team to be able to get there. As Nolly going to get this over to Frosty. Looks like more transitional opportunities. Gonna play it low, get it through one, get a bump over on Mist, but it's not gonna be enough. Nolly shot off target. Here's Frosty, gonna leave it for Calm. On target again, Eris with the save, but you can't continue to make goal line saves, and the minions keep themselves alive on match point. Almost 2 entire games played. Whoops.
Yeah, that was a huge shot right here from Noli. Puts this one back in transition, or not in transition, my apology, on the goal line, and you don't want to have it clear over to the corner. So huge job right there from Frosty's minions to extend this series and actually pick up the first win of this series as well. So impressive performance nonetheless from both sides. Frosty's minions getting the better of NRG and OT.
I mean, Frosty has 10 shots solo.
Yeah.
Almost outshot NRG by himself. And the game is that close. Obviously, hero saves coming out from Garrett G and Mist. They both earned savior medals. Ball possession, exactly 50-50. And that's exactly how that game felt as well, right? Like we're sitting there, we're watching the ping pong in overtime. You go for 5 minutes. Finally, the defensive breakdown happens. And Minions is able to take advantage. There's not really much to break down in that game other than the fact that it was so gosh darn close.
Yeah, I mean, both teams pretty much put on a show there, and they both had a couple of opportunities and a couple of missed opportunities as well. But at the same time, fighting for their lives here in this tournament. Like I said beforehand, NRG wanted to get that one done in 3. They definitely could have done the same thing as well. But now you have to kind of question, can they get the job done here because I don't want to see them go to a game number 5. It would be detrimental, in my personal opinion, to their mentality in this tournament, and I really feel like it might swing in favor of Frosty's minions at that point.
And they have won every game 5 except for Shopify that they've been in so far, and Garrett almost gets that shot on target, not able to beat out Calm, but the boost should be in favor right now of NRG. It's a great dunk coming up from Calm, but Eris gets a flip on this as well. Going to go ahead and win a challenge as Garrett looks to use that sidewall again. I think the big problem right now is we're not seeing a lot of that midfield passing at all for NRG as well. That's really what got them the goals early in the series. They're not able to find any of them yet, and part of that is Frosty's minions really cutting off those passing lanes, but the other half has to be the fact that they're not really relying on it like they were in games number 1 and 2.
Yeah, I do agree with you on that one. Minute is come and gone. No really action on the field just yet, but at the same time, it's like a chess match out here. You know, you kind of try to get a little bit of an advantage to go in your way and set something up like this one right here from Garrett G. Pass over to Miss slots it. Easy peasy goal, but still, nonetheless, an impressive pass right here from Garrett G.
Just a great job winning the challenge and able just to beat out Calm to it. It's literally that simple. Missed, you hit those, brother. That's a wide open net that you're staring down. You're able to put it in. NRG gets a pass off the backboard and goes up 1-0. And I said I wanted to see more midfield passing. Doesn't really matter at this point. If it works off the backboard, okay, guys, y'all are making the right plays. There's a reason I'm not on this pitch.
340 in this game. Gotta love to see NRG with the opening goal here if you're an NRG fan. Cheering for Frosty's minions. Definitely think they could bring this one back. With the pressure. Noli, look at him lurking, waiting for Miss to have this touch. Miss doing a good job extending this one and had the follow-up touch, trying to set Eris up. Eris slip reset. Good job by them advancing this one over towards the blue half, but it's a short-lived offensive segment. Now here comes Noli. Frosty trying to go for a double, trying to secure this one under his car. He did have it, but just a great takeaway right there from Eris.
Oh, and a great transitional opportunity, but the balance is going to be a little volatile here. Garrett G is going to take advantage of the space given to him right now. Calm challenging off the ceiling. Garrett's going to win the 50, but not win the war, as this is going to go all the way back down to the orange side. Miss doesn't make the best touch here. A little bit awkward. Pass out to Calm. Are they going to have it? The answer is no. The shooting accuracy just not there. The best opportunity we've seen so far from the minions goes awry.
Such a back and forth game. This is a nail biter the whole entire time. The series so close on paper, so close even more in the game. Come off the backboard. Oh my goodness, what a pass from Noli.
I mean, I thought the shot was going to go in by itself, but Calm with the recovery here secures the goal, gets it past Garrett G. That's a great job right there, just understanding that, hey, this might go in, but it's Garrett. Let's go ahead and secure this off the backboard. Tied up 1-1, and Eris going to be able to push the pace down the pitch once again, as Noli actually going to win the boost in the corner as well. There should be a little bit of continued offense, especially after the demo, as Calm's going to win one challenge and Eris gets it away immediately. Missed with the chase down, not going to be able to beat out Frosty here. So we hit 2:17 left. Eris has to get through this one. He's unable to. Over the top, and Frosty gets a little bit of a cheeky one there to put them up 2-1.
I cannot believe this one found its way in, but still a good shot from Frosty. Eris, last person back, tried his absolute best to try to, maybe hit that one away. Just could not catch up to it. Frosty's minions up 2-1. NRG now forced with their backs against the wall. Can they come back in this matchup? Eris fires this one too high off the backboard. Garrett G with the putback, easy peasy. Almost like he's been here before.
All it takes is 10 seconds. Great bump right there by Mist. Eris puts the ball in a dangerous position, and Nolly has to pre-jump, and just not able to get there in time. So, hey, 2-2, 2:06 remaining. We have ourselves a game number 4. It's going to be interesting, though, because this has been a lot higher scoring so far than we've seen in most of the series other than game 1. So really interested to see who continues to assert their dominance here in the rest of the series, as Mist is able to get this one over the top. Do you have the double? You do, but Noli's able to get that one away, and that is just insanity. Gets the demo here as well. Not going to be able to secure the boost, though. Nothing to their name. Going to get the flick over 1, but Mist is going to have that read. Does Eris have enough to beat out Frosty here? It looks like the answer is no.
Yeah, Frosty just been free play out here, just trying his absolute best to kind of take this one away. Double commitment at midfield. That's a redirect. Eris almost with a huge dunk on the Calm to take the lead. Nonetheless, that one falls to the wayside. Garrett G still keeping the pressure on the backboard. A little bit of a mistake. Once again, a double commitment coming out from Frosty and Noli. Calm now forced to kind of bring this one up towards the lower third. Frosty denies Eris with his original shot attempt. Calm now towards midfield. Garrett 50s with the wall, sets up Eris. Good challenge coming out early right there from Noli. And Calm ultimately, I was going to say, gets read by Garrett as that shot has to be respected. Eris has Garrett G open wide. No one was there on the defensive end for Frosty's minions.
No. And nobody was expecting Eris to be in that position either. I think that's the biggest thing is Eris is just reading this all the way, knowing that the minions love defensive passing and just sits in the lane and goes, I know you're going to try to get this over to Frosty. Guess where I am? Leaves the net wide open because of it. And while I do love defensive passing and how much space it does create for yourself, especially with how much pace you can get on the ball, especially in low boost situations, you're seeing the double-edged sword that defensive passing is, and that perfect int is from Eris right there.
35 seconds now here in game number 4. NRG with a 1-goal lead. Now they just have to play keep away for the most part from this tough Frosty's minion squad. Garrett G gonna take this one away. Noli sizes it up. Good pinch. Missed back though. Gonna have an easy routine save. Challenge coming out right there from Noli. Harris 50 with the wall. Frosty up in the air. Nice bump. Oh my goodness, what a save from Eris though. Frosty Noli almost had that one. Frosty does get the gather though. 15 seconds left. Noli fires a shot. Eris denies him once again. Still the pressure's on. Frosty's minions, can they do this? Can they have the comeback? Last chance right here for Noli. He's gonna reload and he's met by somebody at midfield. Calm now gonna try to keep this one up. Garrett G kills it at midfield, and NRG survive and move on to the lower half of the bracket as well.
Yeah, and it really doesn't get closer than these series that we've seen so far. A ton of 1-goal games, ball possession, 50-50, field domination, 51-49, boost within 300 used of each other on the boost consumption. Like, this was a series. It is definitely extremely close, but NRG and especially Eris there with the goal line heroics at the end, really solidifying this for me. He had a lot of defensive mistakes in the first series versus Shopify, and now he's able to go ahead and do that and be at the right place at the right time. He's a little bit more settled, and NRG is going to be scary if that continues happening.
NRG going to have to be taking on Suck Park Tick, a very, very tough team as well. Of course, that's going to be in the lower bracket. Unfortunately, not streamed by us, but that Suck Park Tick team is Kinsey, Lion Blaze, and Zanil. So best of luck over to NRG as we switch our focus back into the upper portion of the bracket. But that's going to be after a break. Visionary whoops you on the desk. We're going to be bringing you guys the upper brackets, and that's going to be Hey Bro. And they're going to be taking on Shopify Rebellion after the break.
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But
it. I know that we will make it. I know that we will make it. I know that we.
Hello, and welcome back to the $7,000 Bandits on Wheels Fall Showdown. This is number 2, and this is day 3, and this is Championship Sunday. And we have some pretty interesting Rocket League news for those of you who not have heard. G2 has officially announced the departure of JNaps, so absolutely unfortunate right there. But at the same time, some people might think we've seen this one kind of coming, right, Viz?
I mean, we kind of already, obviously Shift leaked that it was probably going to be Daniel Beast Mode and Atomic. So I think the writing was kind of on the wall, especially with Chicago, obviously trying out with Shopify Rebellion here, that team was going to break up, right? And JNaps, very storied career, very long career on G2. I don't think it's the end for him unless he wants it to be. At the end of the day, though, I think he still has the stuff to be competitive in RLCS. It's really just going to come down to kind of some new blood coming in for G2. Obviously, they made the grand finals at Worlds back in Dallas last year. And we've seen kind of this continue to happen, right? Everybody thinks that season 9, G2 probably would have won if we would have had a LAN, just with the tear that they were on. Yeah. And it just it's unfortunate, but at sometimes rosters just take their course and you want to try something new. And I can't fault anybody on that team for wanting something new for themselves as well.
Yeah, on top of that, like you said, JNaps has a lot of fight left in him. I just know from the last time he just was talking about it, during the LAN and kind of some of the interviews and stuff that he was, leaning towards, that he has a lot of competitive spirit left inside of him. So somebody just has to give him the chance essentially to kind of do so. And I'm excited to see where his career still goes. And I don't want him to kind of essentially leave the scene. So unfortunate, but at the same time, G2, they're probably in good hands as well with, that star-studded roster that they have. But enough about that. This is not about G2. This is about tactical banditry. This is Bandits on Wheels. We have ourselves a tournament here that's currently in progression. So let's take a look at the bracket real quick, get you guys caught up to speed before we start the next matchup. Of course, you guys watched that 3-1 victory. NRG taking out Frosty's minions, so they're done out of this tournament. And then Suck Park Tick taking on the boys as well. Suck Park Tick winning that matchup 3-1 as well. So NRG taking on Suck Park Tick, very, very star-studded cast for them as well. Hopefully NRG can kind of progress and a lot of people here cheering them on, especially with this new roster that they have. But we find ourselves in the upper bracket, the upper finals. Hey Bro taking on Shopify Rebellion. So who's going to advance to the grand finals? Visionary, what do you think? This is such a good matchup. I'm excited.
This is a phenomenal matchup, but I think Hey Bro, you have to bet on Hey Bro until they lose, right? They were able to go all the way through the first tournament, the fall showdown. They won that one. They have only dropped one game so far in this entire tourney. So, I mean, at what point do you have to go, hey, Wavy has obviously made a huge impact on this team. Creams and Hockey have been a long-standing duo forever. I'm really excited to see if Wavy can continue kind of what he did in the first fall showdown.
Yeah, I mean, we have to kind of give credit where credit's due. Bandits on Wheels #1, Creams Hockey and Wavy, so impressive in that first performance. Now they're trying to defend that crown, and it's going to be a tough ask for them right here. This is a very, very good Shopify Rebellion team. We saw the match earlier today, the opening stream of Shopify Rebellion versus NRG. And that's two-piece, Parth, and Chicago. For those of you who are just joining us, Chicago from that G2 roster over here now playing for Shopify Rebellion, and they're looking pretty impressive so far. Chicago bringing that defensive mindset with them from that G2 team. You were talking about the green room. You were talking about how G2 was such a pass-oriented team. Chicago has that mindset to kind of jump some of those routes early on, kind of get some of those interceptions and take the ball away, take those opportunities away. So it's going to be a really, really good test right here for Creams Hockey and Wavy.
And it's going to be weird for Shopify, right? Because they played against NRG, which is very team-oriented, especially not having just on the pitch, right? We didn't see a lot of solo plays out of them, but Hey Bro, that's kind of their bread and butter, right? You're going to have Wavy, the 1v1 god, the 1v1 newcomer who's made a ton of noise at Salt Mine, right? And he's going to be able to come in with Hockey and Creams, give them just a little added dynamic that we didn't really see a lot out of. We did see a bunch of great solo plays come out from Garrett G. That flip reset, that would have been the goal of the week, unless, the crossbar in the post had something to say about it. So I'm not trying to discredit NRG entirely. I just think Hey Bro plays a lot differently than they do, and it's going to be a different dynamic to see how Shopify can handle it.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time to see Hey Bro out here, especially the first time on the stream. So I'm very excited to see them live in action. And like we talked about beforehand, so much confidence coming out of Wavy, tweeting out that he's not afraid to lose anymore, or not afraid to win anymore. My apologies, I misquoted him. But essentially, yeah, like we were talking about, once you get that monkey off your back, essentially, once you, kind of put yourself in that mindset as a competitor, that, all you have to do is kind of just set your team up for, success, and, don't worry about winning because you already kind of proved yourself here. Now it's time to kind of just, buckle down, get your, bearings, essentially, get things going on the offensive end, and just, play Rocket League. You don't have to prove yourself anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, right? It's been here, done that. And the teams that have won before, I mean, you see, just for reference, and I'm probably going to miss like 3/4 of the audience with this, but like the Astros in game 5 the other day on the road, and Jose Altuve's been there and he hits a 3-run home run to go ahead in the 9th inning. Like, after you've won, you have so much confidence that you can just pull stuff out of your butt and be able to have that ice in your veins. Yeah. And I think Hebro is finally starting to get there with their confidence. Obviously, hockey is won on the CRL stage, but it's not the same as going against the pros and being able to beat them at their own game.
Yeah, hockey, I mean, as good as he is, I know he's struggled a little bit, you know, playing on some of these RLCS teams, some of the RLCS runs that he has. And, you know, I kind of put him up there on the pedestal, essentially. You know, I want him to be more successful. As kind of crazy as that sounds, I want him to be more successful and kind of, you know, stand out a lot more on his teams. And so far, for the most part, I really believe he's doing that for Hebro. But I believe enough talking about it, enough prepping for this match. Before we get into it, though, Viz, who do you got?
Got Hebro in 4.
Hebro in 4 it is. I probably will co-sign that as well as we start game number 1. Shopify Rebellion versus Hebro. Best of 5s on our hands. Parth opening up with a nice little flip reset. That one's going to be denied, though, by Hockey.
A little bit of a double commit on the offense should clear up some space. Chicago's going to have to beat Creams to this one, and they are able to, as Wavy looking for that second touch, going to be cut off by Parth almost instantly. Hockey has a lot of space to rock with right now, just going to toss it down the pitch. This 2-piece doesn't get the best touch. This should be Creams being able to get to this one. It's going to be centered, but Chicago is going to be there. Defensive pass over to Parth, going to be shot in the gap by Wavy, and Wavy has been so quick so far in the entirety of both of these fall showdowns. I'm excited to see what else he can do. Is the flip reset going to come out? No dunk going to be found with no boost. A shot going to be on target once again, and Chicago's going to be able to get it away.
This pace of play is just so fast already. Both teams is playing absolutely fast, trying to set the tempo. So far, early on, they have been doing that, but nobody has really found their ground just yet. Chicago off the backboard. That was a good bump right there from Creams, but Parth is going to send this one toward the far side. Maybe double touch in his future. That one's denied by Wavy. So impressive so far for the opening minute of this game. A shot coming through for 2-piece. That was denied by Wavy once again.
Good demo right here as well. Hockey accidentally going to hit this behind Creams, though, so the ball's just going to be kind of lofted in the midfield. Chicago going for the high challenge. It's going to be low. Parth somehow fights through the smoke screen, and he's able to get that one through. Flip reset opportunity here. Going to be denied by Creams, who's going to push this one down the pitch. It's going to be 2-piece in a 1v1. Goes for the bump, not able to find it. Hockey shoots it off of 2-piece. Wavy with a shot going to be just wide. Counterattack should be here, but Wavy does a great job of cutting rotation and just getting in the way to allow Hebro some time here on the defensive end.
Such a good stance right there for Shopify Rebellion, keeping this offense at bay. They had pretty much almost dead to rights, especially that setup right there that Creams had. He almost had a 1v1 and essentially had a bump play in his mind, but the fight from Shopify Rebellion keeps this one 0-0. 3 minutes remaining. Chicago, nice demolition on the Creams, going to reset his defense, reset his boost as well. Hockey, far extension. Great job at the clear to relieve some of that pressure.
Chicago just fires it right back. He doesn't care about the clear. He's like, yeah, I'm in position for this. We're good. As Cream's going to get this one away. Wavy, a lot of space given up right here. Parth's going to get a 50, but it's still going to be up in front. Who's going to win? It's going to be Chicago, who's been so speedy, again, on the defensive end. He's really been an X factor so far for Shopify, just making the right touch at the right time.
Oh, halfway in this game, still scoreless. Both teams fighting, though. The nitty-gritty part of Rocket League right here. You see a bunch of little touches, like this one right here from Wavy. Covers up that shooting lane very, very well. Creams now sizes up, he shoots, 2-piece takes it away. Huge save right there from 2-piece. That angle, 9 times out of 10, really finds its mark.
Oh, great touch right there by Wavy to get that away as Creams is able to transition this into a little bit of offense, but he gets spun out, so it's going to be Hockey. 56 boost to his name, going to win one challenge, not going to be able to get the bump over Chicago. Wavy going to keep this one down in. Hockey going to pop it up high through Parth, but Chicago going to be there. A lot of space given up by the third in Creams as the pass going to come out. Parth taking the time, forces a jump. What a play by Parth, and Shopify Rebellion going to take an early lead.
Yeah, such good patience right here. It starts with that beat from Chicago. Chicago then gets to threaten the bump play on the goal line. Hockey, like you said, forced to jump on the goal line. That leaves Parth wide open on the left-hand side, but it all comes down to that sharp shot placement from Parth, and it pretty much just solidifies that opening goal right here for Shopify Rebellion. Great job all around from Shopify on that play.
They're just in sync right now. I don't know how else to put it. Is Hockey going to get a little flip reset, try to make it awkward? Everybody right now is kind of close. Chicago has a shot opportunity. Is this going to be in? Off the top. What? Wavy somehow such it down. Are you kidding me? I don't know how Wavy got that save, but he is definitely making stands for Hey Bro. The problem right now is, however, they can't break out of their own half.
Yeah, that's a huge problem for him. Quickly, 60 seconds mark approaching. Good job by Creams right there advancing that one over, but it's short-lived once again. It's just so frustrating. Good shot from Chicago. That one's denied by Wavy. No shot nor save recorded by Rocket League in that segment, but we both know that that was definitely a shot and a save.
It definitely was, but Rocket League, you can do you, bro. I guess I don't know. It's always been weird with those kind of things. Is Wavy going to take his time? Going to get cut off by 2-piece almost immediately. And I think the real big differentiating factor in this game right now is Hey Bro's not been able to play their own game. This game has been dominated by the speed of Shopify Rebellion and their ability to really cut off these passing lanes.
Set up right here from 2-piece and Parth. You guys know that they're synergized. This is an open net, huge demo on the backside. That was Chicago getting demoed as the third man back, and that's one way to beat them. If you can't beat Chicago, you got to demo them off the field, and like we saw beforehand, it works. Demolition strategy is always there.
Yeah, it is, and it's a great job by Wavy just slotting it into the open net. Again, he plays once, bro. Like, it's all good. He's not gonna miss those. Is this going to go over to the side? Creams is going to be able to secure his own boost as well. Hockey just going to pop this up for Creams, but Parth up there very quickly able to get that one away as Hockey's going to get this. Overtime looming with 20 seconds remaining as 2-piece going to get this over the top. Going to get a dunk. Here's an opportunity for Hey Bro to potentially get this in transition. Creams, flip reset, found. Demo play going to be there. In front of the net is going to be Wavy off the phenomenal pass from Creams to give Hey Bro the lead with 9 seconds to go.
What a phenomenal setup right here. And on top of that, the demolition coming through from Hockey to set this play up even further, and then Wavy being there to kind of shoot that goal. That's exactly what I wanted to see from the last series that was on the screen previously. This one's not done yet, though. 5 seconds remaining. Parth with a nice setup. Chicago's going to put this one back. A good denial from Hockey, though. We talked about him stepping up big time, and he has in this matchup. All zeros on the clock. Chicago trying to clear this one away from their net. Keep it out of danger. 2-piece still up in the air. Wavy with the challenge early on. Parth and Chicago have to try to maybe finagle this one the best that they possibly can. Good flick from Parth. Off the sidewall now. 2-piece. Up in the air still. Wavy advances this one towards mid. Still Wavy on the ball. And a good takeaway towards midfield, or as Parth would have probably still kept this one up, and we would have found ourselves in a predicament. But Hey Bro hang on in the opening game, and they win this one 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, shot total's not really far off. It seemed extremely even. Hey Bro kind of getting their last 2 goals in those 37 seconds, right? You're able to kind of swing that momentum, get it into your favor, and they played the long game. They really weren't able to play their style until Shopify finally ran out of boost, and they were just there to take advantage of it. Whoops.
Yeah, huge performance right here from Wavy. 2 goals, 2 saves as well. Hockey on the defensive end, pretty much walking away with a great savior medal too, with 3 saves himself. So good opening performance right here from the defending champions. Hey Bro is taking on such a tough team, and impressive so far nonetheless. But Shopify Rebellion have a lot more room to work with. They have a lot more in their tank, some might say, to bring this one back.
They certainly can. I think the big factor is, will they? As Wavy scored both those goals, obviously. He has been that X factor, as that one was dangerously close to being an opening goal for Shopify Rebellion. Cream's doing a great job here. Huge double commit as well. Can Wavy get around to this one? He can. Unfortunately, not going to be on target as 2-piece able to get that. Pass back out. Chicago going to play around this one. Very smart play right there. Gets the flip. Going to get it through 2. Nobody's back on defense, and Chicago finds the opening goal again. Shopify takes a lead, but they did this in game number 1. The question is, can they continue to hold on to it?
Such a good opening goal right here from Chicago. You love to see it. Everybody forgets that he's so good on offense as well. When we talk about how good he is on defense, his positioning is always phenomenal, and right there it pays dividends for him.
Wavy here, going to be able to beat out one, isn't able to get the kind of glancing blow on the second. Parth with a shot, that's just going to find the back of the net. Great passing play, amazing counterattack coming up from Shopify to be able to make this a 2-0 lead.
Easy routine play, nothing more to really say about this one. Just catching Hey Bro off guard. Hey Bro has just been so impressive this whole entire tournament, the second time round. Think back to yesterday where they only played 52 minutes of Rocket League and advanced to day number 2. They lost their first game earlier in the opening round, and they find themselves down here in the first minute off the clock at 2-0, but they can definitely bring this one back, right?
There's 4 minutes left on the clock. They absolutely can. You know what? They scored 2 goals in a minute last time. Let's go ahead and see that again. Is Wavy going to take that wave dash challenge, not be able to win it out? Parth here with a lot of boost in the tank. Going to go ahead and leave it. Phenomenal shot by 2Piece, and Shopify is just pouring it on.
Wow. I don't know what happened. They must have ate their Wheaties or something. 2Piece and Parth finally start to just take over like we're so accustomed to seeing them do for Shopify Rebellion. Chicago is just so fitting in this roster. Like I said, it's just the game sense, the smarts, defensive mindset as well. And on top of that, he could pop off on offense. So, I mean, Shopify Rebellion easily taking the lead here in this game number 2. So I ask you, now, do you kind of just start to write this one off? Do you start to kind of fight back? Like, what do you think in this situation as a competitor? What do you do?
As a competitor, you still have 3 minutes and 41 seconds left. That's more than enough time to swing a game. You're not even at halftime, theoretically. Is Parth going to do a good job of getting this one over the top? Here's 2Piece. Not able to get that shot, and it lands on Hockey's hood off the crossbar. Going to start a counterattack here. Wavy, not with a lot of boost. Creams gets the flick. Going to try to fight through this as Hockey can't really get an angle on a shot here. Going to play it slow to get it around 1, but Chicago, once again, just doing a good job hitting the chain dash on the wall. Here's Wavy, gets a flip, gets it around Parth. The fake out from Hockey here, gonna let the demo come through, and there it is. You still have 3 minutes and 11 seconds left. You're on the board, Wavy. How do you catch that flip reset, first of all, and then the wherewithal to call out the demo right afterwards?
Yeah, exactly. I think from a competitive standpoint as well, like you're 100% right. You don't give up on this play. I always like to say that when I play this game, I'm a second half man, and no matter what the scoreline is, I still believe I have a fighting chance to win the game. So hats off right there to Hockey, scoring this first goal for Hebro, but they still have a lot more work to do, down by 2.
2Piece, double attempt, not going to be there, as this is a double commit from Hebro. Luckily, Hockey's going to have a lot of boost behind just about everybody as he gets this one down the pitch. Wavy has been struggling for boost, I've noticed, in the last about minute and a half. Really hasn't been able to secure anything on his own end. He's been on pads the whole time. Right now, on 12 boost himself. I mean, I know he's a ones main, but with 3s, not really a lot there. So you have to find ways to get your star player a little bit more boost. As Cream's able to get that one away. 2Piece going to sky this one up to the left. Has the read out to Chicago, but it's going to be won by Hockey once again. Can he get this to the midfield is the question. Flip reset going to take it solo over the top, but Parth going to get credited with a save.
It's so close. They're just like fighting tooth and nail right here, and every little inch matters. Hockey off the side. Parth gonna set up for a nice double off the back, but gonna fall to the wayside nonetheless. Here comes Wavy now towards midfield. Nice flip reset. Chicago with the early challenge. This is exactly what we were talking about with Chicago, taking away some of these shooting lanes. Creams those sizes that one up. Parth denies them. Right back towards the opposite end now. The hustle back. Parth double tat. Easy off the backboard. Parth pops off here, up by 3 again as Shopify Rebellion.
That's just a mistouch by Wavy there, trying to get aggressive and cut off that midfield action. Hockey just gets dusted due to it because he's pushed up as well. They're trying to get those goals back. You have that aggressive stance, a mistouch by Wavy, and hey, it's 4-1 now, and you have to be confident with Shopify Rebellion taking game 2 here with 1:45 to go. I don't know if Hebro can get 3. As Cream's actually going to get an opportunity here. 2Piece, do you have the read? The answer is no, but Chicago going to get this one all the way down the pitch. This goes over to Cream's, looking for Wavy here. Going to take it solo once again. Has the air dribble, a double commit on the side of Shopify, but nothing doing just yet as the offense has not been found.
Minute and 23. Still putting up a fight right now as Hebro. It's going to be the second game that they lost if this one stands true. Comes Creams around the corner, taking his time. Nice little pass over to Hockey. He extends out, can't come up with it. Parth trying to go for a redirect. Ooh, Hockey with a shot right back towards the net. Chicago going to clear that one away, but it's quickly gathered up by Hockey. Wavy with the pressure on. This was going to find the awkward angle from the corner. Creams with the shot. Wavy with the secure. Down by 2, under 60 seconds to go. There's a chance for Hebro.
Never surrender, I guess. Never back down. Wavy able to secure this one. Phenomenal shot, of course, coming out from Creams right there to the top righties of the upper 90. Insane shot, good finish, and hey, they're within two within a minute. We've already seen this once in game number one. Can they do it again? I don't know with Creams giving away possession there if they can, but he's going to win a challenge here. Chicago's actually going to play this across directly to Hockey. It's saved out, and somehow Parth is able to get a clear here. Wavy, no boost to their name. Not able to get much happening here. Chicago able to get that. Creams gets the stop, but is anybody going to be on defense? The answer is no. Two-piece with the pass off Chicago. Going to put this game further out of reach.
Yeah, only 37 seconds to go. I mean, down by 2, I think it was possible. Still down by 3, it's still possible with this, but at the same time, like, it's a little bit further out of reach, like you said. But once again, never back down, never what? That is
never
the quote.
surrender.
Two-piece now towards mid. Nice little flick. Gonna be denied by Hockey. Right back into the corner. Chicago sizes that one up. Creams off the backboard. To set this one up for Parth. Some time is slowly ticking away, working against Haybro at this position. Creams, Wavy at midfield. Gets bumped away though. Parth with a great challenge. Wavy does go ahead and go for that ball. Hockey tried to put a shot on target, but just popped away into the corner. With the final 5 seconds here on the clock, Two-piece is going to win this exchange. Wavy will bring this one right back towards mid, and I like the mentality right there from Haybro. They didn't give up at all, even as they knew that this one was out of reach. They still had a fight within them, and they were putting up a pretty decent stance right there towards the end. But nonetheless, it's going to fall to the wayside. Shopify Rebellion going to win this one 5-2 and tie up the series.
Yeah, and it's 5-2, and both teams have 9 shots, right? So it really just comes down to quality over quantity at that point. Haybro just did not have the quality of touch that they really needed to get anything going versus Shopify this game. Shopify was able to take advantage of lapses and just small gaps in the defense that Haybro just could not find. And I really think some of that comes down to a lot of the solo plays that we're seeing, right? They're readable. Yeah. Chicago's jumping those gaps early, making sure that those solo plays cannot come through. And we saw them score their 1 goal on a pass, right? Keep doing it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were talking about with Chicago in the NRG series. He did such a good job taking away all those opportunities away from them in that game. And you know, you saw NRG just kind of struggle the whole entire time. So if he continues that trend and he brings it over here to this Haybro team, it's going to be a long day for him, and we can definitely see this one go all the way to a best of 5. But game number 3 on our hands. Wavy with the opening shot. Going to go ahead and fall off to the right-hand side. I do like that play design. Creams was trying to set up Wavy for the putback.
Yeah, just wasn't able to find the back of the net, unfortunately. But here, you're going to have a lot more pressure. Big midfield dribble, going to get this one off. Chicago can't make the read. Good shot from Hockey, going to be very wide, though. Had a good opportunity, I should have said. That was unfortunately not a good shot to continue that pressure as Two-piece going to push this back down into the orange half. We kind of start from square one all over again as Two-piece almost gets that one into the net. Hockey looking for that Cuxer pinch, not going to be able to find it as Chicago beats out 2. It's a 2v1 right now. Chicago off the backboard. Do you have the double? The answer is no. Parth, can you fit it through? No. Wavy's a brick wall, getting bumped out of the way, and somehow Wave dashes into that to get it away. Only 2 boosts to the name, and another double commit. Haybro is really trying to push the pace here, but they might be putting themselves out of position because of it.
I'm so glad you caught that wave dash as well, because that was so impressive from, I believe that was Wavy. We pushed that one into the corner. Two-piece now. Trying to find himself in the advantageous position. Wavy with the putback. Creams. Great patience right there. Not trying to overextend himself. Good demolition onto Parth as well. No boost from Creams. No boost demolition. So impressive. Using the chain dash on the wall there to kind of get himself supersonic. Good flick over 1. Can he get the second? Trying to size up some sort of pass, but once again, Chicago was there to take away the opportunity.
I mean, it sounds like a broken record at this point, but it's just continuing to be true. Chicago is just finding ways to shoot angles that aren't being seen, as Parr's going to be read on that flip reset by Wavy. Chicago double touch in front. Hockey's going to go ahead and shoot that down the pitch. Wavy has the, oh, it's a glancing touch. Looked like a ghost touch. I thought he for sure had that redirect. Not going to be able to find it as Two-piece looks for the midfield. Going to be read by Creams with no boost to their name as Parth looks to take the solo dolo once again. Are you going to get the pass over to Chicago? Going to leave it for Creams, who kind of bobs this one down the pitch, and Two-piece is going to have to collect.
Here comes Hockey, trying to set this one up. Chicago up in the air, trying to take away it once again. Another shooting lane. He does do that. I would say I would give credit to him for that one as well, because he gets in the way. Doesn't really allow Wavy to kind of, advance that ball forward, and forces him to go high over him and kind of slow the play down completely. Good shot right there from Parth with the wraparound. Not going to find it smart, though. A huge save from Wavy. Creams the flick towards net. Popped away into the corner. Two-piece. You're bringing it right back towards midfield. Taken away by Creams. Creams trying to advance this one too. Nice 50. A little bit too high though for the pass. Hockey was lurking and was waiting for it. Demolition coming out as well. This is a chance for Parth. That was taken away by Wavy. He's just been everywhere for the defense for Hebro.
He has been. Drop down pass over to Cream's going to fake it out, but Parth is going to be there and have the read as Wavy going to hit this one back. Two-piece trying to take possession. Not going to be able to find it through Cream's. Has a 50, but it's not going to be advantageous by any means as Chicago reads one out. Creams with no boost, not able to fight through Chicago a second time, who's just staying on this ball like white on rice.
Minute and 45, and we still find ourselves scoreless in this game 3. This is why I love best of 5 so much. You have so much wiggle room to kind of implement your strategy. Speaking of which, Chicago on the offensive end is going to score this one. What a setup right here from Shopify.
Yeah, Parth has a good touch. It's just Wavy not being able to read that. Creams is flat-footed in the back of the net, and Chicago not going to miss from there again. Right in front of the box, gets the friendly crossbar bounce, sends it on down, 1-0 in favor of Shopify. And you know what? If I actually have a wrong prediction today, I'm kind of okay with it, because that means this series is going to continue to go on, and I love what I'm seeing out of Shopify Rebellion right now.
Yeah, Shopify looks hot right now. Hey, bro, they look good too. It's just a battle back and forth. Neither team willing to concede at this point in time, and you know, why would you? Hey, bro, like I said, defending champions, barked out, scooped out by Hockey, flicked away towards mid. Two pieces and gather this one up. Good 50-50 right here from Hockey as well. Advancing this one over towards the right-hand side. From Chicago, Parth. He fires a shot. Cream's gonna save it away into the corner. 60 seconds remaining in Shopify Rebellion. Hang on. So far, they've been keeping a ton of pressure onto the backs of Hebro.
They certainly have been. Parth, oh my, over to two-piece, but Hockey has the save. That is a phenomenal read on the pass. Do love the offense that we're seeing right now as well, as Wavy going to take a low 50, win this one, able to secure 100 boost as well. Creams looking to get it past one, is able to. Wavy's already up. He slots it in the back of the net, and with 35 to go, this looks like a picture-perfect reminisce of game number 1.
Yeah, great setup. Creams, drop-down pass right in Wavy's lap. Two-piece was just left in no man's land. It was too high for him to kind of challenge that one, and way too fast. 35 seconds left, though. Wavy gonna pop this one over towards midfield line. Does go for, he gets the flip. I was gonna say goes for the ground pinch. Do like the mix it up here. Chicago once again just taking this ball away. The opportunity falls to the wayside. We see ourselves in overtime is the question, or is Hebro going to make their presence known here in regulation? Chicago advancement. Now it's their turn. Can they get the job done? Nice little redirect right there off the sidewall. We saw him hit that yesterday. Doesn't work for him this time. Final seconds ticking away. Parth off the sidewall. Wavy trying to go for something, and this one hits the ground. We do find ourselves in game number 3 overtime.
Not a surprise. It's been a very even series so far. We're going to see who's going to come out on top here. Does Parth have the reset? He does. Going to be able to play it over another. Good opportunity, good pass. It's going to be read up by Hockey, and two-piece already all the way back, expecting that big booming clear. Going to win one challenger, going to win a second one. It's going to be an even 50. Chicago going to get read out by Creams here. Hebro looking to push the pace early in overtime here as Hockey has one touch. He doesn't have a second through two-piece. So we're about 30 seconds down into overtime. It's going to remain 1-1.
Wavy, very patient. Good demolition right there from Creams as well. Gonna leave this one up. Good flick. 1-2 punch denied by Parth. So close. Both members from Shopify Rebellion right there double committing to that take. That's how dangerous of a shot that one was. Creams now still sizing this one up. Parth with the miss, and Wavy's gonna get credited with the goal. He's gonna be the savior here for Hebro as they move on to match point.
Oh, the flip reset just beats out Chicago over the top, and Parth is not able to make the read. Hebro gonna take the lead in the series, put themselves on match point once again, and Hebro, again, they said they don't care, right? They said they don't care. I mean, it's gonna continue to look this way. They've already won. Hebro is gonna continue to just act like they've been there before, get goals with 30 seconds left in the game, and be able to turn it into wins. They have ice in their veins right now.
And I know everyone's going to hate on Wavy for stealing, quote unquote, that goal from Creams there. So Creams is the actual savior. But Wavy secured that one. You can never be too close, never be too cautious in Rocket League, especially with sometimes, you know, those posts just work against you 9 times out of 10. I know all of us have felt the effects of either the woodwork or the post or something kind of funky happening out there. So Wavy's going to get credited with the goal, but Creams had such a beautiful shot or such a beautiful pass in that situation. And like I said beforehand, Hey Bro moving on to match point now. This is going to be huge right now if they get the job done. I know they can feel it. Taking a trip to the grand finals, it's a question of can they get the job done? Can they do it against a very, very good Shopify team?
I mean, they certainly can. It just comes down to will they, right? And they really have to show it to us once again. They've been down, but Shopify hasn't been able to find any offense after they get early leads. And I think that's kind of been their detriment so far. Is this going to be pushed up? Wavy's going to get it over to Creams. Not going to be read by Parth, but a big bump just going to leave this ball by the wayside as Cream's able to get it past one. Here's Wavy going off the corner. 2P should have a read here and does. Wavy wins one. Chicago going to get potentially bumped off of this. Somehow recovers, not able to get the angle as Cream's getting some big dunk on Parth to start us off in this game number 4. Can Hey Bro push themselves on to the grand finals once again? Winners finals going to be decided potentially right here. Whoops.
I was going to say, on the field action, Wavy had a little feels backflip moment. They escape with the skin of their teeth. Chicago was there to kind of size that one up, and I believe it was Hockey on the rotation back through to kind of keep them at bay. So still 0-0, of course, started this game. Still, lots of time on the clock, and it's going to be more methodical Rocket League, a lot more like nitpicking, a lot more trying to, you know, get your team in position, I really feel like, in this game.
I mean, it should be. Great frontside demo here as well, but Parth's going to be the first one to this ball. Creams doesn't have the best read, and Hockey is just bullying people down on Shopify's side of the pitch as Hockey's able to get back. Go ahead, get a little defensive passing going over to himself, and just want to give you guys a quick update as well while we're here. NRG currently up 2-1 in the series and leading game number 4, 3-0. So it's looking like NRG might be facing the loser of this matchup right here.
That's going to be such a good game as well. We could see a repeat from the opening of the stream. It could be Shopify Rebellion taking on NRG, and NRG could find their number this time in the lower bracket, but that's why I love this so much, man. A lower bracket run for NRG, so tremendous. What a good job that they've been doing so far. But nonetheless, still have to figure out who the loser of this matchup is going to be. Neither team scoring just yet. Creams trying to change that storyline. Here comes Parth as well. Hockey, great 50-50. Covers this one up. Chicago, lots of boosts to work with. Really doesn't have the right positioning on the ball there, but it just happened so fast that it hit off the ceiling, so it's unfortunate.
I think that's the first flick I've ever seen Wavy miss. Like in both Bandits on Wheels tournaments so far, I have not seen him miss anything as Cream's able to get this one over the top, not able to get it through Chicago. Still has the read, going to be able to beat out one. Creams, is this this might be a forced own goal. Parth going to be able to get it down in front. Nobody there to capitalize on time. Good get back, good hustle from Hey Bro. Keeps this game currently scoreless.
2-15. The halfway point has come and gone. Both of these teams, neither willing to give an inch nor a mile. Chicago with a shot fired away. Wavy does save it. 2-piece now. Awkward angle in the corner. Double commitment leads to this goal for Parth, and that was just the easy putback.
And it is easy, but it's all on this touch by 2-piece. Nobody's expecting that pinch to come out like that. Cream's extremely awkward. Actually looked like the pinch might have been in off the corner. A little astral pinch action in the top corner instead of the bottom of the corner. But hey, you know what? If you're Shopify, you'll take that. What you need to do now is get yourself a bigger lead. A one goal has proven itself not to be safe. You have to find a way to get another one here.
Shot from Parth, the easy peasy lead blocker in front of him. He's gonna put that one in, finds his second. Shopify looking reminiscent to the dominant team that they were in game number 2. This offense is just a roller coaster ride. Sometimes you see it and it's working and clicking on all cylinders, and then other times, like last game, you just see just the stagnant ability that Shopify has. So it's impressive right now to see them up 2-0. Short time remaining as well, but Hey Bro definitely have the capabilities to come back in this matchup.
They've already scored 2 in 35 seconds once. We'll see if they can do it again, as this is going to be over the top. Wavy does have the read, but 2-piece and Chicago both going to be on that back wall. Good job just taking advantage of the space that's given to you there. You don't have to rush the clear. Take a dribble, see what happens. Chicago just going to kind of clear out some space here So Shopify can get some more boost. Going to be a great read by Parth. Unfortunately, not on target as Wavy here. Going to get one touch, going to get a second as well, but not be able to fight through two-piece. Parth's going to be able to read this one, positioning almost right, just shot over the top of the head. That was a massive pinch, whoops. So the clock continues dwindling down, though. Shopify doing a good job of just staying on the ball as Chicago keeps it low, and Hockey gets credited with the save, but isn't able to fight through the low shot coming off that backboard. That is great patience from Chicago on a great pass from Parth.
Yeah, on top of that, I mean, Hockey just so very, very close to being the savior right there, keeping that one away, but unfortunately just a little bit too fast. Top of that, couldn't get off that back wall. It's so difficult to get off that back wall like that. Ooh, good demolition coming out from Hockey right now onto Chicago. Creams, denied by Parth. Parth just hit this one back. Wavy, still with it. Does get the bump on the two-piece as well. Nonetheless, Chicago's going to find himself with the ball. And a great challenge right here from Creams to extend himself upwards. Under 40 seconds to go. Or, I'm sorry, under 50 seconds to go. My apologies. Still scoreless as Haybro, which is surprising to us.
Yeah, I mean, it's not often that you see them completely shut out. I mean, Wavy has an opportunity here, has to early flick to get away from this just because he doesn't have any boost to his name. Trying to get it to the midfield. Again, not enough pace on this. Wavy doesn't have anything. Going to miss the pre-flip as well. Just trying to get that power on the ball. It's not going to be found. Is Chicago going to carry this one down? Again, just buying more time. Doesn't even matter that a shot is off target. You look at the time dwindling down, and 3 goals in 15 seconds. At this point, when you're in your own half, basically impossible. So we're going to go ahead and get on game point championship, or not championship point, but grand finals point, I should say, for both of these teams, as Shopify Rebellion does a great job at just pushing the pace, being able to secure goals after the first one.
GG's over to Shopify Rebellion, forcing this game number 5 against Haybro. Thank you guys very, very much for joining us right now. We have ourselves game 5 situation for the grand finals. Which team is going to succeed? And then which team is going to face NRG down in the lower bracket as they advance another game over into the losers finals. So NRG definitely hanging on in that lower bracket run. Thank you very much for the raid to first class. But nonetheless, we have ourselves a series here on our hands, Viz.
We do. I mean, another game 5. Would we expect anything less? I'm going to go with no. Should be quite honest with you.
I'm a little shocked. You did predict 4-1. I'm a little shocked. I mean, Haybro has, like we said, they've been so dominant this whole entire tournament. They literally have only lost 1 game prior to this series. They literally only lost 1 game going into this one. So, I mean, it's a little surprising for sure. But at the same time, I didn't expect anything less either from this tough Shopify Rebellion team.
And it just continues being kind of shooting the gaps. They're able to get midfield pressure, and a lot of that is Chicago. He's not standing out or jumping out to you on the scoreboard. Obviously, Parth had 2 goals there, so MVP of that game technically, right? But if you look beyond what just the Rocket League scoreline shows you, you'll see Chicago continue to be in the right place at the right time, kind of just dispossessing Haybro and getting them off their game just a tad bit. We haven't really seen them shut out ever, and they just continue to find ways to shut this team's offense down.
Game 5, Champions Field. We find ourselves in a familiar situation, but which team is going to pop off? Are we going to see the Shopify Rebellion team from Game 2 and Game 4? Are we going to see Haybro dominate and take over on the offensive end? We're going to see as time tells. Me and Visionary 1 on the desk, and we're just so conflicted right now as another shot rains through from Hockey. It's such a close series.
It has been. It certainly has been, as Hockey's going to shoot that off to the side plate over to himself, get a little pinch, looking for another touch over to Creams. Is going to be right out by two-piece. He's going to be in the midfield. Does Wavy beat out Chicago? The answer is no. This is going to be over the top. Good boost grab right there. Chicago just trying to keep this ball in play currently for Shopify Rebellion, as Cream's going to blast this one down the pitch. Two-piece already on that backboard, just waiting. Going to go ahead and take control. Look for another one. Going to take it to the ground. Wavy's going to have the read here, however, as Parth looks to play it close once again. Gets it past one. Looking to maybe get a dunk here. Not able to get it past Creams. So we hit 4 minutes in. No goals scored. And the only thing I have to say about this so far, Whoops, is the sheer fact that when nobody is scoring, guess who has won the games? It's been Haybro in the close ones. It's been Shopify when they're able to get on the board early and often.
Yeah, their offense has been so dominant when like I said, when they get it going. But at the same time, Haybro, they do like to play a couple of close games, and sometimes it just nips them in the bud. 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in this one. Hockey gets demoed by two-piece. Creams with the overtake, though. Chicago, last man back, does pop this one up to buy some time. Has 100 boost. Can he do something with it? Flip reset. Air dribble. Going for another flip. Forced to challenge that one as Hockey coming out the box. Good setup right there. Almost a solo pop-off play as this one advances over to the blue half.
Again, the defensive passing coming out from Shopify Rebellion, really trying to push the pace on these counterattacks, not allowing Heybro to get set. So this one's actually going to be on net, and 2Piece not credited with the save, even though Cream's got a shot. Good job, Rocket League. Continue doing statisticians dirty like that. 2Piece goes ahead and chases this one down, not able to find much as Parth able to win 150. 2Piece currently caught in the net. This one's going to be over the top. Chicago has his choice of where to shoot it, and is perfectly placed again. Shopify takes an early lead here with 2:54 to go.
Huge shot right here from Chicago in transition. Like I said beforehand, we know him for his defense, his smarts, his positioning. But this time it works for him again as he pops off on offense, scoring first here for Shopify. But it's going to take more than one goal, I think, to push past Heybro. They need to score a pair of them, at least. Here comes Parth trying to make that dream come true. Big dunk on the goal line. Had himself in a good position as well, but Creams denies him. This is a far shot, unable to catch up to that one as 2Piece. We find ourselves in a tie ball game.
Just a little bit of an overextension right here by 2Piece. Gets caught in no man's land, waiting to see if he needs to jump for that ball, and Creams just launches a rocket down the pitch, able to get an easy one, and those are the ones you can't give up. You can't give Heybro momentum in game number 5. So tied up, still half a game to go. Right now, Shopify has held the possession the majority of the time, but Heybro getting themselves back into the game, potentially getting another one on the board as Wavy almost has the dunk there on 2Piece, who gets the save.
Midway in this game, Chicago, nice little flick towards midfield. Off the backboard, 2Piece, good touch, advance. Oh my goodness, the redirect from Chicago flies towards the orange half of the field. Here comes Parth now. Air dribble. Hockey had the challenge, but I think he didn't have enough boost to kind of go up in the air. And Parth just makes it look easy out here. Shopify go up by 1 again.
Parth's got the super glue, my man. That ball didn't leave the nose of his car after the initial touch. Just a great job getting it over the challenge. We've seen Parth go for a lot of flip resets, right? So as soon as you bring it over the top, you might throw out the defense. It's a great job right there of Shopify taking the lead once again. Problem here is you can't get over aggressive, but still, you don't feel safe with a 1-goal lead. So they're kind of stuck in that conundrum. They still have to be aggressive. They still have to continue to push up. As Hockey going to win that challenge right there. Shoot this off to the side. Yeah, I mean, 153 remaining. Chicago getting this over to Parth. Has the beat. Do you have enough boost to get back down to it? It's not going to waterfall like Parth expects, and that's going to be able to stop this momentum just a little bit as Chicago in the midfield just trying to get this away.
I like that play from Parth, though. He was trying to boost back down to maybe get the bump onto Hockey, but just couldn't catch up to it. On top of that, if he would have got that bump, I think could have set something up for Shopify once again, but nonetheless, it falls to the wayside. Good job from Parth right here, pushing the envelope. 3 shots from him so far. 2Piece denied. Chicago with the putback. Wavy. This could be an open net. I was going to say the transition needs to be crisp right here for Shopify. They do get back on the defensive end and transition right back towards offense. Parth once again with the air dribble. We've seen success with it early on. Wavy trying to get this ball off of their half. About 60 seconds left to go. Chicago with a nice lead. 2Piece with the drill. And there it is. Another goal for Shopify Rebellion as they go up by 2.
Phenomenal job right here by Chicago getting it over the top of 1, and 2Piece is just ready and prepared for the pass and able to slot that upper 90. And Shopify's shooting accuracy has been nuts in this game number 5 and for the majority of this series as well. Not a lot of crossbar bounces. They've been able to take advantage of their opportunities as that's over Parth. This is going to be awkward, falling down onto it. It's not going to be there, and Heybro kind of gets away with another one.
So say every time Shopify scores a goal, Heybro's right there to put one right back in. They're still down by 1. And this is where it gets a little bit dicey. This kickoff is going to be so crucial. We've seen a couple of kickoff goals earlier. I think Shopify did concede a couple to NRG in their series, so we'll see if Heybro can maybe get one in their direction as well. Ooh, Chicago going high. Left with 2Piece. Oh my goodness, Wavy! Cream scores it! What a play right here from Heybro.
Oh, Wavy just has the mind games. Hey, pass 1. Hey, I'm going to flick this. No, I'm not. Over the top. Parth so close to getting that save, but you're not going to be able to squeeze it through 2 offensive players bearing down on that ball. Wavy puts the team on the back like he's Marshawn Lynch, able to get this tied up.
That was insane. I'm sorry I licked the script early. Here comes Wavy now off the back wall. Parth, great challenge, keeping this pressure on. Can we see a game number 5 overtime here in Champions Field to go to the grand finals? 2Piece pays with his life. Hockey with the go-ahead goal. That was going to be too high. Chicago does clear this one into the corner. Put back from Creams. Parth and you have to worry about the boost situation now. If you are Shopify, great pass over with the demolition. The smoke screen comes through. Creams picks up another goal. All 4 goals for Creams. Hey, bro, go up by 1.
Wavy does all that work though. The perfect crossfield pass over to Creams, and then you get the demo in front to lay the smoke screen down. 14 seconds remain. Shopify has got to find one. This kickoff is pivotal. There's Parth. Opportunity here. It's going to be shut down by Wavy. Looking to get a second one. Not going to be able to be found. Hockey clearing this one deep as Chicago all the way back right now. Looking to carry this one over the top, potentially get a win. There's a decent 50-50, but not a lot of boost right now for Shopify Rebellion as this ball is going to be lingering in the midfield. Once again, 0 seconds. Creams, flip reset. Not going to be able to find much, but the ball drops. We're going to get a rematch of NRG versus Shopify Rebellion, and Hey Bro somehow finds a way to win again.
Wow. Absolutely insane performance from Hey Bro and from Shopify Rebellion. You cannot be mad, but look at the stats on your screen right there. Creams, the hero of this match right here for Game 5 for Hey Bro. 4 goals, 8 shots, 2 saves. Wavy, 2, Hockey with 3 saves as well. But look at the defensive saviors over on the Shopify Rebellion squad that kept pretty much this whole entire offense at bay for a majority of this game. So hats off to Shopify, hats off to Hey Bro. What a series to push past to get to the grand finals.
Yeah, don't need overtime to do it. Hey Bro continues their dominance here, of course, in the Bandits on Wheels Fall Showdown. Find yourself in the grand finals 2 weeks in a row against the likes of Shopify, against the likes of NRG, against the likes of, Frosty's Minions. You're running up against all these professional players, and they just continue to push forward, and I love seeing what they're doing right now, and I'm actually super excited as well, and you guys in chat should be also, because we're going to have the opportunity to talk to Wavy after they enter the grand finals once again. Definitely excited to get him on. He'll be here in a minute. Whoops. So for Shopify, you get so close. You have to face NRG again. That series also went 5 games. It's going to be a barn burner for the rest of the day, essentially.
Yeah, this is a very, very close matchup, regardless of what happens. I mean, it's still such a good game, for Shopify Rebellion once again, for Hey Bro. An impressive performance for them to push past. A lot of people in Twitch chat kind of asking, how can Hey Bro even, get in this situation? Well, we're going to ask the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mr. Wavy, when he gets here. So, regardless of the fact, Wavy is here now. Hello, kind sir. Welcome into the stream. Welcome into the chat. So congratulations, making it to another grand finals.
Thank you. No, that was insane. That was definitely a match.
That was ridiculously insane, man. You have us here on the edge of our seats. You guys are down by 2. What's going on through your head there?
I mean, down by 2, we knew that it was winnable. Because we're actually a crazy good team at coming back from deficits. We've done it 5 times this tourney alone. Actually against, who do we play first? I forgot Sapartic. We're down 0-3, 40 seconds left, and then we won in OT. It was insane. But we're just a team that we know we can make comebacks, so we're confident even at a deficit. We just make sure to keep trusting each other no matter the situation. And then we got a kickoff strats, and we used those, and we ended up just taking the dub with them.
Yeah, I called it. I called that kickoff strategy. I saw Shopify Rebellion concede a couple of goals from NRG earlier on in the game as well, or early on in their game. My apologies. And I was like, man, Hey Bro has to do it right here. They have to get a kickoff goal, and then sure enough, you drew it up just beautifully as that one just lipped off the backboard. You just played so many minds games with Chicago, who was there on defense. Man, what was going through your head? I see you smiling. What's going through your head in that situation?
Bro, that double fake. Oh.
that was nasty, dude.
I couldn't do anything else. I literally didn't have the boost count or the control to do anything else. But I was thinking about the situation. It's either I try to force a back post shot or I just fake and try to get a mid pass. And I knew chances are that the mid pass isn't gonna work if I just do it immediately or if I shoot far post. So I bet I'm a ones main. Let's get some fakes going.
Wait, you're a ones main? Wait, what?
Yeah, nobody knows that.
Not actual ones main, but people call me a ones main.
No, I'm trolling.
It's what you're known for right now. You keep performing like this in these tournaments, bro. They're gonna know you for threes before they know you for ones ever again. You're killing it right now. And I have to ask, obviously, you're kind of younger in your career. You're finally making these steps up. How does it feel to be in the grand finals once again against the likes of, NRG and Shopify Rebellion and all these teams, obviously Chicago really looks like they're fitting in with that roster. You still find a way to win.
I mean, it feels amazing because especially there are definitely some people that are saying like maybe it's a fluke last week. They just had a good match or they just had a good tournament. Other teams didn't play so well. But having this performance 2 weeks in a row really solidifies and establishes our dominance within the not only the bubble scene but also the pro scene. So I'm just excited to especially for the new RLCS season and for this grand finals to show once more how good we really are as a team.
I mean, and that's what's great about these tournaments, right? We have an extended off season. You guys get to continue playing together and really solidifying yourself. And then the other people are all trying each other out, right? Like y'all feel like y'all are pretty much good right now. I would feel like after 2 grand finals appearances. The other thing I have to ask you, of course, is NRG versus Shopify. Obviously that game went to 5. You weren't really watching it because I know you were playing yourself, but after seeing what Shopify brought to the table in that upper final, who do you feel like is going to take that?
I think Shopify is going to win again, especially just coming off of that loss. They might be like a little tilted or anything, but they're still warm. So I feel like with them being warm, they probably learned like a little bit about kickoff strats from that. So they'll probably just be a stronger team coming into that lower finals match. But I think they're going to win again.
My man's out here low-key toxic. Learned a little bit of kickoff strategy. Oh my goodness, Wavy, man. You're absolutely insane. That was such an impressive performance, man. You guys just find a will to just win. It's just so insane and nonetheless just impressive, man. Just hand claps. I just want to see hand claps in chat. And by the way, you have to say hello and thank you to Geski, because I think Geski gave you guys the chat buff there, because I think he left to go watch the NRG series, then he came back, and then that's when you guys started to win again. So you have to give some credit to Geski as well.
Nah, Gusky the GOAT, bro. Shout out to him.
All right, man. Any final words before you kind of watch this next series and prep for this grand finals?
I mean, watch out for us in grand finals. We're gonna go back to back.
All right, man. I'm expecting that tweet. All right. I'm just expecting good luck to you guys as well.
Thank you.
My goodness. Impressive performance nonetheless from Hey Bro. Thank you very much for joining us in the booth.
Well, thanks for having me.
Oh, man. Visionary 1. This is insane, man. Just such a great day for Rocket League. And I'm just so blessed to just be here in the captain seat, bringing the Twitch chat, the action, man. Just such a, where do we even start? There was just so much just action just kind of happened today. I mean, just nonetheless, just so many good games.
I mean, game 5, overtime, series 1, 4 games in the second series. And then, oh, by the way, we're right back to 5 games and almost in overtime again. Hey, bro, somehow finding a way to pull that off in regulation. And I got to say, I'm just going to go ahead and vouch for this right now. Orgs, if you're watching this, if you're watching these teams, somebody needs to sign Hey, bro yesterday. Like, not today. Yesterday. Like, get on your stuff. They're for real, and they're continuing to just kind of push through these teams that have established pros on them. So, I mean, at the end of the day, if you want to sign up and comers, now is your chance. You have a great roster who is just shredding teams.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, the time and time again proving themselves, and we talked about how hype Shopify Rebellion was and how much of a giant slayer that they have been, taking out some of the big names in, for some of their RLCS runs and stuff like that. Now it's Hey Bro's turn, and I'm very excited to see how much they can kind of progress and, how far they can kind of push this. And it's very impressive to say the very least, to see like full circle, like kind of how much work they've been putting in the off season and just, it translating into good things for them. So nonetheless, a very impressive performance once again. But man, that's our time right here, Viz. I mean, we're done. We're in the booth. We did 3 games together. It was the 3 best games of Rocket League I probably ever watched firsthand. And I tell you what, I am very excited for some more tactical banditry in the future with you.
I certainly am as well, but not only that, chat should get hyped. You're getting the actual professionals. You're getting Corelli and Spaceman coming in. This should be a phenomenal last 2 series of the day. Want to go ahead, always give a shout out to production. Thanks for having us on. We definitely love you guys pushing all the buttons, because we wouldn't be here without you, because I'm big stupid. I definitely couldn't do it. So whoops, always a pleasure casting with you, brother. And I say bring on more Rocket League. TB has been doing a phenomenal job. Bandits on Wheels has been a long-standing series, and I'm glad to see them get this investment so we can get this quality of play brought to you on stream, of course, by Bandits on Wheels.
100% agree. Hit that follow button if you guys are in the chat and haven't done so yet, because this is only number 2 of, I think, 6 Tactical Bandits on Wheels tournaments. Top of that, join the Discord if you guys want to see and stay up to date with all the action that Bandits on Wheels is going to bring you guys in the future. And as always, thank you once again to production, everybody else making this happen in the back end as well, including Pranav, Atomic, Jesse, Nation, and Brett, whoever it is. You guys are all doing this tournament admin stuff, and you guys are all putting this together, so we appreciate you. And shout out to Twitch chat too, man. We love you guys. I be reading the chat sometimes during the cast and stuff like that as well, so shout out to you guys. But follow my man Visionary, follow me at Whoopsie Gaming on Twitter as well. We appreciate you guys. But Spaceman and Corelli gonna be bringing you guys the grand finals as well as the lower finals after this break.
Tell me where you wanna go. We could fly to the stars, yeah. Tell me if you wanna stay. We could fly night and day, yeah. Tell me where you wanna go. We could fly to the stars, yeah. Tell me if you wanna stay. We could fly, yeah. To the stars, yeah.
Tell me somebody how long he will be on my mind. He will be on my mind. On my mind. On my mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Bandits on Wheels. This is week 2. We saw you just a week ago, and so far it seems that the results have continued to stay the same, all things equal. Wavy's back in the grand finals. Corelli, welcome in. What is happening? How did this get here?
Yeah, I feel like we're having deja vu here. Hey, bro, back in the finals, as you said, and I would say in a pretty impressive fashion in that previous game. We were watching that one right beforehand, and we were saying, oh, no, they're done. They lost. They're not going to do it. Made it left. Make a massive comeback against a really good squad in Shopify Rebellion. I mean, that's not a team that I would expect to give up, that many goals in the final minute, but they do. And I think Hey Bro kind of goes to show, like Wavy was saying in his interview, kind of puts them, I think, a little bit more on the map. You can't really say it was a fluke. They've done it twice now. They haven't won in everything yet, but they've taken down some darn good teams here in the offseason, and they're certainly making a name for themselves throughout all of these tournaments here.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe the takeaway, right, is that they have been competing against, whether the amalgamations of these pro rosters have changed week to week, which the answer is yes, they're still taking down really great six-mans across the board. Whether or not we're changing up rosters, they have continuously, against pressure time, been able to answer the call, goals, assists, demos, stuff like that, where we're looking at how are they going to approach the really tough answers, and they've been able to find success. But when we're looking at flukes across the board, it really hasn't been much today. Of course, we are looking at match points back-to-back for NRG coming up next against Shopify, and they were struggling to close out games. But Corelli, I feel like this is a very big situation, right, where for both these two squads going into what our matchup will be, Shopify NRG, we are looking at like, okay, this is kind of a test of the water between two maybe top pro RLCS teams, at least alone on caliber of individuality across the board, and they have proven that there's a lot to be desired between these two squads. We were talking about it briefly in the green room. What stands out to you about Shopify right now that people should know?
I think a lot of consistency is brought from Chicago. We were talking about it beforehand, that feels like Two Piece and Parth are allowed to kind of play their game. Chicago does a really good job of filling in those gaps for Shopify. I think a big thing, though, as we saw in the previous game, if they've got to stay consistent on defense, and whether that's, we saw a couple mind games come out from Wavy, or the physical game that kind of disrupted their defensive flow. That was the big thing for Shopify that I think is the main takeaway from a series like the previous one against Heybro. But regardless, two-piece Parth in Chicago, obviously Chicago at the most, but even two-piece in Parth, they have plenty of experience against the top guys. So going up against someone like NRG with the likes of Garrett, with the likes of Miss, and the likes of Eris, it shouldn't be a matchup that should scare them.
And again, remember, this is all best of fives until we get to our eventual grand finals. That will be a best of seven winner's advantage to those coming from the winner side. Hey bros, of course. But when we look at how things spread across the board for right now, again, Shopify, NRG, this is going to be a battle of attrition, specifically on the goal line. Couple of mistakes for NRG in the last matchup, unable to close out match point twice, but we got to give credit to Hey Bro and the fact that Wavy has made the transition from the ones game into the threes meta pretty stabilized, right? Like, he has not had a lot of problems converting that gameplay over. But before we get into this, I rarely do this, but we're gonna do it anyway because it's week 2 and we have fun. Corelli, predictions for this one. How are we feeling?
I mean, that question could have gone anywhere. I'm glad it landed on predictions. Well, listen, we've seen this matchup before once already, right? It was NRG Shopify in the upper bracket semifinals. Funny thing about that series was that NRG actually outscored Shopify throughout that series, but ended up losing in the end. Shopify just scoring enough goals in the games prior. But I think for this particular matchup, I do agree with what Wavy said in his interview. I still have Shopify. You come off hot against the matchup of Heybro, and I mean, listen, this one you could call either way. Let's be honest here, but it already went to 5 once before. But I'm gonna stick with the consistency here and go with Shopify.
Yeah, Garrett's been shooting the lights out today, but when it comes to kind of championship crunch time, I'm never going to overlook the power of Chicago. Today, both ends of the ball, defensive, offensive, he's looked fantastic. But this team on both sides for NRG certainly have enough to get it done. The big question again today specifically has been, can they close it out on championship point? As we get underway, reminder, this is only week 2. We got a couple of more weeks of action to go. We'll jump into that as the broadcast continues later on today. But as we start here, the big matchup that everybody's been wanting to see, I feel like whether it's been the upper side or lower side, Shopify, NRG, a lot of conversations, a lot of external questions now coming into the fold as we jump into game 1. But maybe it is all just a fluke on championship point. Maybe it is just going by the wayside. Speaking of flukes, here in chat, well, wonderful to see you as always. But now we go into game 1 as Parth opens up proceedings with a quick goal.
Oh, was that a fluke? I don't think so. Right off the rip. Great sheet there from Parth, and I mean, that's as simple as you can get when it comes to a kickoff. Goes in your favor, lands right in front of you on an open net when everyone's still getting boost, everyone's still getting back into it, and that's a fantastic way for Shopify Rebellion to get things started here against NRG.
One of the quick ways to punish as well, but when we talk about maybe the standouts on the field, I feel like you can't go anywhere during the offseason with looking at prospective talent without looking at Eris. He really has been one of the big standouts, specifically in North America. I was just tuning into Reddle stream about, half an hour ago, just listening him break down not only the matchups, but how a lot of pro teams are seeing some of these young players, and Eris is at the top of the leaderboard along with likes of Wavy. So there's a lot of promise here in these types of tournaments to see exactly what North America has to bring to the table. And Corelli, it feeds back into that conversation of maybe we had midway through last season where we had players like apparently Jack coming out and saying there's really not a lot of up-and-coming talent in North America. So far, it seems like that hasn't been the case in the offseason.
Well, I definitely agree that it's probably tougher for a lot of the up-and-coming talent to get on the teams here as we're talking about him. He's going to put one away here. He finds the equalizer. What a great touch to drop it into mist and then follow up, stay with the play. You don't have to rotate quickly back. You can stay with that play. And Eris does a great job there. But, I mean, I don't think necessarily it's wrong to say that there maybe isn't a ton of talent coming up in North America. But for the ones that are, I'm glad that they're getting those opportunities. Seeing Eris, I mean, being able to team up with guys like Garrett G and Mist. I mean, what a way to spend your offseason here as two-piece. The scoring has been just trading blows, Spaceman, as we just discuss the offseason here.
It's essentially 2 goals from the midfield line, picking it up off the sidewall and essentially dunks it right through. Garrett had to fly across from his own rotation. Nobody was around. Barely a minute burned by, still playing on the clock, and off the kickoff we go. So outside on the external boost will be Garrett. One challenge goes away for NRG for the moment, but as we sit and all things dead even, it really has been those corner pressures we've seen from NRG to start. Opening up with the demo, allowing Eris now to move into the center of the box, waits for the fake, Garrett will circle around, and from here, we are looking at the defense of Shopify to get him out of this dodge.
Yeah, that's a great tackle there from Mist as well. Slow the transition a little bit, and now Shopify trying to piece together the offense, even with a couple challenges not going in their favor. They just can't hold onto the ball. And Eris quickly to that one will beat the first man. Maybe a second touch looming here. It is across the net, but Parth will prevent. And Shopify trying to stabilize here. Here comes Garrett. It's an open net. Garrett G going to find the equalizer for NRG.
I mean, this is free because of Mist. Winning it through the battle, gets it around, finds the extra touch. It's about as easy as Garrett's going to find on a look. Tie game. Working a bit of overtime on the goal line from NRG, but Shopify handled their business quite well on the kickoffs. We'll see if it follows through here yet again.
And a lot of that was thanks to Eris, especially on that sidewall, winning a couple challenges, forcing the issue from the corner and into the middle of the field. It's one of the hardest things to do, especially as players get better and better, is to create a chance from the corner. It's always been, tagged as the safest spot a defense can put the ball by many who teach the game. And a lot of times it's a great spot, just a bailout spot, an overflow spot, if you will, for defenses, just to clear their lines. And what a touch by Garrett. No line is going to get in front of that one. And Garrett coming alive here for NRG.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting bailout touch from Chicago. He was trying to play it back and give his teammate a chance to go up for the follow-up extension in midfield, but Garrett snuffed it out very quickly. Listen, these are two players who have played against each other for eons at this point. They know exactly what they're going to do and where on the pitch they're going to execute. Nice job by Garrett to recognize the space available. Parth off the kickoff, looking for the double tap, taken away by Eris, and now moved into the corner. So space here for the moment as NRG try to breathe. And off that flick from Eris, we'll get a chance towards that offensive third to push more pressure up.
I mean, you're really seeing the offensive firepower from both teams. It's 7 shots for Shopify. There's 8 for NRG. Very even when it comes to the output. Obviously very even in the score right now. And I think really you kind of turn your head towards how do we sharpen up the defense on both sides, because the offense is churning for both teams. Here's Parth looking for that back wall, but it's missed on a great clear. Garrett can't get up quick enough. Two-piece to read that one out. And here comes Shopify trying to lock down the corner, and Eris, a smart touch, will get himself out.
He's got to play the man-to-man offense from there. With no boost, it's going to be a slow rotation out, but he's got no choice. Chicago, very little in the tank, just trying to buy time for Parth to take the extra challenge. Will do so around 1. Wins the 50 and leaves it into an open possession. Quick trades back and forth. Garrett will find the touch, but following through at Chicago. Got two-piece in the opposite wing. He grabs the midfield corner, and here we go. So you start to see the offense start to spread for Shopify, but they very much struggle with holding on to the ball and finding those second and third touches. Now it's just a race back to the midfield. These quick cut downs from NRG have been absolutely brutal, and Eris looking for his captain will be unsuccessful, but I like the ideas downfield from NRG.
And you're seeing good control come out from NRG, like you're saying. You're seeing the good ideas come out. And now that, okay, here's a great idea from Garrett. Oh, he's going to get two-piece in the corner. He makes the save, but a lot of control coming up from the NRG offense. You need to find that bite, though. And Garrett certainly showing it off a little bit there.
Pass, can't connect. Like the idea, though, to the midfield. Wins a 50. Eris trying to restabilize around Chicago. It gets a little scrappy, but all things considered, not too bad. Chicago around 1. Looking for the second. Last man back, and it keeps the offense at bay, but for how long is the question. 2 pieces, 2 touches. With that in the corner. Back to the midfield. Eris, unsuccessful. Garrett takes it away. He's got Eris in the wing. And Garrett will try to play it low, but the defense from Shopify stands strong.
Hey, there is big apprehension coming out from Shopify every single time Garrett gets a flip reset. He seems to be able to beat the first man. Now here comes Eris. Doesn't have a lot of boost. Parth can't get a touch on it. And Chicago is able to get out. Here comes two-piece on the pre-jump shot on target and missed. Is not going to get there in time. We're all tied up once again.
That's so stupid. Chicago, extra touch, two-piece plays it low. Garrett went for the bait, didn't have a choice. It was a good challenge, but better stabilization from two-piece. It's absolutely stupid. Tie game, 30 seconds to play.
And I mean, two-piece kind of pre-jumped that. He was already in the air expecting that touch to keep going. Chicago got such a weird touch that I think it threw off the defense. I don't think Mist expected to come. Here's a flip reset shot from two-piece. It's too high. 3 apiece here in the final 20 seconds.
Well, just trying to win the battle with the second touch for now. Nobody really has a clean possession. It's going to be up to Garrett to find the clear. Cut down. We trade it back to Mist. We've seen this before just a week ago. As Parth will have to work from the back line of his own rotation. Keep it up as long as you can. That's the name of the game. Mist in the back line. Parth now circling through the midfield. Doesn't get the extra extension off the right wheel. And we go to OT in game 1.
We never see that anymore, Spaceman. We never see that just keep it
Absolute
up.
cringe.
That used to be a hallmark of community Rocket League events, is keeping the ball up for as long. Yeah, we used to play the game properly. This two-piece trying to show us how to play the game properly, and Garrett, who's had a lot of space inside that Shopify box, isn't going to find it there. Two-piece now again, just having to clear from his back wall. And look at the Missed from the midfield. Will contest that clear in 2-piece. It's not going to pay off. Here comes Parth, and what a save from Garrett to pop that one up.
You know what we're seeing right now, Crowley? We're seeing passion across the board from all players in the midfield. Just everybody dialed in to 11 on a scale of 5. There's a bump from 2-piece. Make it 2 onto Eris. Make it 3. Net's a bit open for the moment, but Mist was able to corral and push it away. Shoved back out to midfield. Scooped up by 2-piece. Left on the lone devices of Eris, who circles through and loses a 50. Almost a bump that pays dividends for the moment. Shopify still hunting in that offensive third, but back in rotation. It's a very dangerous one, but Shopify will stabilize.
And 14 shots now for Shopify, 14 shots for NRG. Again, we've talked about the offense here. And here comes Garrett again. The output, at least in the shooting department, has been high. 3 goals apiece isn't something to scoff at as well. Missed, trying to force it through the midfield. And I think Shopify in this overtime in particular have really found some space in the final third now. They were backed up, I think, for the majority of regulation, especially in the second half. And now they found that outlet that they've been able to keep NRG on their back wall. And Mist won't be able to get to the first man, but Chicago there to punch it back.
Good clear from Garrett. He's going to follow up, though. You have to contest this. The double tap from the machine himself is going to be hard to stop in this direction, let alone the amount of boost he was able to garner at midfield that kept that play moving. Eris back into the throes of the corner and wins another touch just barely on the ball to make it interesting for NRG. Chicago been kept at bay at midfield. Haven't seen him too much in space. As Mist will play it low, and again, we kind of trade possessions on the adjacent wall. This has been a much slower overtime as the minutes have gone on than what we saw in the start of Game 1.
Yeah, you are seeing the pace kind of slow down. And a lot of fighting for that midfield 2-piece. Just trying to force it through. That's a decent attempt on target just to get Garrett to come out, but here comes Eris to take on the old team, flick towards the net. Chicago again, who has been sitting in that third man position quite a bit on this Shopify squad. Comes up big, and so is Garrett on the NRG side, who's, what has he got? It's 4 saves to his name. He just tries to corral this midfield and turn it into an attack.
Yeah, you're really not seeing much from NRG here. When the rotations start to break down from both teams, that's when you lean on mechanics. And for the moment, it's just been kind of stagnated single hit pushes up the middle of the gut, and Shopify have handled it. Garrett's been looking for double taps. They've cleared off the backboard. Eris has been popping it high and trying to play a one-on-one, but it's really been no space afforded. Parth will be left in the back line. Now transition. Eris actually plays the read quite well. Into the center box. 2-piece clears it away, and Parth is ready. So rotation it again for NRG, not there. Now it's up to them to follow through on this rebound.
That's a great pick there from Garrett. He saw his third man get demoed. He could have gone all the way back, but instead kind of hedged towards a positive outcome. He got the interception there in the midfield to push it downfield and positively for his team. And in the end, he didn't have to go all the way back and created a chance. 2-piece approaching 1,000 score as he's sitting at 975. Here comes Mist across. That's a little bit too much for Garrett to get around.
Maybe they allow a 2-piece to roam a little bit more. Start to get physical on the back wall. Starting to see Eris do that as well. And pull that extra rebound off the backboard and allow the offense to push up. As Garrett got a little chip, but it wasn't enough to disrupt the play, and Eris will catch. As all things sit, 4 minutes burn. Get your predictions in now. In chat, when do you think the game's going to end? It's always fun to see who expects who to score. It never goes the way we think. But
hey, you casted that 12-minute overtime at the Spring Major, man. You're an overtime demon as far as finding the long ones here. Is it 4 minutes and 22 seconds? This one not going to find the mark. Parth is there. 2-piece now sitting at 999 score. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Casually.
Just 1 behind the 1,000 mark. Normally you at least get over. And he probably will here with 1 more touch, but you're looking at almost 5 minutes of overtime. And like you said, the game is slowing down. I think the chances are coming at a premium. Eris with 2 demos will open up space for Garrett, but he did not have the best pickup.
I mean, to Mist's credit, with 3 shots and 3 assists, I mean, he's been dishing it to NRG on the counterattacks, but he has been kept at bay. Compared to week 1, how dangerous he was in the corner. Misplay. Oh, are you kidding? Oh, the caster curse is great, but the defense, not so much.
What a pass from Eris. I mean, this thing was a rocket towards him, and he didn't have a lot of boost either, and so he backflips, gives it back to Miss, who basically is teed up for the shot, and NRG able to come out on top, and it was just game 1, man. That's just 1 game.
Goodness. Just heads awareness, I think, is maybe one of the big takeaways from a lot of the I call them rookies, but they've been around the scene for a while. Players like Wavy, players like Eris, who are starting to make their name at the top levels. The awareness they have in situations is just second to none. Again, a good trait to have moving forward. 2 goals for Garrett, 4 saves, 8 shots across the board, missed with 4 of his own, and was able to put 1 up as well. So, like, this was just it felt like an overtime of a lot of adjustments for both teams, but Eris so often in these one-on-one situations, getting an extra touch toward the ceiling, right? Parked in the middle of traffic and still dishing it on a dime. You can't teach that. It's instincts, and he's got it on lock, man.
I mean, especially during the regulation game is what I'm going to call it, because that was 5 minutes, and overtime was 5 minutes. During regulation, did a great job of working the sidewall and beating the first man. That's a super important skill to have. It's a tough one to have, especially when you're playing against RLCS caliber players. So to be able to consistently beat that first man has paid off for NRG, and had to grind out 5 minutes of overtime. They are able to come out on top.
Well, again, we started the proceedings in Game 1 with an opening kickoff goal. It was the way of Shopify. From there, they played about 4 minutes of perfect Rocket League. We got pushed to an OT, and we played an extra game. So everybody's warmed up now, and it does come down to those small adjustments, as we saw in Week 1. To start things off, though, NRG able to escape through a Game 1 with brilliant plays in the offensive third. Can they keep it rolling? That's the question. Eris on your screens, very little boost, falls back in transition, and Parth will go up to the 50. But we continue to fly through this blue corner, and for the moment, it's been all the pressure from NRG.
Yeah, and it's typical from what we saw, at least in the first 5 minutes of the previous game. Before we went to overtime, a lot of control coming out from NRG, as you see them trying to punch off that last third man to open up the space on the dribble. Here comes Garrett again. He's got some space here. Parth tracking back, and he will pick it off. Eris was downfield as well. He actually punched it out towards the mid. Here's 2-piece, 1-on-1. In fact, it's 1-on-0. It's an open net, and 2-piece will open up the scoring for Shopify.
There's just so much space, and shout out to Chicago for that pinch that helps just clear house. It's easy from 2-piece at midfield. You're not going to miss that often. Garrett couldn't get there in time, not his fault. They lose the challenge on the backside, and Chicago is high-fiving his teammate downfield to start things off. Good team play on the defensive work, cleaning it up from the end of that OT. If it continues, Shopify might be sitting pretty well going into Game 2. So far, a 1-0 lead. They're trying to build on it with a flick. Nicely done by Parth in transition. Just couldn't close the play.
That was a great save from Garrett as well, but a beautiful touch there from Parth. Now missed. Trying to claim one himself with flip reset. Waiting, dropped it all the way down. Here's a shot from Garrett. It's weak and an easy save from Parth. So we go back the other way.
It always feels like when the ball kind of ricochets in the center of the net, where's Garrett? Is he going to find a double tap? Is he going to rip it from the elbow? It always feels like it. A bit jumbled for the moment. He does win a touch, and keep your eyes on him on the bottom right of your screen through the corner. And back again, taking away Parth with a huge booming clear.
Good demo there from Parth, and Shopify trying to show some offense here. Chicago has Parth. Can he get another touch? He can't. Good positioning here from 2-piece. You can see the rotation is perfect from Shopify. Everyone getting back. NRG will try their luck now. Missed. Almost poked it by Chicago. But a pinch will allow Shopify a moment or two to recollect.
This is, of course, a rematch from earlier in our upper bracket semifinals. It was Shopify who took it in 5. And then would move on to our upper finals and, again, go to 5 and lose to Hebro, who are currently waiting the champion of this matchup. But from NRG, they have been through a bit of a gauntlet in that lower bracket, like what we saw last week for our prior teams moving into that grand final spot. They took down Frosty's Minions 3-1. Then they moved through for another Game 4 victory in the lower semis. Now find themselves going head-to-head against some of the best in the world, but Chicago is also just as good. One's across the board and makes it 2-0.
Yeah, I really credit Chicago for his shooting. It's what he did on G2 as well. And when the opportunity is there, he has knocked down almost every single one in the games that we've seen today from him. The opportunities have been lacking for him, but that's only because 2-piece and Parth have been all over the ball offensively. I think Chicago finding himself more in a second and third man position in a lot of cases.
And the midfield has been very, very sparse for Chicago, specifically in Game 1 of this series. I mean, granted, Garrett and company have done a fantastic job of shutting him down, but you also have to remember that he is a sharpshooter from any range, and Chicago, through the corner, finds another.
I mean, there was a reason why, you know, a couple of years ago, JNaps was the leader in assists in the world. It was because he had Chicago on his team putting everything away.
Man, what a good time. Can't believe it's come to an end.
Yeah.
But new teams form, new dynasties start. Second chances for a lot of our older pros. We'll see how things continue moving into the new season. For now, though, this team looks like they're starting to make those adjustments from game one we expected. Parth, either looking for the touch or the demo, either would work. A bump helps. Garrett avoids one around the pressure, and it's poke free, and that is a goal.
I'm curious here from Parth on the spawn. I'm sure the callouts are screaming that it's rolling back, and when he spawns in, he picks the right direction, but it just was not enough time. Just not enough time for Parth. And NRG will get on the board here finally. It's 3-1. So a cushion for Shopify for sure, and they have to hold on for the next minute and a half.
Oh. Trying to play mistake-free Rocket League. Shopify very good at that. They clean up some of the fundamentals, specifically two-piece and Parth, in the past couple of seasons have really gotten better. But through the corner again, time continues to dwindle away. Power play for the moment. Shopify will take advantage if they can to the midfield, killing time, stalling out. Two-piece back into play, forcing the save, forcing another challenge. Look how far up Shopify are pushed, not relinquishing that 50-yard line.
Great play there from Chicago as the first man. He's still staying involved here, trusting Parth to slow things down when he's called upon, and he will. And Chicago right back into the mix there. You saw him whip back around. But Garrett G on a great cut. Now a shot. It was top shelf, but missed. Is he able to turn it away? Shopify once again turning up the heat.
Huge movement clear, and a cut down from Garrett. Great recognition to take advantage of the space. Eris,
Wow.
low left post. We saw this just a series ago. When they have a slow roller, they're going to place it perfectly.
And that was actually a great pass from Garrett, honestly. Came off the corner to miss to Eris, and when you got Parth hanging off the back wall like that, it's tough for him to read the shot. And the best place to put that shot is where he put it, behind the player. And a beautiful, beautiful goal coming out from NRG.
Feels like a little bit of SSG passing plays we've seen in the past two games from this NRG squad. Eris stepping up in the offensive third. Garrett doing a nice job of just keeping the play moving, facilitating for Mist. And one of the best defenders in North America of Mist has done a fantastic job of keeping this team involved in this game, though the scoreline stands as it does. They only need one. It comes down to a booming clear. Garrett trying to get it over two-piece. He'll get it around Chicago. He's got Eris in front and wins the 50. Follow-up won't be there. Chicago's downfield just to secure this game two. Extra little bit of cherries on top. And with 2 seconds left, it's going to be a 4-2 win in game two. Shopify will tie up the series.
Yeah, can't blame NRG for trying to push that one down the field. I would have liked Garrett to really take that challenge a bit differently there. He was pushing it towards a space that he didn't have help to. If anything, pushing it to the left probably would have helped him if he could, of course. But in the end, it doesn't really matter. You know, NRG having to put in everything just to force the opportunity for an equalizer. And in the end, it won't matter. NRG will drop game two. Shopify equalizes the series.
It very much feels like a team on offense where when they score in bunches, keep that snowball rolling, but the defense gets them through the game, right? It's not going to be a situation where this defense for Shopify will save them from situations, but they need the offense to contribute. Chicago, the reason why, 3 goals and assist to save on 2 shots. He did have a poke free downfield that helped, but this was a very, very great midfield game from Shopify. We expected to see maybe more pressure and more consistency on their holds in midfield. Game one, a bit of a different situation, but here they allow Chicago to get comfortable. And Corelli, there are very dangerous things in Rocket League, that being one of them. When Chicago has space and he has a look that he can execute on, he's going to bury it, man.
I mean, a hat trick here, I think, as you mentioned. So, yeah, the shooting was perfect from Chicago. But I think from a perspective, actually, it was even more than perfect. He scored 3 goals on 2 shots, according to the stats. But yeah, but I think for NRG, it is that midfield. And that was a theme that we kind of talked about last week as well. A lot of teams losing that midfield, not having a presence in the midfield. And if you can't push your lineup past the midfield, you're going to find yourself stuck on defense for most of the game. And that's exactly, I think, what we saw from NRG. Again, a lot of firepower here on Shopify. They can kind of be overwhelming at times, but they can also overcommit. And you have to take advantage of those chances when they're shown. I think Shopify, though, have played a lot of perfect games here where they haven't made those big mistakes.
And I think bringing up the overcommits are a good shout because just looking back to game 2, how often Garrett was downfield as like the first man out on the counterattack before the play had developed, and he was dishing and finding mixed in the likes of Eris. And when plays like this develop, he is rewarded for the commitment. Eris with a great touch and Garrett with the finish.
And one of the strong suits from this NRG squad right now, it has been the passing. You go back to even Garrett's pre-flip where he flips it into the corner and then back out to, I believe it was Eris to miss or miss to Eris, one of the two. Another great passing play here. They are on the same page. They are well connected in the final third. If they can continue that, if they can find that a bit more often, I mean, this offense will be lethal.
It really seems like when this offense is getting caught in traffic, when they're getting caught in situations where they have to find the most out of very liminal space, they are making the most of it, and it's the communication. They absolutely are on the same page. Eris a big reason why, but they are thriving right now and working off of the back foot going into Game 3, a series that's tied 1-1, a rematch from earlier, as NRG are certainly rolling through the start of this game, and Garrett will try to find the clear, will do so. It's a little bit wide, but enough to do some damage into the corner.
Here comes Shopify trying to control that midfield again, trying to pass through it as well, but to get cut out, it's a good touch from Two-Piece just to slow things down. That was dangerous for a second for Shopify's defense. Miss looking for options, and he is absolutely denied by Chicago on the back wall.
Chicago wins the 50. He gets midfield grab. Two-Piece is going to fall back and play for back boost here. They're going to send the house on this offensive push. Want everybody up, burning their boost, and already you got a demo, so that essentially breaks down what could have been a long period of Shopify pushes, and now they'll have to work on their own back foot.
Yeah, it really is amazing how many decisions you have to consider when you're on the ball, and Chicago had, you know, the idea of passing that one out towards the top of the box. He had a teammate there, and they were demoed. So then he had to bail on that, and he tried to salvage the play by a solo play across the wall, but you know that one's a low percentage, and so you're forced into a bad challenge in the end just because of the demo and that physical game. That's why it pays off. As Garrett, can he get a second touch? He does. Oh my goodness. He comes right back out to Mist, who's just playing it to space, trying to play it back to himself. Still, NRG able to hold this line. The midfield flip reset from Eris. Can he go all the way? Another one denied. The defense holding strong from Shopify.
It's not just enough to clear. You have to be good enough to get out in front of the extra challenge, the extra rebound. The NRG are certainly winning right now. Great clear from Parth. It spreads the offense wide and allows the defense to restabilize through the corner. Two-piece to the midfield. It's got Chicago waiting. The flick over one. Chicago the second touch. Here comes Parth playing it high off the backboard. Skies it and taken away by Garrett. Two-piece now funneling into the box. Chicago at the midfield and taken back by Eris with no boost to leave it to Garrett. This is just consistent, like a rotation of 2 or 3 players at a time from Shopify getting the extra touch. And it's left up to these weird challenges, these weird 50s from Eris and Garrett, who are finding these clears. And finally, Mist gets involved, but that has been the flurry of shots we expected to see just a minute ago.
Oh, dangerous here. I think Eris went up for this one, and Parth is able to find Two-Piece downfield. Shopify, time not a factor yet. You got just under 2 minutes. You're only down by 1. So NRG have had to spend a little bit more time on defense than I think they would have liked. Mist just trying to go for the block there on the clear. This one to the back wall. Garrett is going to get another touch, but it's so weak. And Chicago would get a booming clear to the other side.
You know, Parth missed the touch, but I actually think it worked out because he's able to just get back out on the counterattack. Granted, though, nothing really happened. So we're playing boom ball now, and this all favors NRG. Very low boost for Shopify. Not a lot of time to work with. You think a minute's a long time, and it is when you have possession consistently. Right now, they're just fighting to get out of their own backcourt. Garrett from the ceiling uses the reset. Punched out to the offensive third. Eris gonna pop it high. Here comes Two-Piece towards the backboard. Missed. Second touch, center to nobody. Chicago can't overcommit. Another demo that breaks down the Shopify offense.
Yeah, great demo again. That's the second time the offense has really been stifled because of a well-timed demo on the right guy. And that's the key point here. Now, a little fake, a little pass, a little shimmy to the far side, and Shopify will find a way home.
And the pre-flip that beats out the extra touch. This is beautifully set up, and the communication. Two-Piece was already in motion as the pass is landing. That's disgusting. Garrett, there's really no way he can save that. He's got to cover too much of the net. And finally, the dam falls. The break comes in, what seemed like just continuous pressure with so many opportunities before a demo broke it open. A chance now as Shopify Rebellion tie it up.
And a lot of the credit there has to go on that passing play. I mean, you look at that defense, and it looked like they didn't do a lot, but that's because there were so many options for the offense there, and they were trying to read which one the offense was going to choose. And when you have that high quality of options, it's so tough as a defender. And you see what happens there. So we're all tied up with 15 seconds left. Shopify making it work, and they might make it work again. They're coming down dangerous. Here comes Chicago, shot on target. It's going to go in with 5 seconds left.
It just bounces off missed. It was so perfectly set up. The defense was in position. He's falling down from the backboard to cover 3 different angles. And Chicago recognizes, and watch how he turns his Fennec to play it low off missed. So if there's a rebound, it's into the corner. If there's a rebound, it's low post. Great reaction from Chicago. And the placements from one of the best in the game, icing on top. Shopify steal this game away from NRG.
Wow, what a series this one has been. And you're right, I mean, NRG, they were in the lead. They were holding on to it quite well. Of course, it was just a 1-goal lead, and that's the scariest situation there, is if you let one back, Shopify, all of a sudden, they get another. And as you said, steal away this game.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, there's going to be questions like, how do you not save that if you're missed? Look, he's covering the backboard. He's dropping down, already low on boost. He's got to make a decision to basically just screen to the lower left post. Chicago notices. There's really nothing you can do. NRG played it really, really well, but Shopify played it better in Chicago. In clutch time, this is the big question for NRG, was can they close out games? Can they close out situations where they have the lead and it's going to put them either on match point or finish the series? So far, they could have gone up 2-1 in this one, but in the final waning moments of that game, they drop it, now down 2-1. Shopify just have one more game to close it out. Can they do it in Coliseum? NRG look like they're really in final form in at least this series, but just small mistakes, small instances maybe, Corelli, where they just need to close the game out a little bit sooner.
And a lot of big positives there from NRG were the demos, right? We talked about that quite a bit. And, I mean, this game could have been Shopify's all the way had they not gotten those few demos, and that's kind of what I think kept the game close. But finally, a couple good passing plays come out, and Shopify, who have just been deadly on the connection, are able to finish the job.
We got 5 minutes to play, and there's a reason we play all 5 minutes to Chicago. Great pass. Immediately taken away. NRG will try to move downfield now. It's up to Mist. Working through 3. He actually wins the 50, but it was a single file stack from NRG that really led nowhere. And back to the defensive jaws for the moment as 2-piece will clear.
See if Shopify can get back to that aggressive and abrasive offense that we've seen. That last game, they did not have that. It was quite the opposite, in fact. See what else this roster and this team, when it comes to the strategy, how many different strategies do they have? Garrett wants to bring it down. By the way, I was thinking about this last game. I didn't get a chance to say it, but I've never seen Garrett go for this many flip resets. He is constantly taking the solo option, which I'm not complaining. But you're seeing a lot of confidence from Garrett behind the ball, especially in game 1. But even in the previous game, a couple opportunities for him that he called his own number. Unfortunately, wasn't fruitful on most of them, but it's good from Garrett to find that confidence.
Well, it very much seems like in this first series, it's kind of how they played so far today alone. He's been the first and second option. But so has 2-piece. Everywhere upfield, whether it's been overextending or looking for bumps or demos, 2-piece has been leading the charge. This time, though, it's Parth, his teammate, that clears house, and 2-piece finishes. Another lead for Shopify.
Yeah, a little demo, a little bump from Parth. I mean, what more can you do? You take out 2/3 of the opposition. You're going to have space. 2-piece there on one of the easier goals he's going to get here in this series. And Shopify, I think, happy to sit on this 1-goal lead. You know, we talked about, looking for the aggression, and they're trying to set it up here, but I think NRG slowly figured it out defensively, and I don't think that Shopify is going to have the same freedom that we've seen in previous games.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. They've very much been slowed down to the midfield. Even when Garrett was looking for that extra touch, when he had possession, he was immediately getting challenged. Something that they were doing to Shopify, specifically Chicago in game 1, off the post. It's a tough one to swallow, but they'll do so. Pinch helps to clear. Parth now moving through with no boost. He's able to keep it going and allow 2-piece to make a play. But now a breakaway chance. You got Garrett waiting. Chicago, great poke free. Eris is up for the recovery. Not the greatest touch, but just puts it in play and allows his teammates a chance to get back on defense.
Oh, here comes 2Piece too. He wanted a piece of that one coming it down. Good couple touches there from Parth. Lets his teammates get back in rotation. Beats the first man. And it comes right back out to Chicago, who will put it towards the far side, but still Shopify kind of hitting everywhere but the net right now. As this one, it's wide open for Chicago, and finally the challenges come through, and all those shots was just posturing for the final challenge, and it pops up perfectly for Chicago.
Only question is, where's Chicago? When is he going to come finish this play? And he was waiting at the midfield, circling, biding time, and a 2-0 lead helps things quite nicely for Shopify with about 2 minutes to play on Coliseum. That is a kickoff that could lead way to Mist bullying his way through. Eris, follow-up chance, a bunch of demos, couple of saves, but as the dust settles, it's still possession for Shopify. Mist back into play to Eris, to Mist. Where's Garrett?
Oh my.
Here he comes, wide of the post, but I like the idea.
Yeah, love it. Love it from NRG. You're finding each other. You're not being greedy. You're not taking the first shot. Because a lot of times when you force the shot, you just get dunked. And Mist was absolutely going to get dunked if you just forced that on target. So I like the back pass to Garrett. You keep possession. Unfortunately, just the defense finally read it. But NRG, I mean, they're going to need this if they're going to get back into this game.
I mean, the pacing from this defense right now for Shopify is keeping up with all the different looks NRG are trying to throw at them. A busy defense is a confident defense, and right now they are certainly answering all those questions. To the midfield we go. 2Piece. Even just these small clears, right, that disrupt the flow of the offense. It's killing time off the clock. Eris gonna center. Garrett, great touch. Eris twice and leaves off the play. Plays boost instead. But Parth is playing it around. Knows he has a 2-goal lead. Don't need to play anything risky. And kill time and put another one on the board as Parth makes it 3-0.
Garrett, I don't know if this is what he intended on doing. Maybe he was trying to get it a bit higher to find Eris on the opposite side or just put it up the wall, but surely not intending to put that one straight into the opposition. And Parth whipping back around to make sure that one finds its home. A 3-0 lead now for Shopify.
They've got plenty of time on the clock to make things interesting, but you start looking at, the situations, how this game's played out. You need to go within maybe the next 5 or 6 seconds. Make it realistic. Garrett through the corner, wins one. Cutting it down, popping it high, just burning more time. Eris gonna have to recenter this one, but nobody else is around. Mist doesn't want to commit too far. Garrett's in the back line, 30 seconds to play. And Corelli, this one's looking a bit dire for NRG.
Yeah, NRG not really finding any offense here. Missed. Maybe the last good look here, Eris. That shot was too high. He had a defender in front of him. 15 seconds left, and I don't think NRG can do it. A monster clear comes out from Chicago, and Shopify doing well to keep it out.
Well, a bunch of you put predictions in chat. Many of you had theories, but at the end of the day, it is all Jover. It is absolutely Shopify series. As they will take it 3-1 on Coliseum. NRG put up a hell of a fight, but Shopify just a little bit too much at the midfield, and they changed pace quickly in this series. We're able to correct some of those mistakes. Communication for both teams was excellent, but Shopify get it done. Parth and 2Piece, fantastic. 2Piece, 631 points to his name. Only one goal, was everywhere on the field. But Chicago stepped up to secure a bunch of these goals in this series. And that will be all she wrote for this one alone. Shopify take it 3-1. Corelli, look, like not a series that we can look back on and say, wow, that was an absolute surprise. But it definitely felt like both teams had maybe their best looks in the middle-way portion of Game 2, start of Game 3. And then we started to see separation. We started to see that midfield control that Shopify wanted to execute on. They were adapting to the passes that NRG had, and they were bringing some of their own, which was a good showing from Shopify.
Yeah, huge showing from Shopify, and huge shout out to 2Piece, man. I mean, he was balling out every single one of those games. I mean, almost always at the top of the leaderboard. If he wasn't, I mean, he was putting up points, he was putting up stats. Everyone from Shopify, I think, actually played really well that series, which is a really good sign for a roster like this. Of course, we don't know how serious a lot of the rosters are, but we can only talk about what's in front of us. So for now, this Shopify iteration is looking quite fruitful, and I'm excited to see a rematch for them against Hebro.
Yeah, I think maybe that's the takeaway of today has been it's felt like a day of rematches. We got a bit of that in the first week of action. Of course, this is only week 2, but it very much felt like we were seeing just the adjustments. I harp on that word often with a lot of series, but the adjustments between both the series, but also the matches we've seen specifically. But speaking of, let's talk to some of our winners. Let's talk to Shopify. I believe we have Memory on the line. We'd like to get him in here for an interview. And I want to know just specifically about the Shopify team, how they've been able to make some of these adjustments. So Memory, welcome in. pleasure to have you as always. Talk to me. Like, what have you been seeing on the ground from this squad? Because they look like they're just getting better and better each game.
Thank you, man. Happy to be here. Yeah, I mean, we've kind of been adjusting.
In Discord, we can't hear you.
You hear me now?
You're spitting so hard. Yeah. How you doing?
I was spitting, bro. Anyway, thanks for having me. Yeah, I don't know. We've kind of been adjusting all day. You know, it's a new squad, just a tournament to test out how things are going. And I think the biggest thing is that we're all kind of talking to each other after games and figuring out what feels right, what doesn't. Obviously, Chicago coming from G2, he's been there forever. They do certain things a certain way. We do things a certain way. So it's just all about the communication.
Yeah, I think for anyone that watches any bit of Rocket League, I hope that they would understand that too. When it comes to bringing on a guy like Chicago, I mean, we just mentioned, we don't know how serious some rosters are and aren't, but we can only talk about what's in front of us. So we see Chicago on Shopify Rebellion. We see him paired up with two guys like Two Piece and Parth. In your mind, how do you envision Chicago working into this team? Like, what's the ideal situation for Chicago on Shopify Rebellion?
I think my answer would actually be different than what most people would think. But I think for us, Chicago, it's not about having him necessarily fit in with us. I think Chicago is really good at controlling the pace of games, and that's something that I think we need and would be beneficial for us. I know, like, we've been talking a lot about, like, it looks like he's just kind of fitting in perfectly, but that's not really what we're looking for. And I think he did a really good job that series controlling and giving us chances.
Yeah, we had conversations about specifically like NRG. We were saying today alone, they were at times struggling to close out series. For you guys, though, it very much seemed like that was not the case. Like specifically his play to kind of close out that last game with that really important, I believe it was the third goal or the second goal to kind of put them up by 2. Situations like this where Chicago feels like he's not just fitting in, but helping the pace is certainly a benefactor for you. Ever since bringing him in, but just in general as the team, as a group, what has been something about this squad that has stood out that you didn't expect to maybe work as well as it has so far? Because we always ask coaches or we always ask players on squads like, hey, what's something you didn't expect that you have to work on? But that's a really easy question. Like for you, like what's been something you've been excited about with this team that maybe you didn't expect to come to fruition this quickly?
Yeah, I mean, I think something I really wasn't expecting is that they all kind of jive really well. I think mentality is a really big part of this game, and obviously all the gameplay stuff we're working on it that would take a long time. But I think even from the beginning, just the personalities just match and they mix, and they just are having a lot of fun, even when they're going down or losing some kind of series. It's just that communication and open a lot of the time.
Last question for me. When I called it out at the end of that game, I felt like Two Piece played a great series. Just output of stats as well. When it comes to him playing well, in what type of games does Two Piece really show and shine the most?
You know, I think Two Piece is a really clutch player. I think he's good all around the field. Some people think maybe he's the best on defense, and I mean, maybe he's a little bit more defensive, but Two Piece is the kind of guy that I think you can rely on for really anything, any kind of situation. He shows up every game. He just kind of fights through it, no matter if we have a lot of offense or we have a lot of defense. He's just someone that's really reliable, and I think in that series he was really good for us when maybe they got to clear out and we needed him to stop it or get a quick cut around midfield or something like that. He's just really good at stuff like that. He's very reliable.
He's been getting better and better. The team looks like really comfortable, I think is a word we can all use pretty easily for this squad. And hopefully that continues for you all, as you know you guys are about to get ready to go to the grand finals for a rematch against Hey Bro. Good luck in the rematch. We're excited to see what you guys bring to the table. Memory, it's always great talking to you, man.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, guys.
Folks, go follow Memory on Twitter. If you're not doing it, we will be under your bed haunting you. But this is a rematch coming up in the grand finals. Hey Bro versus Shopify. This is, I think, one that if we went into the brackets this weekend, I think a lot of people might have predicted to get to the final stage, just given how Hey Bro performed in week 1. Corelli, this is a much needed matchup for all of us. I'm excited to see this one go the distance potentially yet again. Yeah, we're looking at a possible back-to-back year from Hey Bro and some revenge from Shopify Rebellion. It's the perfect storylines. What more could we ask for? It certainly is. Now, listen, we have a 1-game advantage for Hey Bro coming from the winner's bracket, but also remember the grand finals is a best of 7, so we have a couple of additional games we're going to get through. Before we get to that point, though, we have to go to a commercial break. When we return, the final match of the day, it's Hey Bro versus Shopify, a rematch in the grand finals and a chance for Wavy to go back-to-back 2-time champ. Will it happen? We'll see you in a minute.
Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you break me, but something about it makes us so. Baby, every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. Frozen in a dream, I can't escape the thoughts of you. If I try to leave, when I'm with you I can't move. It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you break me, but something about it makes us whole. Maybe every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold.
Welcome back to week 2 of the Bandits on Wheels. This is our grand finals coming up. That's Corelli, I'm Spaceman, and this has been a fun one. We just saw the conclusion of Shopify versus NRG, and now a rematch of Hey Bro versus Shopify, a best of 7 with the winner's advantage going to Hey Bro for one game. Corelli, Ideas, thoughts as we take a look at the bracket so far. What's been standing out to you most? This rematch could be an absolute blowout.
Well, I mean, we'll reiterate it just in case people are joining us. But hey, bro, looking to go back to back in these tournaments because they won the last one. They won the Fall Showdown #1. Here they are, #2 in the grand finals. They get that game advantage in the best of 7 here. We move to a best of 7 now. So when you ask me what stands out the most, it has to be hey, bro. One thing to note, as you can see in that upper bracket final, Hey Bro and Shopify Rebellion, they also played earlier today. That was a obviously 5-game series, but it was a series in which Shopify was winning up until the last minute. They were going to win that series. They were winning by 2, and they came back. Hey Bro came back and won. So now Shopify, they've lost to Hey Bro, gone through NRG. They get back to the grand final here, back to get another chance against Hey Bro. That's exciting. I mean, this is a chance for them to kind of redeem themselves. We just talked to Memory. Obviously, a lot of communication going on with that team. Very smart team there, and a lot of hunger behind that team, and a huge chance for them to kind of prove that here against Hey Bro.
And of course, that was a series where Wavy kind of closed out in the final couple of seconds. So everybody's fan favorite player really stepping up and pushing this team towards the grand finals. Also worth noting that Hey Bro have not dropped a single series in Bandits on Wheels. So far, we've only played a week and 9/10 of action. This will be the conclusion of week 2, but they have not dropped a single series. Will that change going into our grand finals? It's yet to be seen. Who knows? But history's on their side. They've been playing excellent Rocket League throughout. They've been playing an amalgamation of pro teams of different rosters, potentially some of the best 6-mans you're going to see across the board. And they've been answering the call. And I think, Corelli, maybe the biggest takeaway for me has been the different looks they're getting from different offenses and defenses. They have been adapting and winning. It's been really impressive to see.
Yes, the big thing from Hey Bro is they on paper look very innocuous, right? They're players that have been around for a while or are basically new, and you wouldn't really look at that team among Frosty's Minions or NRG or Shopify or even like a team like the boys that were here with Percy and Gyro and Drees. And you wouldn't really look at Hey Bro and say, oh, okay, these guys are going back to back. But when you've watched the gameplay, and we've watched it, they've been good. They've been stellar, even. As you mentioned, they haven't dropped a single series in 2 events so far. And then they've dropped 3 games, I think, in total here in this tournament alone. So, Hey Bro, they're a force to be reckoned with, as we mentioned before in Wavy's interview. It's not a fluke. They keep doing it. They've done it twice. I bet you, even if they lose here today, they'll be at least in an upper bracket or lower bracket final come the 3rd event. So, Hey Bro are the real deal, and they are not easy to take down.
A little note we can pin on this series. The last time these two teams played, of course, in the upper bracket finals, the win from Hey Bro was really close. The games they won by essentially 1 goal. A 2-1 in game 1, a 2-1 in game 3, and a 4-3 on Champions Field. For Shopify, when they were still involved in that series, it was a 5-2 victory. It was a 3-0 victory. They were winning by a multitude of goals. So keep that in mind. If Shopify get rolling, it's going to take a lot for Hey Bro to bring it back. This is a long series, but when Hey Bro start to get on their groove, they win really close games, and that's maybe the takeaway for this team. They're never out of it. As we get into game 1, but technically game 2 of this best of 7, a 1-0 lead for Hey Bro. They can build upon it. It's going to be a very good day.
Yeah, I mean, Shopify now playing back-to-back games. A lot of people talk about like fatigue and things like that. I don't really think that applies in most cases. I actually think playing back-to-back games is actually quite helpful in a lot of cases. I can't speak for Shopify, but I think that's probably more the case than not, as they've been able to kind of hone in and get those reps in quicker and quicker and quicker. Obviously, Hey Bro's been sitting and waiting after that 5-game series.
A lot of you watching in chat who have been joining us to the action today, remember, you have channel points you're earning just by passively watching. Use those to predict now. Who do you think is going to win the grand finals? Get those predictions in, win some channel points, support your favorite players. As Hockey clears out of his own back line, and Wavy will get the extension, but played back from Chicago. We saw it in game 1 against NRG. It went by the wayside, and they got punished for it. But for now, they will stall out through the corner, and 2Piece will find his teammate downrange. But to start, it really has been Creams and Hockey who have maybe impressed me most for this squad. They have been making some excellent passes in week 1, continuing to do so here. It looks like this offense is always clicking no matter where they are.
Yeah, the big difference for Shopify, when they went up against NRG, they always had to worry about Eris in the midfield, beating that first man. We talked about it quite a bit. The good news is there is no Eris on this team. The bad news is there's a Creams. And Creams does that just as well. And we've seen that multiple times, even in their previous series. He's been able to chop up defenses here. especially chop up Shopify's defense and set up his team for success, given Wavy a few of the tap-ins that he's gotten so far. And he's a huge threat just by himself on this Hebro squad.
And when looking at the parallel matchups, you look at a Creams who can facilitate with the passes, who can get very physical on the goal line, two-piece, looking for the double tap, leaves it to Chicago, immediately poked out by Wavy. What is it that a new viewer or somebody kind of just seeing some of these players for the first time, they know Wavy, they know the likes of the rest of Hebro, but maybe they don't know about two-piece and Parth. What brings these players to the forefront? What makes Parth so good?
Oh, man, we've seen it 3 times in a row now. They are quick to the backboard, they like to set up solo plays, and they execute on them as well. I think the defense is not in position on that one, but you saw 2-3 times Shopify going off the backboard. It was all double tap setups from Shopify Rebellion, and for Hebro, that's something that you have to look out. That's a big piece of the offense when we start talking about players like Parth and two-piece, is that setup, a solo play. And we mentioned him earlier, Creams on the Hebro side, as he gets the job done in the trenches on the goal line.
That touch from Hockey is ridiculous, and Creams parks bus, lets 2 fly by, and capitalizes on a bit of a scrambly position there from Shopify. Great poise in the corner from this offense. Hebros respond right back.
That's a great response by Hebro as Wavy tests his luck by himself. Here comes Hockey. Doesn't have a lot of support. Wavy is going to stay with this one. Creams all the way back. Doesn't want to dive in. Doesn't want to bite too hard. As you know, that clear from Shopify will come, and it did. So Wavy was trying to find Creams on that pass, but it's cut out by Chicago.
Nice little wall dash from Parth. It's around 1. In the blue half we go. Continuing on, Parth not the greatest touch, but actually stabilized quite well. Used the flip to at least get out for the 50. Keeps the play interesting, developing at the midfield. Boost grab for Parth. And Wavy will clear the back line. So back to the midfield, we start to go into these sort of weird rhythms with either it's boom ball or quick possessions, trading hands back and forth for both teams, just vying for a spot at that midfield. So far, it has been a bit of respect, right? Like, not a lot of chip shots or chip passes on the offensive third, not a lot of dangerous double taps. Both teams have had pretty even looks, and it looks like we're kind of just respecting that defensive hold that both teams have had at the midfield.
Both teams' defenses are so good. I mean, a lot of these passes are big, long passes across the field. It's not going to happen with either of these teams. They've been cutting it out. And while the idea is great on the passing, it's too far of a distance without someone being able to get in front of it.
Waiting to see when potentially Shopify will start to shorten the length between the passes upfield and really make this a game of inches. Around 1, Parth through the corner. Here comes Chicago, full tank, double tap, trip. Oh, it's just going to squeeze in. Chicago had all the space, and nobody in the back line was going to stop it.
How many touches is Chicago going to get on this one before it goes in? That's a great touch, and a couple off the back wall. Beats that man, and what a touch from Chicago. Is all the way back post as well with 41 seconds left. Fantastic work there from Chicago as he puts away his first of the series, and now the pressure's on Hebro.
It was nice. Nice job from Chicago. Picked up by two-piece. Gives it to Creams. About to go to length of the field with 30 to play. Hockey looking for the bump. Gets 1. Gives it to Wavy. Finds the second. Lane's open. Hold on. The flick is good. Bar down. Here comes Hockey with the clear from two-piece. Buys time for Shopify, but is not done yet. The fake. Wavy thought about it, but can't get it around Chicago.
Good bumps here coming out from Hebro. They've earned their possession back. Cream shot on target. Two-piece there to clear it away. Hebro might get one more chance here through the corner. If Creams can get around it, he could be the savior, and it's not going to happen. Denied once again. Wavy trying to keep it up, but Chicago will kill. And Shopify Rebellion able to tie up this series.
Took the tightest possible triple tap from Chicago to kind of break this one open, but again, in like the final minute or so, Shopify step up. They find a crucial goal, 5 saves for two-piece. We've been take away a highlight of game number 2 here. Parth, Chicago a goal apiece, but they really kept Creams and Wavy at bay. Creams did find a goal from the thanks of the assist from Hockey, but they kept Wavy and Creams really pushed back on offense, and it forced Hockey to kind of overextend the corner, fight for those extra challenges, fight for the extra touch. But here, it was all Shopify. It felt like they had complete control of this game, Corelli. And like you said earlier, like they've been rolling through a couple of games, through a couple of series now. They're probably pretty warmed up.
And they've been consistent in the play style that they've been putting on the field, right? They've been very controlling in the midfield. They've been very abrasive. I mean, there were 2 or 3 shots that came off the backboard that should have been put away as double taps. Parth was the one who got that goal eventually, the first goal that they put away, but they're very, very aggressive in the solo plays, and that's been paying off. The execution has been off by just a single % there. We haven't had those big-time plays yet, but it's something that Hebro has to take note of. You cannot allow this Shopify team to do what they want, basically, on the ball when it comes to the solo plays.
Yeah, it felt like oftentimes for Hebro in their prior matchup against this squad, they have been squeezing victory out of the jaws of defeat against Shopify, oftentimes taking it by just a goal. It was enough to get the job done, but it was dangerous nonetheless. Parth, not the greatest touch, recovers nicely, though. Patience on that backboard, so well done to keep this game at 0-0.
Here comes Creams. It's a decent first touch. Wavy, it's not going to get up to a fast enough. He didn't have a lot of boosts. And now Parth, what a touch from him. That went off the crossbar. As Shopify will start their assault on the crossbar as they did in the previous game where they hit it 3-4 times in a row. Quality challenge there from Two Piece again, but you can see we're right back to business for Shopify where they just pepper you until you can't hold on any longer.
The danger is that booming clear that could catch the defense off guard, so they're going to leave someone like Chicago back as the island. You don't want to overcommit too much. Keep the pressure up. Chicago is looking for the bump, forces Wavy on the challenge a little bit early, but plays it nicely, and Hockey will just find the clear. Buys time here. Hebro get back to the midfield and do a nice job of extending. So what we wanted to see from Hebro in Game 1, or I should say Game 2, is breaking out of some of those midfield holds that you see Shopify really strangle teams with, and so far they've done it, and they've been rewarded.
And Chicago not getting the touch, and that forced Two Piece to go, and Hockey, even without a ton of boost there, is just able to pick it away, but that's just a mistake coming out for Shopify Rebellion. If it's good from Hebro to capitalize on those minor mistakes and turn it into a goal.
Two Piece read the kickoff brilliantly, but Kareem's escapes and continues extending into the corner. Interesting flying challenge. Parth was nowhere to be found, left up to Hockey, so back to the midfield. We're starting to see more and more challenges on these 50s from Hebro, getting more comfortable taking the one-on-one plays. Chicago and Two Piece will have to wait back. It's up to Hockey, wins the battle on the backboard. Delayed push, cleared away, and back into the midfield we go.
Yeah, Hebro, you really felt like that was an opportunity to move up their line and be a little bit more aggressive there to just get the shot off quicker. The defense was able to get reset on all the shots that Hebro pulled off. Now a little fake from Creams, lets Hockey go. Unfortunately, this shot's too high. Hockey trying to rotate back around. Here comes Wavy again. Creams went all the way back, and Hebro are happy to go through it if it has to be this way. Creams on the solo play, but again, giving the ball back up.
It's a hard catch on the back wall, but actually did a nice job of flicking it out early, getting the corner grab, putting more resources in the tank of Hebro that might help them on the defensive hold. Hockey towards the backboard. Denied by Two Piece. Scrambled for the moment defensively from Shopify, but they're certainly getting in front when it counts. And into the corner again, just trying to break out. It's up to Chicago with nothing in the tank, still making it work downfield. He's got Two Piece ready, but the overcommit does not come in.
Good control here of the game from Hebro, leaving very few options for Shopify Rebellion. You're seeing a lot of clears, a lot of balls given up on. Now an air dribble up and over, and the punch and the finish. Creams is there. Chicago tried to make a play on it, but Hebro will double up.
He had two stack here, but Parth goes because he has to. Chicago pinches it off the crossbar, and it's just a war of numbers at this point. Play the advantage, you got another one up. Capitalize on the goal line, 2-0 lead. Hebro responding very quickly here in game number 3. Tied series, but on the brink of going up 2-1.
And that's that killer instinct you need from Hebro, especially with those solo plays coming out. You got to push up your line so you can quickly strike if the ball comes out in the middle of the field like that in front of the goal. Hockey getting a couple demos as sparks fly here in game 3, but Wavy is able to get over a couple. Can he take the challenge? He does win it. Here comes Creams. Slows plays in front of Chicago. The defense from Shopify able to hang on.
These extra wins from Parth and the likes of like Chicago upfield that just make it so difficult to corral possessions and hold on to a more structured offense upfield. When you're looking for those infield passes to shorten the distance between you and the goal line, it's tough. You have to fight against the likes of Two Piece. You have to fight against Parth, who win these 50s. On the opposite side, Chicago's ready. Dangerous ricochet. Chicago right place, wrong time. And back to the midfield.
Here comes Wavy. He pitched that one down. He wanted the pinch, but it didn't come, and Parth is, I think, happy to get rid of that one for the moment. The transition there from Shopify was not very good. And now it's back to Hockey. Hockey trees it back, and Wavy, I think, went a bit too far. Parth sideways on this one, has to make the save. And things kind of breaking down because of the extra pass. I think Wavy was expecting the shot, or maybe a better pass, and either way, it broke down that play.
A little bit of hesitation on the catch, but said, you know what, I can actually make this really interesting and play a one-on-one. That's who you want in that situation. Wavy on the possession. Follow up from Chicago, looking for the double tap, make it 3 touches off the backboard, but cleared away. Back to Chicago, through the corner, off the back wall. Nicely done by Hockey just to get a hand in front. 10 seconds to go. And for the moment, this should stand with 5 seconds left. It'll be a Game 3 victory here for Haybro. Very necessary one in this series, a pretty big momentum game, I would say, for both teams, but a good response from that last matchup on Forbidden Temple as Haybro will take it up 2-1.
Right, I think it's all about the response from Haybro there. You saw great solo plays coming out from them, and I think that's a big boon to their offense, is incorporating that, because I feel like Shopify, they haven't shown that they've been that confident defensively. We've seen a lot of mistakes, a little bit slow, poor clears, or the clear not coming at all. That's been a huge problem for them against this Haybro squad. So if you can attack with solo plays that will continue and consistently be dangerous, I think you're going to find that it's going to be very, very fruitful here for Haybro.
I mean, looking back to Forbidden Temple, who were the 2 players that really weren't involved much in the offense, it was Hockey and Creams. In this game, it was all of them. Whether it was facilitations or just putting goals on the board, when they get going, the offense looks cleaner. It looks like they're just getting to their spots a little bit quicker. Able to make the most out of really awkward situations. Like you talked about in that game, Shopify just did not find maybe the avenues that they had wanted to work through. And really, it was a defensive game from them. It didn't really translate into better offensive possessions. But now let's get into Coliseum. In Game 4, a very big one here in this best of 7. Trying to put it up on series point for Haybro. But for Shopify, off these kickoffs, they've been so powerful and so great on the opening touches, trying to keep it going.
Well, already a couple saves and maybe even a third one required. Parth, double tap, as that one goes up and over the last man. What a touch from Parth.
Huge way to open it up. Wavy gives it right back. Chicago beats him to his own possession. And 2 touches off the back wall. Parth.
And I mean, that's what Shopify earned that one. I mean, they were peppering that Haybro goal line, and Haybro made a couple of fantastic saves, but Parth puts a dagger into that play as that one's flicked on from Chicago. Here comes Parth again, shot on target and almost saved, but Parth again coming up big, and Shopify quickly into a 2-0 lead.
And they're forcing these challenges. They're forcing the saves, and that's just catching the defense off guard. They're ready for the touches, but they don't have the boost to follow up on the play. To continue to guard left post, far right side, all the open space in the net that Chicago and Shopify Rebellion can take advantage of. Parth with 2 off the kickoff, trying to make it a 3rd. And if you're Haybro, you just got to stop the bleeding.
Got to find a way to slow things down and get back into your own rhythm. I mean, Haybro really aren't even holding the ball right now. Here comes Parth again. Threatening that setup on the double tap. 2-piece off the ceiling. This one goes across the net. Chicago wanted to try his luck, but look at the confidence from Parth. Another touch to keep possession. Parth looking for options. Chicago's already up. Shot on target, and Creams is able to turn away. Here comes 2-piece. Another high lob. But finally, Wavy able to make the clear. Does Parth have a flip here? He does not. At least not one that's going to get through Creams. And somehow, my goodness, Shopify Rebellion, a surge of life here. This one isn't going to find the net, and finally they do. It felt like a matter of time till they finally broke through the defense.
The furthest that ball went was maybe an inch into the blue half for about 1:25. It has been relentless from Shopify Rebellion. Even when they have 2 players beat off the ball, there's going to be an extra 50 that goes their way. You got to stop this bleeding somehow, some way. Haybro just need to hold on to possession.
I mean, we were 1 minute and 15 seconds into the game at kickoff. There have been 10 shots from Shopify, 7 saves from Haybro. I mean, it has just been an all-out attack from Shopify. And here they come again. This one is not going to find the target, as Haybro have got to find some control. Creams, good first look as it just went a bit wide. This one coming back out in Hockey, I think a little too close there, as this one's cleared out.
Punch back to the midfield. Ooh, it was a follow-up chance. I think that was Parth. He's already downfield. That's dangerous. Two-piece was circling in Chicago, waiting patiently for a chance to, again, dish it back out. The likes of two-piece, who has been all over the pitch today. Parth executing on so many close shots. 3 shots for two-piece, and like you just shouted out, a minute 15, we had 10 shots already. Shopify just everywhere on the field.
See what Haybro can do here because we're approaching halftime. Hockey finding a ton of space and the delay. Oh my goodness, the bump out of the way in Hockey. How is he able to keep possession all the way across the field like this?
You just need a lead blocker. You need somebody to get out and get some damage. It chips Chicago, rolls under the ball to keep it on his hood, and lets gravity do the rest of the work. Whether it's inertia, that's probably the right phrase there. Parth, off the kickoff, will try to get Shopify back into the swing of things, but my goodness, a response, an important one, is Haybro find 1 goal, trying to make it 2. Denied for the moment.
Plenty of time here for Haybro. It was all about getting that first one on the board.
Yep.
Demo comes out from Chicago. Now 2. Net is almost open. Wavy, the savior, as it comes off of Creams on the spawn. He quickly goes up. The Shopify not going to allow Haybro back in for free. As Wavy will whiff here. Chicago placement matters, and it's to the right side. Creams not going to get there in time.
We've seen situations like this before in the prior matchup where you have a lead for Shopify. The battle back from Haybro is too much to handle. Chicago understands the importance of this series, let alone the importance of the moment this game has presented. 2 minutes to play. Needed that one just to remind everybody of what Shopify bring to the table. Creams off kickoff, going to try to make this one a 2-goal deficit. Bullies his way around 1, can't finish the second. Hockey in the play. Will give possession right back to Shopify.
So a good response there, I think, if you're on the Shopify side of things. You don't want Haybro to have another comeback. Again, these teams have played before, and Haybro stole the series away from Shopify. This time, Shopify looking to seal things up, at least here in Game 4. As Creams, he's been on low boost every time I've switched to his cam, and as soon as he picked up 100, he was demoed by Parth.
Well, it helped allow Hockey to get a demo, so power play for the moment. Now back to full strength for both teams. Space for Wavy, not much given. The backboard was closed off. Parth holding the reset, uses it. Nicely done by Hockey to get in front. Minute to go, Corelli.
Minute to go. 13 shots now for Shopify. They've only generated 3 shots in basically the last 3 minutes. 9 saves on the side of Haybro. 45 seconds left. And Haybro looking for a sign of life here as this one wasn't even on target. Parth. A clean save as Chicago will play it to the other side. Test their luck on the right side of the field now. It's open. Oh my goodness gracious, what a flick on from Parth. That one almost found its way to the back of the net and would have been a highlight play.
Hello. Calm down.
Okay.
You're up 4-2. But the comeback could start. We've seen this before. Deja vu for a couple of people in chat. 20 seconds to play and a giveaway from Chicago.
One earned back for Haybro, but like you said, with 20 seconds left. Now, Wavy's mentioned the kickoffs here, so pay attention. They have kickoffs up their sleeve, and this is the time to pull one out. And that's not it. 2-piece right into it. This one's going to be a tap-in for Chicago. That was not it.
That's it. That's the kickoff we're talking about. Good close there from Chicago again. 2 games, similar situations where he's been asked to just kind of, again, put the ball in placement, close it out. But I think we can all say, safe to say, a great closeout game here to restore momentum in this series for Shopify.
Yeah, another hat trick for Chicago is always a great sight to see. 16 shots for Shopify is all you need to know about how this game went. They were all over Haybro, and even when Haybro started to stabilize a little bit, Shopify came right back, answered back twice. And Haybro back to the drawing board. Even that was a great touch from Wavy. Hockey actually took it away. Shopify, again, gonna equalize the series here.
Back and forth we go. We've only played 3, but the series says 2-2, and that is what matters most right now. Both teams now playing a best-of-3 moving forward to close out this best-of-7 in the grand finals. It has been Chicago's story. I mean, look, Parth opened it up with 2, but Chicago, like we talked about with Memory a little bit in our pregame interview just a couple of minutes ago, how it feels like the energy maybe in this team is different than what they expected. Not only is he slotting into the gameplay formula, but it seems like the creativity of the squad's really coming into full form, and they look like they just trust one another. It looks like the comms are pretty active and pretty hopeful. This is kind of what you want to see, right? Like, this team looks like the real deal.
Well, it's interesting when we talk to Memory, if I inferred what he was saying is that he doesn't want Chicago to necessarily like, fit in, right?
Yeah.
He wants them to stand out, right? He wants them to make an impact. Well, you got a hat trick here out of him, and I feel like that's a pretty big impact. 3 goals on 6 shots, 50% shooting percentage is pretty darn good if you're picking up a new player for your team. I mean, of course, it's Chicago, so we expect that from him, but you're getting the output that I think you wanted from him, and right now, Shopify, as Memory stated, they're talking about things, and things are working for them. That aggressive nature, right, that control in the midfield has really paid off, and it's given, I mean, even the last game and this game, the 2 games, if you've only seen the 2 games that we've casted so far, Shopify's been giving a lot of trouble to the opposition because of that midfield presence.
You know, who's been pretty quiet just across the field, it seems like Wavy has not had maybe the biggest impact he had in week 1 in the grand finals. Creams and Hockey have really been facilitating and dishing through those corners, winning some of these extra 50s, doing a great job. Wavy's certainly involved in all of it, but we haven't been calling his name as often. So I'm interested to see how this team will respond going in to game number 5, and if Wavy will be the MVP to get this team back on the right track, as Habro are now tied up. And it looks like Shopify have everything clicking, and a demo of the midfield certainly helps to Chicago. Catching it around 1, looking for Parth, but Wavy will cut it down.
Good read here from Parth, and the pass out. 2-piece. Will have to pick his spot, trying to weave in and out of the players. Chicago on the reaction, just trying to keep it alive, but Creams will shut things down, and I feel like Creams is the guy to point out if we're going to see a big difference maker here from Habro. I think it's going to be those solo plays coming out from Creams, which we have not seen a lot, Spaceman. I don't think we've mentioned it in a while, and that last game was just a beatdown in aggression from Shopify that just smothered Creams' ability to go into the air.
It's tough to work back from a minute 15 to start a game of nonstop pressure. Like, how do you restabilize? How do you do situations? How do you find situations, I should say, where you're able to get creative when you have to worry about every shot from every angle? Chicago, a beautiful pass, very simple, extra bomb, 2-piece, not going to miss. A 1-0 lead already.
I mean, again, we're talking about impact here from Chicago. Great pass to his teammate, and then to clear the way with the bump as well. Just masterclass there from Chicago. And Shopify will find the first goal. Maybe a double tap here from Hockey. It goes just wide.
Decent touch there from Creams. Not going to get much from this defense to break, unfortunately. Wavy, great shot. Thought he was going to go for the pass, but not sure Hockey had enough to be able to get as much power behind it as he wants. It just disrupts enough of the play to shut it down. Back out to Wavy, to Creams. I like the idea downfield, really stretching these passes out, but Chicago is too smart for that.
See Chicago gets called off by Parth. Parth to 2-piece back to Parth. It's a good movement here to move down the field. Now Parth didn't have any options there. And a great clear comes out. That one pinched away. I don't think that's what Chicago wanted. 2-piece bailing out Chicago on that pinch. Parth wants it back to Chicago and almost got there across the field. This one's going to come in front of the net. Parth is there, and again, it wasn't pretty from Shopify, but look at the control down the field. A couple of touches from the Habro side, but it still pans out for Shopify.
It's those kind of small moments when you see kind of the veteran mentalities of these players kind of kick into high gear, and they recognize the situation they're in. They recognize maybe how the field looks on the spread, and they're like, all right, we can make a play here. We can make an opportunity look good from here. Chicago, perfect across the pitch. The placement is excellent. Shopify looks so good.
And a great pass from Chicago to Parth. Parth down back to Chicago. And there's not much you can do about that one. It's a perfect pass from Parth right on the money for Chicago to wind up. 3-0 lead now for Shopify. They are in full control of this series. Now Wavy and Creams, can they combine? No, they're denied by 2-piece.
Charlie, when you're in situations like this where you're just getting beat down, right? It extends from game 4. So far here, it's been really just these long passes that it seems like Habro are not able to really corral and get back out with. What do you do in this spot? Like, what do you do as a defense? What do you do as a team? What needs to change for Habro?
I mean, in my opinion, my personal philosophy is always bringing the ball down and beating the first man. Like, I think that's super important. And right now, I think Hebro, that's actually been a lot of their bread and butter, I think, in their offense, was bringing the ball down and then, surveying your options. I think right now they're trying to force it. They're trying to throw it to the midfield, and I think Shopify's just too quick. They're too quick right now. They're reading those plays, and there's a lot of confidence behind this Shopify team. It feels like they can do no wrong.
Good way to put it. So far, Shopify have done no wrong. They've just been scoring, it seems like, at will. And the offense has certainly flourished because of it, really blossoming with the different looks and opportunities they're able to find. Again, the takeaway from Park, he's just kind of playing with his food on the side wall. There's really nothing the defense could do to give him a different look. He knows exactly where the ball is going, how to dish it out on a dime, and 2 pieces there to put it away, 4-0.
Yeah, and again, it's just panic there from Hebro. You've got to contain. If you're on the Hebro side, you cannot let Shopify in for free like that. They have a 4-1 lead, and boy, it has just been dominance from Shopify Rebellion in the last 2 games.
You gotta have something turn around now. Have a couple of games still to go, but this could be a series point, grand finals point here for Shopify. 4-0. And when we talked about how this team looked earlier in this matchup, when they were winning games, it was, 4-0. It was 3-2. It was situations where they're putting multiple goals on the board. And for Hebro, they were very reliant on late game comebacks, on making it a 1-goal affair. So far, the defense has done all they could. The offense hasn't responded, but they're just getting outshot and outbullied on the ball. 2 pieces way downfield. Was able to get enough boost to go up for the contest. Parth avoids a bump. It plays laterally. Nothing that defense for Shopify haven't seen yet. And it's just more time killed off the clock.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to put it. It's just too predictable. There's not enough creativity from Hebro right now. And it really isn't all that scary. Isn't that dangerous from Hebro? They've spent some time in the offensive third, but I mean, when you look at it here, it's 6 shots. 4 of them are on Wavy on Hebro's side of things. Maybe one here from Creams, just for the road at least. But again, that one goes wide, and Shopify off to the races. 2 pieces swallowed up by all 3 of Hebro. They were all there. With 5 seconds left, I mean, I think Hebro, they really got to settle in here, as this game, both the last 2 games have just gotten out of hand.
If there was ever a chance for a tactical timeout, now would be the time. This would be a situation in the series where you're like, okay, we need to completely take a breath, figure out what's been going wrong. It feels like we're starting to see a separation, Corelli, between Shopify and Hebro. Just the level of skill and recognizing situations, whether it's been on the sidewall, taking away possession, but the Shopify don't look like they're getting phased by anything, whether it's been a touch or a pass or whatever Hebro bring to the table. Shopify's like, all right, you get it out of your system, then we'll take it back and we'll go downfield and we'll score. They just look like they're in complete control.
Yeah, there's a different presence on the field when you look at someone like Shopify right now. And listen, we've seen Hebro beat these guys before. Like, it's happened. It's just that right now, I mean, I don't know if Shopify's just kind of evolved to a different level, or if Hebro don't have the same confidence. It might be a little bit of both, honestly, because you're just not seeing the same type of offense from Hebro. You're not seeing those exciting solo plays. You're not seeing that first man be beat. You're not seeing Creams take to the sky. You're just seeing a lot of, doggy paddling in the water from Hebro. And Shopify Rebellion, they have looked extremely confident on the ball.
That's a great way to put it. It's been extreme confidence across the board. 2 pieces just flying through the air, winning double taps off the backboard from the midfield line. And Wavy, who again has been silenced, it seems like, in this grand finals for a large part. Maybe needs to be the catalyst for the offense to get things going. Parth with the reset. As a teammate in support, good cut down. Shut off the offensive third, but Shopify are not done.
Yeah, I mean, you could basically say all 3 of Hebro have been quiet in the last 2 games at the very least. I mean, there's nothing really to write home about when they've just been blowouts. Again, that's just credit to Shopify. They've done a great job defensively to transition quickly onto offense and to be a little bit more of a threatening offense than what Hebro's been able to put on. Of course, this game, first minute come and gone. We're still tied up. 0s apiece here as that was flicked on. That was dangerous. And a couple of good looks here for Hebro, but nothing they can put away quite yet. Here comes Parth, though. Maybe a double tap, as it is on target. No, it's off the crossbar. And a save made by the last man in the net. It was Wavy. He dove across and somehow pulled that one out, but it's not over yet. This one dangerous. Wavy, not a ton of boost here. as Shopify trying to threaten.
Hockey was looking for bumps all the while upfield. The offense, the first line of attack here from Shopify has not slowed down, and they have been playing a 2-on-2 religiously. Creams couldn't get the clear, gives it to Chicago, and it's just picture perfect across the board.
Yeah, and this is great from Shopify. Chicago, everyone's staring at Chicago. He's behind the ball. You know, did he get a flip reset? I couldn't see. You know, the comms are coming through. Uncertainty. Parth comes through and just shuts it all down. Everyone knows that one was in the back of the net. And here comes Wavy on the mind game. And maybe some life here for Hebro.
All in Twitch chat's about to say, wait, hold on a second. Is this the moment as Wavy? That's the kickoff strat we were hoping to see at the end of Game 4. Everybody take a breath. We needed to see him step up and make a play, be the catalyst for this offense. We got ourselves a tie game.
A much-needed goal for Hebro. And it's on the side of Wavy. Now Hockey. Can he fight his way through? That's a tough ball. Chicago forced to deal with it as Hebro certainly looking to double up.
Oh, Parth picks the pocket on the possession. Wavy now going to pop it high. Only has to beat one. Can't get the extra extension. Was hoping for a 50 there if you're a fan of Hebro, but so far, again, the cut downs from Shopify have been brutal in this series. They have not allowed the second touch to fall through. They have not allowed extensions often from Hebro. Two-piece, however, has been an absolute demon on the back line. And Parth, who has been lighting it up from the elbow, has made problems very apparent. And on defense right now, Wavy trying to clear it out, but they're stuck.
I mean, you can see Hebro, they're just throwing the ball out to the midfield over and over again, and all three of Shopify are saying, okay, thank you, we'll just take it back and go right back on offense. As the line was pushed up for a moment there from Hebro. Creams going all the way back. There's a demo on Chicago, so maybe some relief. Creams, opportunity to take this one himself. This one ahead of him quite a bit. Double tap to the back wall, and no one was there to follow up. No one wanted to commit on it. As Parth, double tap, not going to find it. Chicago shot will go wide, and Shopify kind of circling the wagons around Hebro, but Hebro able to find a way out.
Seems like Hebro are so worried about these long transition passes from Shopify that they're not getting themselves in position to close out plays, to finish on extra touches they have at the goal line. They're very, very confident when it comes to getting out of the defensive hold and, you know, maybe moving up individually like Creams is trying to do here. But they seem to fall back and play a little too defensive. Maybe that's been the problem. So far, though, Chicago has been essentially everywhere uncontested.
Oh, man.
Quick shot. Better save from Wavy.
Yeah, it's his third Saber medal coming out for Wavy. He's been called upon multiple times. He's the only one. He's got 3 saves. He's the only one with a shot. He's got 3 of them. On the Hebro side, you're coming up on a minute. You're still tied up. Doesn't matter what the stats say at this point. Who will be clutch? Who's got the ice? It's Hebro trying to say that they do, but Parth there to clear it off his back wall.
And right now, you've got Shopify on low boost. Now's the time to press. Now's the time to put all of your resources on the other side of the field and really push this offense up. You just got to escape. Hockey leaves it to Wavy. It's him around 1. Maybe he had more boost. Regardless, though, it was available, and the play breaks down. Parth to Chicago. Hockey takes it away. Chicago right back. A chance for Hebro, but they go absolutely nowhere. And now Shopify trying to put the last one on the board.
Yeah, 2-piece cheating up there, playing point man off that boost. Great pass from Shopify. Good execution. The defense was there as that one pings off of Wavy. Parth, quick to this one. He's not going to get beat there in the midfield. Chicago brings it down. Got 2 in front of him. Delayed flick is denied. 10 seconds left. An opportunity here. Shopify. Can they steal this series away? Before overtime, Chicago lets it go. Shot denied. Creams getting a save. I thought 2-piece was going to get it. And Creams trying to keep it up. He does. And I don't know if he has boost to go after this. Was going to pitch across the field, and Hockey wanted to keep it up as well.
All right. You wanted to see in crunch time what both these teams are made of. Now is the time. You're Week 1 champions. Their backs against the wall, but Shopify come back roaring from a previous matchup. Trying to take home the championship here in Week 2. Off the kickoff. Hockey misses it. 2-piece can't find it either.
Oh, no way.
Chicago will corral.
Oh, my goodness. Hockey landing on that one. Almost spelled disaster for Chicago. Just under 30 seconds here in the overtime, and that was a great look for Hebro, whether they meant to do it or not.
waiting for this team to get a little bit selfish, to make that extra push, to make that extra call, to get themselves up in a position to finish this game and send us the distance to a Game 7. But for Shopify, the long passes have been their bread and butter in this series. Creams, the backboard, can't find the pin. Chicago is there to disrupt. Boost in the tank, Creams back into the play.
And a couple of good looks here for Creams. You can see he really makes something out of nothing. A couple of solo plays. I think for Hebro, you want to see him on the ball a little bit more there in those situations. But 2 good looks as Hebro trying to find their footing in their offense.
It's a great pass. Parth leaves it. Chicago, high floater, easily saved. Follow-up's going to be here from Shopify. Now you need a boom and clear and a big one from Hebro to stop the bleeding, as they have been pushed back and pushed back hard.
Oh.
Wavy bullied on the ball, can't get it around.
Got to be careful here. Couple of very close challenges. Now 2-piece over to Parth. Parth's already up, and the shot was saved by Wavy, who's now picked up his 5th save in this game alone. It's still overtime, and Shopify still 1 goal away from a tournament winner. Here comes 2-piece to be the hero for the tournament. It's off the back wall, and Wavy again on the clear. Chicago will test his luck. He's got all 3 of the opposition to beat. 2-piece says, why not I try the ceiling, but instead it's down into Hockey's lap.
They've been leaving Parth upfield for a while. They're just letting him get these little chip bumps, these little rotational fights that he's getting very physical with.
Uh-oh.
That one's open. Hockey, diving save, keeps it out. Double commit, leaves it open. Chicago now just has to play island, and he does so. A very dangerous situation, but Hebro survive.
Hebro do survive, but you feel like with 14 shots that they've given up and the 11 saves that they've been called on to make, you feel like Shopify is slowly chipping away. Parth on a big clear, and he didn't have anyone to actually play towards. So he wants to try and get the demo, try to get a couple demos. But now his team's pushed up. Creams again, had some space there. Wavy looking for a second touch, finds it. Back wall was there, but 2-piece. Flip reset, and is able to get his team out.
Chicago bullet, upper right post. Parth, rebound to midfield. Here come the numbers. 2-piece leaves it to Chicago, the newest addition. Looking for the infield pass, quickly cut down. Nicely done by Hockey to stave off 2 offensive players from Shopify and kill the play.
Chicago off the backboard as Shopify whittling away at the boost reserves of Hebro. 2-piece to the sky, dangerous here. Shot is denied by Hockey, his 4th save. Chicago from the corner, and Parth is not letting Hebro out for free. Another dangerous ball comes in front of the net. 2-piece back post shot is denied. Wavy up to 6 saves. Hebro staying alive, and the bump. Hebro's gonna go all the way, and they're gonna extend this series.
Every time you want to count them out, they do something absolutely silly, and Hockey with a huge bump. It's wide open, everybody's happy. We got ourselves a Game 7 down to the wire with almost 3 minutes and 40 seconds burn in OT. Relentless pressure from Shopify, but Hebro do not fold.
Oh, man.
Pirelli, they just don't stop.
Oh, man. I mean, 2-piece alone had 10 shots. There's 17 in total from Shopify, 14 saves from Hebro.
Wow.
I mean, Wavy has 800 points, and the majority of those are on his 6 saves. My goodness, Hebro had to weather the storm. I mean, multiple storms. I mean, this was like, a hurricane after hurricane for Hebro, and they boarded up their house heavily enough to prevent Shopify from getting through. My goodness gracious. Defensive showing like that is insane.
It started with that kickoff, not the kickoff win, but the 1v1 win upfield from Wavy to get them on the board. And we were wondering, through this grand finals, Wavy, where you at? We need to see you start contributing on offense. You've been facilitating, been dishing and diming on those passes for sure. We wanted to see him be a facilitator, be really a catalyst. And he has. He stepped up here on Neo Tokyo, now to Champions Field. A full Game 7 set. 1 game to decide all between these 2 teams. And now's the chance for Wavy to continue what he found on Neo Tokyo and bring his team back to another championship.
Well, Shopify had their opportunities, and they're going to have another one here. It's going to be too high. They could have finished out this series in the previous game. 2-piece. Trying to get the flip reset. He does find it again off the crossbar. That's 2 crossbars from Shopify. And another shot, and finally it'll go through. Parth finding the far side, and Shopify on the board first.
This is all Parth. I mean, this catch, immediately in position, understands exactly where that ball is being placed. Nicely done by Parth. Been really the unsung hero, it seems like, all of today. How many times he's opened up the scorings and really helped Shopify establish a rhythm. Some of these tight games. And off the backboard, 2-piece will clear it away.
You cannot allow Shopify to build on this lead. Another crossbar touch from Shopify. I don't know how many times I've hit the crossbar in this series. 2-piece, solo play, floating, trying to make magic happen, but maybe took a little too long there as the defense got the read on him.
Slowing it down. Allowing Wavy to get a little hand up. Parth continuing. Very impressive performance today. Oh, what a bump, but 2-piece. The Guardian Angel keeps this one at 1.
That was a big chance for Hebro, and I was on the camera of the shooter there, and they didn't even see the last man in 2-piece. They were just putting that one on target. You kind of wish now, having known that they put it just a little bit better in placement. So it comes down to Creams, and backflips away. Hockey called upon now just to clean up the back line. Not going to find the second touch. Parth, lots of boost. Lets it go for Chicago, and that touch, an errant one. As that's big clear coming out from Wavy. Actually comes straight back towards the net. Wavy can't find the angle, and Parth there to clear.
An important clear, not allowing Chicago to stretch the field when he's on offense and really keeping Shopify at bay. Nicely done. Almost looked dangerous, but actually works out. You get the corner grab. Hockey, hold on, out of position for the moment. We'll have to fall back down to reality, and we'll do so. Cream's upfield. He's waiting for a pass. Here it comes, but 2-piece recognizes. And yet again, both teams have had their very interesting looks on offense. Follow-up from Chicago. The handoff is gross.
I mean, listen, we know Chicago's going to put away these shots, but look at these touches from 2-piece. Rolls off the ceiling. A little musty flick to keep going. Chicago's there to put away the shot. I mean, that's routine for Chicago at that point, and Shopify able to find themselves in a 2-goal lead again.
Crossbar's rough when you're on the ground, but if you can make it work from the air, you have a better chance of putting these ones away. Parth, again, 2 goals in this Game 7.
Well, I don't know what the script says, but my goodness, right now, the plot line is showing us Shopify winning this tournament. Just under 3 minutes left. A kickoff goal could possibly be the dagger for Hebro. That is a massive lead now for Shopify.
Parth is just everywhere. He's already on the other side of the field. A rebound goes his way. You're looking at a 4-0 game. Right now, again, like we said back in Coliseum, you have to stop the bleeding here if you're Hebro. A goal helps, but establishing a baseline of rhythm, a baseline to hold on to possession, keep the ball on the ground, take away the aerial game from Chicago in 2-piece. You have to find a way to slow this game down. And really work through these challenges. They do so. Around 1, Hockey back into the center box. Parth slows it and gets punished. But a goal would be helpful in the next 10 or so seconds.
Certainly would be, as Creams, oh my goodness, fakes it through, but somehow 2-piece comes out on top again, his 3rd save. And Hebro are throwing everything at him, and now 2-piece trying to turn it back around for a goal. Parth, double tap looming, here it comes, saved by Wavy, his 3rd. As somehow, nobody scoring on either attempt there. This one, maybe not the best touch from Shopify, as Parth is the last man. Will be cleared away by Wavy.
The first and second line of offense here from Shopify, again, just burns away the time that Creams, Hockey, and Wavy desperately need. Huge 50 at the midfield. 2-piece by himself, looking for the pinch. Now it's a foot race to the ball. Chicago will be there. Looking for the clear. Right now, Hebro needs something, and they need it now.
Yeah, they're not showing much, not showing a lot of life here. Again, just trying to tread water. Here's some space for Wavy as some physical plays come out. That one's saved by the post. Wavy hit both posts, both sides of the net, and it doesn't drop for him. That was a crucial opportunity. And maybe the last one, as Shopify blessed by the 4th man.
Hunting for that second championship, instead gets rewarded with 2 posts. Not something you want very often. 2-piece. Again, just waiting like a shark in the orange net. 40 to play. Taken away again by 2-piece. Just being annoying upfield. Shopify have all cylinders firing.
30 seconds left. It's a 3-0 lead, maybe 4. Hockey makes the save and actually pitched across, but now the net's wide open. 4-0 for Shopify Rebellion. And boy, they have looked good. Even in the previous game that they dropped, they have looked better and better here in this series and in the day. And they're looking like they're going to claim this one here. 26 seconds left, and I just can't see how Hebro get back into it.
I mean, take no credit away from what Hebro were able to accomplish in this tournament in week 2. This is only the second week of action for all these teams. But it is also credit to what Shopify bring to the table and how excellent Parth and Two Piece have looked today. The veteranness, that's a word, of Chicago coming in and just closing out so many tight spreads on offense and really putting the hammer down on what this team can bring. This has been a team effort across the board. Shopify look excellent, and they're going to take home the championship.
Oh, absolutely. This was a team that have kind of exercised all their demons now. This was Shopify lost to Hebro earlier, but this is a commanding win, especially in the final game. And really in the last 3 games, like I said, even though they dropped the previous game, they were all over Hebro. As this one, not one for the road. It'll be denied by Two Piece. But Shopify Rebellion going to be Bandit on Wheels Fall Showdown #2 champions here, taking down the defending champions of Hebro.
GG's all around, and I think a very, really kind of important win in this offseason for all these players, kind of given how the chaos of North American Rocket League has looked at the end of last season, all the rumors about rosters and all things coming, but to see this team come together with so many individual players who we have credited in months past, specifically last season, for being kind of underappreciated talent. The fact that they show up in this moment, in this tournament, and Chicago kind of leading charge on offense, getting everybody under the same unit. This was a very dominant showing from Shopify. They get revenge, bounce back against Hebro in this best of 7. They come in with the disadvantage. They win 4 games to close it out on Champions Field. Corelli, like, before we eventually jump into an interview, I believe, with the winners, just talk to me about what Shopify bring, and that something that people should maybe taking note of for this team, because they look like they're just clicking.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what we've been mentioning. I mean, I don't want to, dive into it too deep, but, a lot of where the success lies for Shopify is the midfield presence. And I think also, when you have 2 weapons, you have 3 weapons on the team, don't get me wrong, but when you have the aggressiveness of players like Two Piece and Parth, it showed. I mean, especially in those final 3 games that I keep mentioning, you kept seeing the attack right above the net. I think they would love to see a few more of those drop. They hit a lot of crossbars, but that's just because they were able to find that space so often. I think that was the big threat that everyone had to play against, but Hebro, I think, really struggled with was trying to protect that back wall, and then you saw a lot of great plays coming out in the midfield, as we mentioned so many times today. Midfield. That's where Shopify really won a lot of these games, and I think that was the biggest takeaway, I think, for any team that lost to them, is Shopify controlled that midfield section, and they just did not let you out.
That is a great way to put it. And speaking of, we got Memory again once more on the line. Let's bring him back in. We had him about 30 minutes ago, and here is again another great result. Memory, welcome back. Congratulations on taking home the Week 2 championship. How are you feeling? How's the team feeling after that? They put on a hell of a performance.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're feeling pretty good. I don't think we played that great today, but I think the important thing is that we, by the end of the day, we were playing a lot better, and we were able to talk about it. So I'm happy, and I think it was a pretty good showing.
Yeah, so then I guess my follow-up to that is, in your opinion, obviously, maybe not going into too big of specifics, but what do you feel like are the biggest things that you guys need to work on?
Yeah, honestly, I think the biggest thing is that we weren't really using Chicago very well. I think there's some things that Chicago is really good at, and a lot of it is controlling the pace of the game. And I think at the beginning of the day, there just wasn't really that niche carved out for him. But by the end of the day, we were able to kind of start putting things together. And I think it showed because we were able to trap people a lot more, especially Hebro, who played a really good series. But I think we were trapping them, and looked pretty hard for them.
You talk about Chicago controlling the pace of the game, but in this grand finals, it very much seemed like Parth and in general, this team was really good at dictating pace. Parth was everywhere. Two Piece was fantastic defensively. What have you seen from those 2 players specifically on this roster that have stood out to you, or things that they've just gotten better at? Because it looked like you didn't really need to control much. They were just doing all the work.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm biased, but I think Parth and Two Piece are fantastic players, and I think the rate at which they've gotten better, even since last season, is insane. I think that like Parth especially, he's just so good on the ball and he's really creative. I think he brings a kind of stability to the offense that you can always kind of count that he's going to make things hard for the people we're playing against. And I think, against certain teams that matters more, especially against like the Hebro team we made. So I think you saw a lot of him, just the solo plays and the fakes and the stuff like that. And Two Piece, like I said before, he's really reliable just everywhere. That's just the kind of player he is. And I think like those two together, it's like a match made in heaven. So it's really about finding someone that complements them well and that we work together with.
Yeah, since we got you here, I want to zoom out for just a second and kind of just get your personal take. We have these types of tournaments all across, the globe, but here in North America in particular. Give me your thoughts, your opinions on, obviously there's a lot of churn happening with the offseason, but teams like Hebro or even like, the NRG squad or, things like Frosty's minions or Nolly's minions, whatever you want to call them. These types of teams that are kind of popping up maybe with players that maybe we don't know or new players that have just been sitting in closed qualifiers or even not making out of open quals. What's your take on kind of the talent growth here in North America?
Yeah, I think that NA needed a bit of a shakeup. I think that for a while now our bubble's been kind of stagnant, and I think when your bubble's stagnant, it's bad for everyone. I think the bubble is kind of there to push the pros to get better, and the pros are there to push the bubble together. And if that's not happening, it's very hard for everyone. I think these kinds of tournaments are really good because you're giving this experience to these new teams and these teams that are trying to climb up, start making regionals consistently, like Hebro. And I think especially them, they seem very improved, like even from the last time that we played them. I think that NA needed a bit of correction. I think there's still a long way to go, but I think that things are starting to trend in the right direction with some of the people that teams are playing with, and I'm excited for the future.
Thanks.
I guess my only final question is to kind of keep it general for you guys. In these kinds of tournaments, like we understand, a lot of it's about working on chemistry as a team and working on maybe on comms and just getting people to feel natural with one another. Outside of like fundamentals, what are some things about these types of events that you've enjoyed personally, getting to see these players play or even participate in yourself? Like what has been maybe the positive of the job in these kinds of things? Because it can always feel like a really stressful environment, and it is, but have there been any positives in this offseason for stuff like this?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think these tournaments are massive for the scene and for NA and the bubble and everything in general. I mean, I wish there were more of them, but the fact that some of them are popping up is just great. I think that for these bubble players, this is the kind of experience that they need to be able to break into the top level. And even as a player, I loved playing in stuff like this, even when we would lose to like a bubble team or something like that. Like, yeah, it's frustrating, but like these kinds of tournaments are just fun when you don't have to worry about necessarily like RLCS and like, oh, you miss one regional, you do one thing wrong, oh, there goes my Caesar, there goes my major chances.
Right.
But I think it's really, really important for the bubble players. I think if we had more of these tournaments, I think that the bubble would get better a lot faster.
Yeah, man. Well, we really appreciate you coming on. Congratulations here. Hope to see you guys back in whatever iteration of roster you may have. But we appreciate you coming on. Love your thoughts. Love talking to you. And we'll see you next time.
Yeah, thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for hosting.
Follow Memory on Twitter, like I said an hour ago. Dude's a great guy. He's got a great team around him. This team, it feels like they're bringing in Corelli with kind of this veteran eye. Like they understand maybe the nature of both the ecosystem and the position the North American Rocket League is in, but they also know that like we have a chance with a lot of young talent, a lot of promising talent who are very creative to make something unique here. And it feels like this team just is taking advantage of this opportunity like so many teams are in this tournament.
Well, I mean, when you couple Memory with Chicago, I mean, you have some of the longest standing guys in North America. I mean, maybe people don't realize, but I mean, Memory's been around a long time. He's been around since I was a player, okay? So, I mean, he's been around here for a very, very, very long time. And so there's a lot of experience that you gain. And him kind of, going into a coaching role, I think is really, really awesome. And I mean, just listening to him, what he has to say, I mean, clearly he knows what he's talking about. Clearly he has a plan for this team. And clearly he knows, the competition that they're going up against and how to kind of posture his team into the right position. So that is something not every team has. And when you couple that with Chicago, it's a pretty deadly tandem there. And of course, obviously the great players of Two Piece and Parth as well. It's a great recipe they got going on there.
It really is. Again, another great way to put it. It's a great recipe. They got moving. We know all of you in chat have been watching all day, so we want to remind you one more time to, again, continue to support events like this. Also, there will be available links. You can go follow Tactical Bandits on Twitter, stay involved and updated on when these events will be happening. Before we close out today's show, we do want to give you a quick little recap of how today went. So let's go through how we started day 2 on the bracket side, because again, we've had 3 days of action now, and my goodness, folks, it has been an absolute barn burner of a week 2, and we expect that to continue as this event does as well. But hey, bro, I mean, they were rolling through essentially every team we saw. It wasn't until the grand finals where they eventually met their fate. But hey, bro, and NRG, maybe the 2 big standouts going into our day 2 bracket, Corelli. They kind of just handled business, and it was really great to see repetition from some of the top teams.
Yeah, and if you're Hey Bro, you can't be too upset. I mean, you've lost 1 series between 2 tournaments. That's really good, and I think
really
that's
good.
kind of the big zoom out picture that you have to kind of take here. But yeah, Hey Bro's been great. Obviously, we talked a lot about Shopify and NRG. There's other teams here too that we didn't get to see too much of, but are very interesting teams like Frosty's Minions. We saw a little bit of them last week. And they're a promising team as well. And then, of course, Boulevard, who's done really well in some of these qualifiers, but can't seem to put it together here on the last couple of days. But there's a ton of fun teams here in North America that I feel like the Boys was another one I was trying to think of, and I totally forgot. The Boys with Percy, Dries, and Gyro are a really fun team in that one. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of the beauty of this tournament, right? Is you get to see a lot of these players that are in and out of the bubble, and you put them all together and see who's the best. And that's what's great about it.
And we saw Frosty's Minions again earlier on stream, and Frosty just was lighting up the backboard. The kid's double taps are absurd. We hope to see him continue moving forward. Speaking of the end of our day 3 bracket, today was, again, a all showing of Paybro and how quickly they were able to move through some of their top series, moving into a best of 7 into the grand finals. The day 3 here today was kind of what we expected. We thought we might see Shopify and NRG go head to head after that upper bracket. They did, but it took a couple of notches to get there. Frosty's Minions put up a fight against NRG. NRG handled their business. They move on forward into the lower semis, taking it in 4, and Shopify went to 5 against Heybro in the upper bracket. We saw a couple of rematches 2 times in a row. Lower finals was pretty close in most games, but Shopify handled their business yet again, and we went back to a 7-game series. Corelli, anything standing out looking at this bracket today? It seems that even on a loss in Game 7, Heybro just still have everybody's number in NA.
Yeah, Heybro's the big thing there, but I feel like also Shopify in their run, having to go through NRG twice, having to go through Heybro twice. I mean, they really did have to play the best teams, I think, at the tournament besides them twice, and they did that. So there's a lot of consistency there. And, talking to Memory, I think it's interesting hearing him say that, he didn't really love everything that they did with Chicago, and I think that's kind of speaks to the standard that he has for this team. And while they win this tournament, I think that they, him saying that they can do better, I think is a good thing, especially as a coach. I mean, as a coach, you kind of always want to say like, hey, we can be better, even though they're winning. And they definitely could have. But this was a great showing from Shopify, and I think that's the big take home here with this roster with Chicago.
Yeah, it took a bit of late game heroics from Heybro to bring this series back from what felt like a brink for a while with the overwhelming pressure that Shopify were putting on them. But if you're looking at mistakes, even in a victory, and saying we got things to work on, that's a good sign of things to come for Shopify. So very interested to see how that team will potentially keep moving forward. Whether or not they do is up to them. For Heybro, it looks like they're going to stick things out moving forward in the next couple of weeks, which should be interesting to see if they can keep moving through these brackets and making it towards like the Sundays of an upper semis, upper finals. We'll be interested to see how these teams continue to flourish and change as this kind of tournament moves on. But that concludes all of the action we've had so far today. Corelli, I've asked you many questions today. The last one I'll ask you is just kind of overall thoughts. We talked briefly in week 1 about Heybro, and the question was, is it a fluke? Probably not, but can they keep it going? That's the big thing. So far, it feels like that question's been answered. They certainly keep it going, but we've seen some of the older veteran RLCS talent continue to rise up with younger squads and make some noise.
Yeah, I mean, I think my final thoughts are kind of similar to Memories there, is that, there's a lot of really fun matchups that are to be had with tournaments like this. We wish there were more of them. We're happy that, this exists and that we're able to take part in it. And I think it's really fun to watch the matchups that come up. So these tournaments are always fun to watch. I really enjoy them, especially in North America, where it doesn't really seem like we get a lot of like this type of churn and these types of players playing in them. So I always look forward to the next one.
These are the types of off-season events and tournaments that build storylines moving forward. So if you're a fan of Rocket League in general, you should be watching these kinds of events, supporting it as well. You can do so on Twitter at Tactical Bandits, but you can also do so by being involved in the Twitch chat, which many of you have been, and we thank you for your participation. Speaking as everybody from the front of house, from us here on the casting booth to all casters prior, everybody in the green room and the control side of things, keeping production moving, to all the players. Thank you all so much for being involved in Tactical Bandits for week 2. We congratulate Shopify Rebellion for taking home first place. The championship continues to change hands. Will it change hands on the third go around? That's the big question. We won't know until next month. November 11th, we'll have our draft at 2:30 Eastern. Same thing we had for weeks 1 and 2. But it's November 11th. We got a bit of time before we get into week 3. But until we get to that point, stay safe, stay wonderful. Keep updated with Tactical Bandits on Twitter to find out when these players are going to be playing and when we will be here and where that all would be going down. So from all of us here, from myself, from Corelli, from all production and players, thank you guys for watching. We'll see you on November 11th. Take care. Have a good night.